Literally makes zero sense.
I don't think any of these buildings right here around us have been hit, so... Sounds like we got somebody
Actually, the
close.
only thing that makes sense about that is greed.
Give me your money so we can get a box, boys. Oh, right here in front of me, man.
Box, boys.
Fuck.
I don't.
Oh, right here in front of me, man.
Box, boys.
Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Is it on the ground or what?
I just bought somebody back.
He's right here. Damn, I don't have the gun for that.
Right there. Oh.
Fuck, I gotta find a fucking gun. Oh my god. Oh no.
You good? I was firing no matter what, too, bud.
Still don't have a fucking gun. I got one.
Right here, east, at the end of the street. He's right here on the other side of this wall. He's coming around this way. He's coming around this way.
Is he has by?
God damn, that gun is
Look
fucking
in the
terrible, dog.
In the bus. One's in the bus at the back.
Fuck it.
There's one in the building across the street to your left.
Boy. Alright, what the fuck, dude? What is poppin'? What is pop? Oh, they still have the double XP.
Yo, that fucking... That 3-round burst long range fucking SMG or LMG is fucking trash, dude.
I drop low.
Yeah, we're going to right now. We need... Hold on, there's a box right here I need to get. Alright, I'm getting you, JT. Drop on the fucking loadout, buddy.
Got you.
By itself.
God damn it, dude. The fucking chopper's gone, like, and the music is still playing.
You have to get into... you have to get into a car. You just have to get into a car.
Nigga, you just need to... Hey, just vibe out, bro. Just vibe.
No, it's right on my fucking nerves.
What song is it?
Some hardcore heavy metal, like...
Team deathmatch.
Ammo drop.
I can't hear nothing, like I can't hear no footsteps or nothing. I'm just going blind here. That's all I'm hearing is hardcore heavy metal.
Pulling ahead.
Find a car.
Solo box.
We've all hit it already.
Oh.
Yeah, you're the only one, bro. Y'all want to hit this little store?
I was thinking about hitting down here in the subway.
We gotta go towards. Hey, we gotta go towards the dam.
We're losing the advantage.
I'm thinking can we jump in the subway? Will that take us up towards the dam? No, there's no.
Right now.
It'll take us towards the wrong place.
Yeah, subway's moving north right now.
Well, it goes both ways, but I don't think there's a... I think it'll take us into the gas. Gotta go around this way, Bill.
Someone up in the tower.
Or Peter. Peter
down
Fiddler. We gotta get across. We gotta get across that long-ass road to get a...
Munitions box.
How are y'all going? Y'all gonna go all the way to the end and then go up? All the way on the
Yeah.
other side there.
I'd rather ride that edge, use the cover in airport
Alright.
instead of move across that runway.
Yeah, that's. Damn, that's 15 meters away. I gotta get that. Ah, fuck it. No, it's too far.
It's close. It's close. It's right there in the
It's
open. I'll
all
cover
good.
you.
It's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
I'm bound to find one.
Yeah, he jumped back for it.
I need it.
He did too. I'd have covered you.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
I need plates more than anything else. But I need.
Hostile
Yeah,
care
that's what
package inbound.
All right, I got a couple. Here you go. When you get up top.
38 on the beat inside the building.
Yep. On the they're on the northwest side of the building.
Hostile counter.
I finally got the music to stop. God damn.
Hold on, I'm right here. Let me see if I can get a view on these fucks.
2 plates right behind you.
Nope, they moved. They moved. I think they kept moving out. I think they're moving across the street. See if you can see them out there.
Well, there's a most wanted inside the fucking.
Tower, yeah.
There they are.
Kill him, motherfuckers, kill him. Killed one. Oh,
Enemy spy plane inbound.
oh.
There's 2 down there. 2 down there.
Enemy napalm strike incoming.
Yeah.
Enemy
Going in.
counter spy plane inbound.
There's a
Somebody's
there's a
dropping
king.
something.
There's a king up on in the airport tower.
Yeah, but he's laying down. He's not fucking with nobody. And he just got his team back.
Multiple hostile spy planes detected.
I have no visual on them. I believe they all went underneath.
They went underneath. Yeah, they went underneath.
Hey,
I'm
dude,
worried
you got
about
a
these
munitions
dudes.
box, right?
Yep.
Am I pumping that?
There you go, buddy. You got a couple. You got an armor plate that I can get?
Yeah.
Even more than.
That's all I got. Munitions
Multiple
box
enemy
pop,
spy
guys.
plane contacts.
I'm below
Yep,
y'all,
they're
so I
down
can't get it. But I'm
they're
close. So
down
it's all good.
underneath.
It's all good.
Straight across, or slope, straight across. Fucking bitch. Reload.
I fucking hit one. That's it. Motherfuckers, dude.
No visual.
They're gone. They're in that house way back
Yeah, they're
there.
in doing a recon in the house.
They're in that house back out there. Yeah.
Your jammer has been
I
destroyed.
heard a window break below us. Fuck.
We've pulled ahead.
That's gonna be a shit push.
Y'all want to get across this fucking road?
We need to do it now before we get fucked.
Yeah, before we get pinched or fucking they start
Where we
aiming at us,
going?
and then
We can
I
run the
don't care.
tunnel,
There was a guy.
but we know guys are in there.
We could take a tunnel if y'all want to take the tunnel. We push
No,
across.
I'm
and-
already across, man. Fuck that. I'm not
Yeah,
going.
me too.
I'm going up in this tower.
Well, no, man. Get this vehicle and we'll fucking go up to the red line.
Yeah. Flip it, I got a trophy.
I had no idea you guys dropped him.
Here, hold up. Come here. I got one. I got one.
Napalm strike incoming.
We go red line.
Go up here, yeah.
Plane inbound. Sit rep. Multiple enemy
You're gonna have to go up here,
counter
Lo.
in your AO.
That's our bounty there.
When you see a nigga like me shining. Grinding. We know when we get up here it's gonna be hot.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
Oh, we're getting out?
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, right in front of us. Right straight in front of us. Straight in front of us. Straight in front of us.
Yeah, yeah.
You made J-Suck proud.
Fuck.
Oh my god, dude, this shit.
Good one, Bill. Stops in the middle of the fucking road.
Yeah, that's like the worst spot to stop, bro.
Good fucking job, Bill.
That nigga, not only stop, like you would have went like 30 more yards, we'd just been in the tunnel, they'd have been on top of us. It's all good, started up.
Hey y'all, I gotta sub somebody. Ty gonna hop on.
Alright.
Oh, Ty Boog's in the mix.
You roll one up?
Oh, y'all still smoke? They're over there smoking schwiggity, huh? I feel y'all.
Must be
And my
nice,
vape,
man.
dog.
I wish I could get some swag, man.
What they got up in North Carolina, dude? They got nothing in North Carolina?
Nothing but schwa.
I mean, fucking, they call it loud. Just Dro.
Nobody calls it loud.
It's just mid. They talk about how it's highs and it's loud and it's fucking good. And I'm just like, I mean, it's. I mean,
So,
this
Bill,
is
you
some
gave
high
me an
grade.
idea.
I'm not missing much.
You gave me an idea, Bill.
What was that, Stu?
I got the Raptors red and Raptors gray painted as my room.
Nice.
And I got a big Toronto Raptors, 2-foot Toronto Raptors sticker coming.
Nice.
Did you? Hey, you still got your SpongeBob fucking SpongeBob SquarePants fucking comforter too, dog? Or
Hell
what, dude?
yeah,
Fucking
brother.
I mean, if it's comfy,
Hell
donate.
yeah.
If it's comfy,
Yeah,
donate.
dude. Hey, in your
you
cool
really
race
have
car
that?
bed or what?
Is that real?
dude?
Yeah, man.
That sounds dope.
Niggas,
Bro, I was in this
goddamn,
basement, dude, the other day, and they had like original Pokemon bed sheets, and I was like almost like a comforter thing. I was like, damn, dude, I want this.
Did you cream
Hopefully,
in your
pretty soon you get your own bathroom too, dude. That'd be cool.
Oh, I would be, man.
What do you mean
Instead
your
of
own
having to
bathroom? What's that?
He's got that Jack and Jill.
Oh, like sink?
Yeah, JT,
I
I
had
got a
to-
man cave, man. It's painted Oiler blue with Oilers stickers and Astros on one wall and Oilers Titans on one wall and my crossbows and shit hung up on another wall and the Constitution on another one and one's an MMA wall. Yeah, I got this fucking man cave decked out, son. As soon as you walk in the door, the first thing you can see, 2017 World Champs, baby. Suck it, haters.
That was a long
Bang
time
on
ago.
these nuts. Bang on
Better
these
apologize.
fucking trash
feel like
cans,
that was a
fake
long time ago.
boys.
Better play.
Nigga, I just be smoking weed in my own living room, dog.
Oh, I'm
Sit
just
up
in
in
my.
this bitch in my drawers, dog. Dangling, hanging out and everything.
You
Do what
gotta
I
have
wanna
everything.
do.
Everything's perfect in here because it's mounted. You know what I'm saying? Everything's up off the ground.
I'm playing with the handicap.
What's
Which
that,
is?
dog?
I haven't played a lot.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, I'm mentally handicapped. Oh, okay.
So there's that.
All good. Just letting y'all know.
True. Yeah, true.
I'm about to go hit up the streets, dog. I'm about to go downtown and get fucked up. Fuck it.
Oh, they still got
Little
stuff
flat.
open?
Somebody's on me. Somebody's on the roof.
They're not arresting
Someone's
the
coming in.
restaurant owner?
Damn, they got it.
Oh my god, I missed him. Oh my god. Ooh.
Damn.
Alright, fuck. God damn it! Ugh.
Hey, Bill.
Sub Stewart.
Yeah,
They're
but I got
all over me, guys.
So I got a wall that I got all jerseys that are going on. So I got a Jordan jersey and a Dwayne Wade jersey.
Nice.
Yo, these bitches are over here on the right side
I'm sorry,
too.
middle,
Ty.
left,
They're in that building too.
Oh!
You were throwing something, he was shooting.
They're coming to my building.
That's dope shit, dude.
God damn, I downed one. Motherfucker, dude, you fucking bitches. They had to come deep on me because I was fucking them niggas up.
Ah, damn it.
Grinding. Yo, that shit that Amanda sent us,
Yeah.
it's good. It's just a whole bunch of snacks from like different parts of the country. Like cookies from New York,
I haven't got
some
it
candies from Ohio. You know what I'm saying? Like some shit from all over the place. I think there's they made some candies from probably from Chicago. It looks like Crystal's Bakery or something like that.
That's what's up. Her mom's.
Yeah, her mom's spot,
grandma
whatever,
mom.
whoever's spot. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Are you in, Jacob? Oh, shit, you're in. He's going left.
Ah! I even lounge, man.
Huh?
Kill confirmed. The Secretariat are watching. Пусть они гордятся вами.
What are y'all's thoughts about this female kicker, dude?
Who?
That girl for
Haven't heard anything about it.
The
yeah,
NFL
there's a
fan.
fucking,
She's a soccer player, no?
she's a soccer player. No, it's not NFL, it's NCAA. She's gonna be kicking for Vanderbilt, I think tonight. She's making history. She's the first girl ever.
That's what's up.
What's so special about her?
We've taken the lead.
I just told you.
She's the first girl to kick a
First
ball.
ever girl to
Warriors. Probably lots of other women that can kick a football.
but they haven't.
We'll see.
You know what I'm saying?
I just know there's one topic that I find absolutely riveting, and that's women's sports.
Well,
Get me more of
it's
that.
funny because we're talking about men's sports, but alright.
I hope the fuck she gets tackled.
She might.
Women in sports.
But why do you wish that upon her, dude?
Hope to fuck.
Why are you wishing
I
upon
hope her
negative?
boobs fall off
'Cause
from a
she's more,
tackle. Stu says. Like, how
athletic than
rude
you?
is that? Yeah, he's just jealous.
That's how
He
you
can kick the
feel?
ball.
Yeah, that's what it sounds. It feels like me. You're like hating on somebody because they're more athletic and she happens
You
to be
real
female.
jelly right now, Stuart. Real
Yep.
jelly.
Man,
I don't even like football.
Does a powerful female intimidate you, my man?
My dude.
No.
yeah, does an independent, strong lady make you scared? I feel like a little man.
Yeah.
No, I have bull rats.
Just so y'all know, we out here on Twitch. We do not endorse any of Stuart's fucking sexism. Fucking hey, hold the
Y'all
females
should,
down, dude.
Y'all
That's
should
just
definitely.
how Canadians are.
Y'all should
Hey, I'll-
definitely
I just said I hope she gets tackled. Never said
hover
nothing.
when you come back.
You're streaming, JT?
No, not yet. I was just fucking
Oh, I
with
was
you, but
gonna
that would
say,
have been fun.
I wanted you to announce your official stance on women playing men's sports on the stream, but I'll save it.
Yo, treat them with equal. If they can handle it, you know what I'm saying? Let them handle it. If they can't, then they shouldn't.
That's all I'm saying. I
That's
just want
how
to
I
see her
feel
get
about it.
tackled. What's wrong with that?
Flyjabberwocky live
Why
official
wouldn't
opinion
you? Why
is that
wouldn't
women
you
shouldn't be allowed to
want
leave
her
the
to
house.
fucking kick, 3 for 3 or 4 for 4 field goals and come out of this clean and just make an entrance? I've never heard you wish for another player to be tackled.
I
You
wish
know
all
what
the
I'm saying?
players. all the kickers
He
get
wants to see all
Damn,
people
I
get tackled, I
heard-
think, yeah.
I heard you say that about nobody else, and I want them to get tackled. Kind of strange that just because she's a female, you want her to get tackled, dog. Are you sexist? Listen up, D-Lives. That boy Stewie Doobie Doo. Racist, sexist. I heard he even kicks dogs.
Oh yeah. Oh, am I coming back?
You fucking kick my fucking dog.
Am I coming back?
Yeah, you all are.
Where are we going? Where you at, Billy?
I'm just going to the edge. How'd he quit? Why'd you quit,
Oh,
Stu?
I
He
don't
got
know.
kicked out, bro, because D Live and the fucking world don't tolerate that shit no more.
I got kicked, man.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Racist and sexist comments, bro. It's the world we live in now.
Man, too.
You can't be like that, bro.
Oh, my account's banned.
They're listening. Oh shit! He got me right when I got in the building too. He's on me, right? He's right on me.
I'm joining a game, sir. Like, what the fuck is this?
Multiple enemy spy plane contacts.
Where you at? Man, I was gonna pick you up and drive you in
Alright,
here.
I'm coming here. I'm behind you. Alright.
Fly, would you like to join my party?
Straddle
Mark's
the
coming
right
for
now.
us.
Right now.
Listen here, America.
After this.
We don't condone that shit, dog.
Listen here, America. Jacob likes trannies.
Oh, you're live now? What's the official stance? Could we hear it?
Oh.
On what?
On women playing men's sports.
I said if they can win over the spot and deliver the goods
Based on merit.
say fuck it.
Based on merit.
based on if they can they perform the job needed to be performed.
Up top
Then
here?
if they can, then it's all
Why
right.
isn't there women's football?
So you don't support like a separate
There
set of
is
standards.
women's football, bro.
See that king?
Yeah, but why isn't there pro women's football?
There is.
Boring as fuck.
Well, then why is... So, what? That's not making sense.
Keep it.
Why does it not make sense?
She wants to make money, dude. She wants people to watch her.
So this is not making sense at all. Like,
It makes perfect
she's the
sense.
first ever, but she's not the first ever. There's a fucking women's fucking pro football.
She's the first
ever
to
in a
play
man's
with the
league.
men in the men's league.
Well, how's that fair?
How's it not fair?
We're not allowed to play for the women? So that's sexist.
It's true.
Well, do you want to play with women?
Yeah, Stu wants to beat up women, like you're saying.
Do you want to beat on women?
Mm-hmm.
What's your stance on that, Stu? You just want to fuck up women, huh? Once again, D-Live, you heard it here first. Dude, he's sexist and racist, dog. Y'all don't want the part of Stewie-Dooby-Doo, dude.
Oh, boy.
Hide your wife, hide your kids, dude. He just wants to hit them for no reason.
Yeah. Come and do the rock bottom and stone cold stunner all the time when it sees
Dude's out here just beating the hell out of fool.
Yeah, for
Hey,
no
we
reason,
got
dude.
we got our bounty right over here, bud.
And
I'm pushing that.
the king.
Where's our third at?
I'm late.
Here, you need a plate? Come here.
I got a Batman clock
Oh,
too,
shit.
Bill.
We need
Somebody
plates too.
sounds
Here.
like somebody's on him.
How far?
Where
Close
they at?
far?
Cover.
Close far? Oh.
Oh shit!
That's from
up high.
behind?
Yep,
That's
he's
from
up high.
18?
He's a sniping.
Yeah.
He's sniping, bro.
I'm in
and
a
you're
good
out
spot.
in the open.
We're both in a good spot. We're next to each other. I don't know if you can get to us, but we're in a good spot when you get here.
Oh, God.
He
Good
wasn't.
job, Bill.
Yep. Alright, I got one more in me. You boys heard it here first. That boy fucking Scooby-Doo, dude.
Smoke break. Smoke break. How do I get out of here?
Cheat.
Multiple enemy spy plane contacts.
That's fucked up, bro.
Okay.
You're
Back.
fucked. You're fucked, bro.
It's fucked up how you are, my man. Hey, today we celebrate the birthday of a legend, dog. Bruce Lee.
Yeah. Don't kick the fucking ass.
He's dead, bro.
Yeah, he's gonna one inch punch you.
He's been dead for a while.
He's gonna one inch punch you, bro. I got a regiment in fine. That's New Town Fury.
Hostile spy planes detected.
I'll join that.
Alright, who we lose?
Peter Filler
Oh, ties out.
said they went on smoke break.
Stu's gone.
They probably kicked him, bro. I done told you, dude.
Oh man.
This is America, dog. We don't tolerate that. Dog.
America! Fuck yeah! Suck my dick. Suck my balls. No.
Yeah.
Damn, the man who played the voice of Simba in the movie The Lion King, the original cartoon, Jason Weaver, turned down a flat fee of $2 million, not knowing what the movie was going to be. He instead asked for royalties, and he ended up with $100,000 up
smoke
front,
break.
but has made more than that turning down the original offer. He in passive income to this day because that shit's streamed over. Smart man, dude.
Quick smoke break, boys.
The Bobby Bonilla of Disney voices.
Yeah, Fly, are you joining us?
Yeah, but are you taking a break?
I'm just having a quick one.
Okay.
Do you know who Bobby Bonilla is too?
Yo, is he the baseball
No.
player?
Yeah.
Oh my god, the
Shit,
one who's
what's
still
his name?
getting
He's
paid
still
by the
getting
Mets?
checks.
He's still getting checks
right
like
now, I
million dollar
think,
check every year for like 25 years or something from whenever
Yep.
that was. Fucking insane, dude. Yeah, that guy comes on the radio. Steve Phillips, the manager of the Mets, who
He's
signed
not
that,
the only one.
came on the radio.
What's his name?
on
What's
the
the old dude that used to hit home runs all the time? Albert Pujols. I think he's got a kind
Pujols
of a
has
similar, not as
ridiculous
I think
contract.
he's got a similar deal like that too.
It's not as ridiculous though.
It's not as ridiculous, but it's similar, like the way it was structured. I
Well,
think it's the
A
same
long
way.
term. Long term after I'm done.
Yeah, smart.
Live off your endorsements and your royalties.
I'm pretty sure that's what they say LeBron does. He's so fucking rich, he lives off of his
Yeah, I mean, he's never gonna have to worry about
and
that,
his
no.
and his game checks. He don't even fucking touch.
Oh, I'd say.
One of his game checks can put his kid through college.
Literally. And then something. He could probably put 2 or 3 kids through a lot of. He could probably put like over here.
No, he could
LeBron
probably put
James.
100 or 200, dog. not like
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
college. You got to think a good college education in America
For the
costs
game.
what now? I don't know if it
Ivy
costs
League.
that much. Ivy League. We're not talking Ivy
40
League. Let's just talk.
40 to 60 grand.
Let's talk public school, good ones. Yeah,
All right,
I'd
30
say
grand a year?
I'd call it 60 grand.
Oh, I was
say
thinking 30
six-
grand a year.
Housing.
I'd say 60 for total. I was
Housing.
thinking, well, yeah, housing, book. It's crazy that nobody's.
Fucked up.
How come nobody's talked about that, dog, in Congress?
Nobody cares about that, dude. They're probably getting
Goddamn price
nothing
of
on
goddamn books.
Well, look how little attention that Lori Loughlin shit got. A chick from Full House
Nobody cares about that.
and her husband Massimo.
Yeah, was out there
Everyone
doing
wants-
straight grime.
Grime. But
But
in the
I
name
felt
of her
though,
kids.
like, you
in
know
the
what
name
I'm
of her
saying?
kids.
Like, yo, if I could do the same thing, I would too. Like, fuck it.
Grime just
my
in the
kids
name of
just
the
couldn't
children,
get
though.
the grades, but if I give you $100, I want my kids to come to the school.
We'd have never heard about it if she had just sucked everybody's dick.
I know how to smashed.
Uh-huh. Please believe I let your kid in if you let me smash it. Hell yeah, okay. Yeah,
She was
okay.
always pretty hot.
Real hot. And Becky. She could get it, man. Still to this day, she could get it. Props to that dude Massimo. We're getting to smash that all the time.
Who?
Massimo.
Massimo.
Remember that brand?
The clothing? Yeah.
That's her husband.
I still love that brand, to tell you the truth.
That's her husband. They got good genes because her kids are pretty hot too.
Man, I think I'm going to come with
I'd
that
fuck those little
Jordan.
20-year-old bitches for show.
Jordan 1 High Retro. Those are the Pines. No. Where are my fucking satin?
I woke up this morning wanting to buy a bunch of shit. Talk to the family members, and they were all like, "Yeah, we don't want to. We're only going to buy stuff for kids this year." I'm like, "Well, damn." I had all
you was
kinds of
gonna buy gifts for
ideas. Yeah, I had all kinds of ideas for everybody. I save these ideas all year long. People post something in like February and be like, "Oh, that looks pretty cool," and that'll be it, right? They won't say nothing about it, and I'll go back to their timeline for a year and especially if I'm Secret Santa for that person, and I'll check all the cool shit they thought was cool. I'll find it, put it together in like a stocking, and give it to a whole bunch of cool little things.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, but
Billy, you want to be my Secret Santa?
but they didn't want to do that this year. I always, it's never about reciprocating, you know what I'm saying? But I always feel like, damn, I wish somebody would try, you know? Try to get something that I'm interested in. Because when those things come
Lisa's good
around...
about that. Lisa buys me shit that, like...
Yeah, like that card was cool as fuck, man. Even if that's all she got you, that was a cool-ass card.
Well, she bought that because she knew... Like, she ordered that online because she knew it would make me laugh. And then she was good about, she bought me, like, she'll buy me shit that I would never buy for myself. You know what I'm saying? That, like,
Yeah.
I think it's cool, but I, like, won't waste the money to buy it. So, like, she got me... What is she? Like a coffee mug. Like, I'm always complaining to her in the mornings that my fucking coffee gets fucking cold.
Right.
Bitching about it. Like, yo, this fucking coffee, like, by the time you get halfway through, it's cold. So she bought me, like, one of those things for my desk where you put the coffee cup on, like, it looks like a little hot plate.
Oh,
But
yeah,
it's
it
made
keeps
for
it hot
coffee.
or cold.
Dog, it's awesome. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's cool. That's something you wouldn't have bought, but you needed.
Yeah, I would have never bought that, dog. I would have
Yeah,
never
that's
thought
cool.
that. Even if I saw it, I wouldn't buy it. You know, I'd be like, nah, I'm not buying that.
You know what I get? I get gift cards.
I wouldn't mind gift cards, too.
I mean, they're not terrible. I can go buy whatever I want. I know I like it, but you
Yeah.
know what I end up? I don't end up doing that. I end up waiting until somebody else's birthday, using that gift card to buy something for somebody else.
You know, gift cards, I realized, I found this because Monster sends me gift cards every Thanksgiving and Christmas. Ty gets them too. They send us $50 gift cards every Christmas and every Thanksgiving.
Do you get bonuses? Like,
Yeah, we get yearly bonuses, and we usually get raises at the end of the year of a certain percentage. Like, usually I think it's 2% or something like that, 2 or 3%. So it's pretty cool. But
So
they're
you
50,
had
imagine
salary?
this. So yeah, of course. They've been when you use those gift cards, like, imagine getting $50 gift card. No, how hard it is to keep up with a $50 gift card.
Right.
Like, how much is left on it?
Right.
Especially when you spend like $25. So literally, I went through the other day. I had a stack of like 6 of them, dude. And I didn't know, so I went and checked them all, wrote them all down, and I was like, man, some of them had $4, some of them had $25. Like, man, there's no way I'm gonna be walking around like with all these gift cards trying to buy shit, going like. But you can go on Amazon. Man, Amazon's such a smart company. You can go on Amazon and you can just put them all on your Amazon account, and then you can have all the money, all the
Right
money
there
right
on
there,
your
and then
account.
buy what you want, all together
Genius.
with gift cards. Smart as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. Because I couldn't find any other websites that will let you do that. So now, obviously, I'm gonna use the Amazon as for the fucking my shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Hey, Fly, do you have Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
So it comes with video, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only video thing we have. That's what she
All right,
watches.
good. Good. They got a good hour-and-a-half show on there. You can check this too, Stu, if you have Amazon Prime. It's called... Man. The Plot Against the President.
Yeah, you were talking
It
about it
is
earlier.
fantastic. 91 minutes long. Fantastic. I'm going to share it with you.
I'll probably watch
Money.
it. Like I said, dude, if y'all just want something that's kind of entertaining, I was telling Billy about this shit earlier. That is kind of it was a crazy like documentary movie on Hulu. Is 6ix9ine, the saga of Daniel Hernandez.
Yeah. I saw that come up. I'm definitely going to check that out.
It's crazy to see like how social media influenced this fool's rise, and like how he played social media, and then how it got him all in trouble with like in real life just being stupid. You know what I'm saying? But
is that Tekashi?
yeah, Tekashi
Yeah.
6ix9ine. But it's just the movie's about him. Yeah, of course he's a faggot. But I mean, if you watch the whole thing, it's interesting. It's interesting to see like
why, like, okay, all these like good rappers, like, you know what I mean, that are young and that are dying and that, but like you got this fucking fool running around with Look like a goddamn fucking clown all the time.
Hey, but if you watch him, that was always his plan, bro. Like if you watch the movie, like that was always his plan. You can watch like the evolution of how he got to like that, and it's kind of interesting to see like how he figured out like how to just be crazy and be a, you know, to be just a villain that people hate, and how to turn a profit off of that shit. I'm not saying I would do it. I wouldn't do it, you know what I'm saying, for myself, but it's crazy to see him do it.
Yeah.
I was telling him earlier, like, I didn't know, like, before he got famous,
Someone's gonna
he
get
was,
him one day.
yeah, somebody is. It's crazy, too, how he got mixed up with, it talks about, like, real gang members and shit, and how he got mixed in with the gang world, too. And how it's even got, like, footage of when he got kidnapped, and they took him to his house and made him fucking give up all his jewelry. They robbed him for all his jewelry. They got the fucking, they got like, they talked to his driver, which is Mexican dude, and then they tell you how, like, his driver used to drive him around. The fucking feds came to his house and fucking seized him up and threatened him with deportation and ICE because he was an illegal immigrant, and then they turned him into a fucking informant. So every day he was riding around with Takashi while they were doing all this bad shit, robbing people and shit, on video that he was informing the FBI, so the FBI built this whole fucking RICO case on these fools. Like, it's pretty interesting, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's fucking, even if you don't like him, it's just interesting to see all that shit, like how the feds are working, how they had wiretaps on niggas' phones and shit. They got that dude fucking Shoddy fucking literally talking about trying to kill him on fucking wiretap.
Yes, boy.
It's crazy.
That's what I mean. Someone's gonna get him one of these days.
Yeah.
Dude, why is Chase Claypool projected 3.2 points? Does he have COVID?
Chase Claypool, what day is he
Does
playing?
Ben have COVID? No.
He's
That
Tuesday
game's-
at 8.
Yeah, that game's not gonna happen, dude. I don't know if that's.
You don't think?
No, I don't think.
It has to happen. It's a divisional game. It has to happen.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have it on Tuesday, and
Yeah, it's gonna happen on
it's just gonna
Tuesday.
be a short week,
We're
dude,
out,
and just deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're out Lamar. I would know.
Yeah, but that's
Traded
why
for that
I don't
fucking
understand. I don't understand why Claypool's.
I'm ready whenever y'all are.
Yeah, we understand that.
Claypool
playing.
is
I'm
still
getting
regular
dressed.
projection on ESPN, so.
Oh, on NFL he's at 3.2. That's weird.
I don't know what that's about.
Okay. Let's see matchup. Crushing albino right now.
Oh yeah. Here you go. What's poppin'?
You're up 8-0. I need TJ to beat you, I think.
Not gonna
Let's see,
happen,
what do I
dude.
need to?
Not gonna happen.
What do I need? What do I need? Let's see, playoffs.
That's literally what I need. I need to win my
Schedule
game, and I
playoff
need
bracket.
2 motherfuckers to lose.
I'm in 6th
Next
place
2
right
weeks.
now. I only have to get up to
And
4th.
that can drop me. Well, ours is a 6. So yeah,
And
we
I'm
have
1 game back.
with the way our bracket works out for us, we take 12 teams. Top 6 go to the playoffs. First and second get a first round bye. That's how our playoff bracket works.
Only the top 4 go in ours out of 10.
Yeah, and
We
it's a
got
2 week
12 tops.
on the ESPN. It's crazy. 2 week. There's
Are
one
you
day-
still doing pretty good? Yeah, you're in 2nd.
Yeah,
By
I'm
1
kicking-
game.
I'm kicking it. Like,
Oh.
there's one guy's 1-10 in my Yahoo league. That's rough.
I've only won 3 games. But what's crazy is my point spread. Like at points, I'm like number 3 in the league.
Yeah,
It's just
that's
literally
good.
fucking. It's terrible because there was I think 3 weeks in a row that the guy that I played had the most points that week in the whole league. Every week I had gotten just roll of the dice. I just caught whoever was hot that week. It fucking sucked, dude.
It's like the guy in first place in our league, Fly. He has had the most points scored against. I mean, the least points scored against him by
Yeah.
200.
Your division's a lot weaker than our division.
I'm in your division.
That's crazy.
The other guy though, who has the most, his division.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. His
Yeah.
division is a lot weaker.
That's
but
crazy,
like
bro.
that Goldsboro Austin dude is 6-5. I'm 5-6, one game behind him. I'm trying to get us 3 in. Look at our
How
3
much do y'all
scores.
play for?
We were gonna play for money, but I called money
should.
off at the beginning.
Oh, that's fucking
I know, it's
weak,
lame.
dog.
Should've put money in.
I can't play unless I'm playing for
Yeah.
some money,
Yeah,
dog.
there's gotta be something.
Did I
I mean,
send
we can
you
do
a
bets on
picture
the side
of?
if you want.
I sent you a picture of what our trophy is, right?
Mhm.
Is a real fucking wrestling belt, or it looked like a UFC belt or whatever. It's real. And then the winner gets to keep it for the year, and it'll be engraved, and you'll have everybody's each year everybody wins. It's engraved on there like a title belt.
I am
keep it for the
in
year.
6th place in our league, JT, and I am in 3rd place in points scored. Fly has the
rough.
most.
That's
He's in
rough.
1st place in my division and 2nd overall. 2nd place in my division has the 2nd most. He's in 3rd overall, and I'm 3rd place in our division with the 3rd most. And there's 3 games difference between Fly and the other guy and me,
It's rough.
and only 40
tight
points.
race. Yeah.
30 points.
Like I said, we have 3 guys tied for 6 in our league, and then like I said, and then the last whatever it all comes down to the last 2 weeks of the league to see who's going to go into the playoffs. I just need to make it to the
Z and
playoffs.
Austin to lose, really. Z and Austin are the only ones that matter. Yep.
Yeah, I
I need Z and
want
Austin to lose.
team with the junk. I want him to lose too. He has to lose.
Who, the guy in front of you?
Yeah.
See, Z and Austin are playing each other, so I'm guaranteed one of them losing this week. So it's all going to come down to next week. And I got to beat...
Austin's gonna win that. It don't matter anyway.
I got to win this week, and then I have to win next week. Against the shit, but who does... So Austin will have the win for
4
sure.
playoff teams, 2 from each
So
division.
who's... No, just the top 4.
Top 4 overall.
Yep.
Wow.
Can never wear too much
Yeah,
black.
you got 12-28. You're 3rd in
What time is it?
Yeah.
I'm going to get fucked, I bet.
Who plays?
That's what I'm looking at.
Z
Goldsboro
or
Austin's
Austin
last
next
week. Nick Moreno. Goldsboro Austin plays Nick Moreno next week.
Is that the last week before the playoffs?
Yeah.
Wow.
And Z plays Albino.
The 2 worst teams in the league.
Who's all in
2
y'all's league?
worst teams in the
Proof,
league.
you, who else?
TJ. Me and Fly, Proof and TJ. And then a bunch of people from my work.
If y'all want to play next year, I'll play for some money though. I ain't playing it.
I'm
I think
in
that
for-
you, I
usually
think
I don't
that,
care
I
how
think
many
that's
I
what
have,
you
dude.
asked me, Bill. I think that's what
40
you
bucks
asked me,
entry.
and I said
Yeah.
no. Remember?
40's
I
great.
said,
40
hey,
bucks. It's 40 bucks
you
entry.
said y'all weren't playing for money, and I was like, I'll pass. I think you invited me to that.
Yeah, it was 40. It's $40 per entry, but this year's too weird for things like this right here, and we didn't know if they were going to miss games late in
It's
the
the
year.
same-
We
it's
still
same
don't know what's
shit.
going to happen.
Yeah,
Same
but it's
shit,
only
though.
$40. It's $50. It's nothing.
Yeah,
dude,
but nobody
for
wants
a
to
whole
feel like
year
they get
worth
fucked
of,
out
It's
of
the
nothing.
same thing as injuries, though. Like, you know, you get fucked either
Yeah,
way.
but you
One
get
guy
fucking
wins
real
either
pissy.
time, either
People
way,
get
you know,
real
and
pissy.
he has
y'all
to
have
deal
an
with the
eye-
same field as everyone else. That's all.
Do y'all have an IR spot in on y'all's rosters?
No,
Not even
We
an
do.
IR spot, you know.
nope, no.
Man,
IR.
We have
Steve's gotta
we
get
have
that
we have the
controller
IR because we're a keeper league. So if you fucking your keeper, your star guy that you've kept and you're holding on to him
Yeah,
and you're
you
like
really
fuck it,
don't have to
like
drop. Yeah.
you don't want to have to drop him and somebody scoop him that's going to be last place or losing or something. You know what I'm saying? Just to scoop him and take him from you.
Yeah, I don't mind
So that's why-
forcing
that's-
more in player movement stuff
that-
like that, but in a keeper, yeah, that's way too much.
But we've already thought about it. That's what I'm saying. It's cool to be in a keeper league, dude. It's fun, man.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
It makes drafting that much more important. You know what I mean? Like when you're sitting there, like you really got you think more than just this year. Like I got to try to find like a nice young fucking
Brewski.
quarterback.
Brewski. What's up?
What's
Who we
Gucci?
missing? Where's?
Who's gone, dude? We're just in
I'm
this
here.
party. Oh.
Oh, it's
I
JT.
told you
then.
I've been here a long time.
Okay.
Shut up, Stu. You probably fell asleep.
Yeah, you're probably
No,
asleep,
dude,
dude.
fuck you, bro. I'm on the
Fuck
beer,
you.
man. Fuck off.
Stu, passing out, motherfucker.
Listen here, you fucking.
Speaking of
albino
which, I
dude.
thought Bill passed out the other night on the mic, dude.
I thought was that last night?
I don't think it was last night. I think it was the other night.
Wednesday.
What?
Yeah.
Alright.
You were here, and the next thing you know, we didn't hear you for a while, and then you just ended up, your thing just clicked off.
That's right. You were like,
You never said
Oh
anything.
yeah, I was watching a show and I had the mic on, but I wasn't talking. And then I was like, "Damn, the boys are quiet." And I look over to my left, and everything's all shut down. It had died. So I
kicked
left
you
it
out.
off. Yeah, I left it off for a couple hours. I ended up getting back on late, but nobody was on. Sad day.
Hey, already.
Fly, where you at?
Gonna
Where you
do
at in the
something
game?
like-
Stu, are you playing this side game right here in this? And we're waiting on Proof to join. Are you playing
am
the
I
side
joining?
game?
I
Yeah.
thought I was number 5.
You are, but
Trailer park?
JT's not playing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting dressed. Dude. Fucking going to the bars.
I don't
Go have a
know.
couple drinks.
Fly, are you playing it?
Yeah, I'm at 3.06 AD. Kicking it hard.
AD?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I just opened up my last building.
Yeah, I did that recently.
I mean,
It
like, literally
it
just
starts
did it.
ripping AC, like hundreds of AC. But you gotta wait
Yeah,
so
I got
long
160 AC for 30 minutes. But I still haven't automated
for it. Kitty, no,
the cat.
me neither. But
For
my
the
Skrillaville is
But
making
my
more than the
Skrilla's
cat.
making so much
Yeah.
more than the cat.
Yeah,
By like a lot. Like my Skrilla's making 81 zebra, where my cat pulls down 236Y.
yeah, but your fairy tale Dawn is level 1, right? Mine too. Once we get it up, it's gonna be fucking lit, dude.
Fairy tale what?
The
Oh,
cat,
Dawn is a level
yeah,
1?
those side
Oh, yeah.
side card upgrades. Yeah, but it sucks because
Yeah,
you're just trying to get
she's
those
a
Rickies.
6.
Alright,
Yeah, I'm
boys.
just trying to get those Rickies.
Yeah,
I'll holla
not
at
in the
y'all.
store.
Alright, man.
man,
Be
be
safe.
safe tonight,
Later,
bro.
dude.
Yeah, be safe, dude. Don't get raped by Mexicans.
I got 10 out of 20 Ricky. And I'm going for
Is that what you fear when you go out?
1 alpha beta.
Fly? Are you
I've never
scared
had to.
when you-
I've never had to fear.
Once again,
fear getting
dude, the
raped
Canadians,
with
you
the
hear
kill-death
them, dog,
ratio
on
like this.
D-Lives.
Hey,
One
I'm always
like
scared
the
for
other
if
one's
you're just
racist.
walking
Close to
down. I'm always scared if you're walking down 6, then you see like some chick from a distance. She looks hot as fuck, and then you start walking up to her, and then it turns out she's a dude.
Oh,
You're scared of that?
Well, I never
That happened
had
to my friend.
because like the dudes,
That happened
like,
to my
the
friend when
girls
we were
in the
down there.
Jordans and the you know what I'm saying, in the hoodies, those are guys, bro. They were never chicks, you know.
Bro, hey, listen, we were going down, me and this other coach at this coach's clinic. We're down on 6, and he sees this dude. He's in a bra and fucking big old titties, and he's like, God damn. And then so we start walking up to him. I was like, that's a fucking man, bro. That shit goes down all the time, man, up there. You gotta watch out.
I told y'all that story about Robert Huerta.
Huerta.
What the?
Wait,
Roger. Roger.
Roger.
Huerta.
Was it Roger? Or, yeah,
What?
yeah,
Yeah.
Roger.
Roger what?
Roger Huerta. Huerta or whatever. You can TMZ that shit. He was a professional fighter, dude.
Yeah, he was in the
He was in-
UFC.
he was in the
and
UFC.
at a bar.
And he was
some dude.
he came out. No, he
fucking
came out of the
slapped a
bars,
chick.
and a UT football player, like a linebacker or something, big ass dude.
Yep.
They're out in the street. This dude had been in the bar all night, drinking and macking on this chick, and then he gets outside and he realizes that it's not a chick, it's a dude, and he gets so pissed off he fucking punches her. You know what I'm saying? Which. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, okay.
Can't say I would have done anything different. I just
Yeah,
really hope
yeah.
Roger Huerta wasn't there
But
when that happened.
Roger Huerta was in the streets on 6th Street, and this was when the bars get out. So if you've never been to 6th Street,
And
when the
he
bars
thought it was
get
a
out,
chick.
there's thousands of people just in the middle of the street, bro. Like, it looks like fucking Bourbon Street, you know? There's just people fucking everywhere. And the cops usually are at the end of the street. They're on horses, and then at, you know, at a certain time around, you know, 2:30 or 3, they push everybody out of there. So there's always tons of cops down there. So Roger Huerta was walking down the street and saw this shit. He saw all he saw was a big old black dude knocking out a black chick in the middle of the road, not realizing that it was really a dude knocking out, you know, a chick that it was a dude. And so he came running up and fucking, like, you know, got crazy on this dude. And so of course the football player thinks he's big as fuck. Roger or Robert, whatever his name, he was like a, what did he run around at? 155, 160, yeah. Something like that.
165, 170, somewhere in there.
Yeah, something. Yeah, he wasn't big, dude. Yeah, he's not big at all. And the dude he went up to is probably 215, 220, dog.
Yep.
Like, big ass fucking
ripped,
dude.
fucking
Yeah, big
dude.
ripped motherfucker, dude. He rolled up on him, dude. They squared up, and fucking Roger Huerta or whatever fucking pieced this fool up and dropped him in the middle of the street, dude. Pop, pop, pop. And you just hear one of his boys in the video. It's all over camera. It was on TMZ, dude. I was there that night. I was right down the road that night when this shit went down. And of course, there's so many fights you don't even know that this shit's going on. Like there was probably 20 other fights going on. You know what I'm saying? It's just how it is every night. And then you just hear some dude coming up screaming in the video like, "Roger, no, don't do it." And you're thinking like, what? No way. Like, you're not gonna. And then, dude, yeah, that dude just fucking wrecked that dude. I heard that dude was so good in the UFC that I think it was like ESPN the magazine or something like that had come there to a fight that Chuck Liddell was the main card, and they were coming there to interview Chuck Liddell for the cover of the ESPN the magazine or something like that after his fight. And that dude Roger or whatever was on the undercard and whooped the shit out of somebody on his, like, one of his debuts, and they were there, and that was his claim to fame. Like, boom, they were just like, and then the interview turned into, I think he ended up being on the cover of the magazine or something like that.
Yep. It's pretty accurate. They wanted a face that wasn't extremely popular on the magazine. They could help build his brand. And
yeah, and I heard they watched this fight that night, and he had, like, I think he got voted best fight of the night or something like that night. And so ESPN was like, yo, who the fuck? He became the new star, or he was supposed to be on his way up, but then I don't know whatever happened to him. That's crazy though, because I would have never known who he was until that night. You know what I'm saying? That shit happened. I was like, this happened on 6th Street? Did you find it?
oh yeah, I found it and sent it to both Proof and Fly.
Yeah, it was on TMZ. It was on there for like a week, dude. He was in trouble. He got in some trouble for that shit.
Right now.
And that was when UT was fucking like top 10 or something like that. So that that linebacker was somebody too, I think. You see how many people were out there too, like just like watching this shit go down? I've seen some crazy ass shit on 6th Street, dude. Some crazy ass shit.
It's nuts, bro.
Dude, one time when I was bartending at this happened. Griff can tell you the story, dude.
Okay.
Griff was there, so Nation when Mike Moomba was there too. Mike was with me and helped me do this shit. One of the bartenders that we had a 2-story bar. Went upstairs and I guess got into it. I don't know how it happened, but got into it with some dude in the bathroom. And the dude pulled out a fucking knife and like cut his fucking face, dude. Like the inside of his cheek or something like that, and got him, and where he had to leave and go get stitches. So he comes downstairs, he's holding his face, he's bleeding everywhere. And me and Mike just say, "Who did that? Where the fuck is he at?" And fucking he was like, "I don't know, I think he's out front." So, and I just literally immediately said, "What was he wearing?" and he was wearing a striped polo, a blue striped polo. So me and Mike burst out the back door, and we run out in the middle of 6th Street, dude. There's fucking people everywhere. It's during South by Southwest. I look over, we're literally thinking we're never going to find this guy. You're not going to find a needle in the haystack. There's 1,000 people on the street. How are we going to find a dude wearing a blue striped polo? You know what I mean? Hey, sure enough, we come up, we find him, dude. We catch him. And I was like, hey, motherfucker, come here. And he I knew by the way he turned around, he's like, nah, get away from me. He was the guy, right? And so we were like, nah, you're coming with us. And he was like, I ain't fucking going nowhere. So I grabbed him by his arm, by his elbow, like a cop would grab you. And he ripped away from me. So fucking, I jump up and I put him in a rear naked, dude. And I got him just choked out. Mike grabs his feet, bro. And we pick him up above our heads parallel. And fucking bring him down to the ground and body slam him, and you could just hear it go thunk on concrete. And then I get him and I fucking got him in a rear naked and start choking the living shit out of him. And then Mike goes into fucking crowd control, dude. Everybody comes circling around like, get off of him, because they don't know what's going on. They think that we just came out and jumped this dude. And so I'm sitting there choking him, and Mike is literally in crowd control like, get back, get fucking back. Hey, the cops come running in. And because we had bar towels on, I'm sitting there just choking the living shit out of this dude. He can't breathe. And we just fucking body slammed him. He's fucked up. And the cops come in. They're like, what's going on? And we're like, hey, we work at Bat Bar. This dude just fucking assaulted one of our bartenders. And the cops just grabbed him, zip-tied his ass up, and took him in and fucking took his ass to jail, dude.
Did you ever find the knife on him or no?
Man, we ran right straight into the bar. So I don't know what they caught him with. We fucking just ran into the bar because we didn't want to get questioned and we didn't want to talk to the cops. We just told them real quick, and it was so fury. The cops out there were just trying to get the shit under control. They weren't paying attention to us no more, so we just got the fuck out of there. Right. You can ask Moomba about that shit. He was there. It was fucking nuts, dude. I was like, I couldn't believe we did that. I couldn't believe we got away with it, and I can't believe that dude sliced up one of our homeboys' face, dude. That dude didn't come to work for 3 weeks, dude. He didn't come out of his house. He was all fucked up apparently. It was crazy.
What's that? What's this video, Bill? Is this? This is some shit from Russia.
So I sent you 2 videos.
That's the fight. That's the
first one is the Roger Huerta from TMZ. The second one is my all-time favorite street fight.
That's a good
video.
It is a good
one.
one.
All the street fight videos I've ever seen, that's my all-time favorite one.
Which one? Who's in it? I like some of those old Kimbo Slice ones. Oh, the Russian? You seen that one? Well, those dudes spit in his face, and there's a Russian dude outside of a club, and he fucking just waylays 3 fucking dudes in a row.
Yeah,
One-hitter quitters, these motherfuckers.
Seen that.
You seen the other one? I bet you've seen this one too, where the dude's walking with his chick, and those 2 dudes, the one, in Russia, that's another Russian one. He backhands the dude, and then he turns around and squares up with the other dudes, and he fucking knocks them out.
That's exactly the video that I sent him. I said, that's of all the street fights, that's my favorite one.
Because he backhands that motherfucker, and he fucked that dude up.
Right, he fucked them both up.
Oh, those fights are so good.
over and over again.
Yeah, they kept getting up, and he was just like,
I would not stop either. I would not stop either. She was screaming, okay, Leland, stop, honey, stop. No, I wouldn't stop either.
And his punches were on fucking point. Every time he hit, they were just perfect.
He reminded me of Fedor. The way he was swinging and the way he was fighting, that's how I knew it was in Russia. That's why I looked it up, and it was in Russia.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's a good one.
It's a good one. Yeah, it's my all-time favorite one.
I've gone down the rabbit hole of
the rabbit of street
YouTube fights. Yeah, dude, where I'm for an hour and a half going, God damn.
Yeah.
The problem is when you do that shit, when you get done watching them, you get all hype and you're be at the grocery store yo, I hope nobody pops off in this bitch, dog. I will fucking smack somebody right now.
With the fucking cheese grater. I'll hit you with this 2-liter. I'll smack you with that butter stick. Man. I'll pour that milk bottle all over your head.
Oh, you hit that girl on accident, though, man. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a crazy video.
Accident or not, man, you fucking... There's consequences for all things in life.
Why are you hitting the other dude? The other dude didn't do it.
Hey, man.
Yeah, we're just friends with him, dog. That's,
Don't be
that's
friends
enough,
with
dude.
dude
Yeah,
dating the girl.
that's enough, dude. That's your
They might
man.
not
That's
even be
kind
friends. They were trying to fight each other. They were like,
Hey, if it's
grabbing
me,
each other.
hey, I couldn't tell you how many times I told you when I got a black eye on my birthday, my 30th birthday, dude. I fucking was out on 6th Street and bumped into these Mexicans walking outside the bar, dude. And I was like, I was all fucked up, and the dude just immediately started talking shit, and I was like, fuck you, bitch. And that fucking dude popped the fuck out of me, dude, without even fucking, like, he didn't even, like, wait to talk or nothing, dude. Nigga just cracked me, dude. Bam! Hits me in my face. My eye just fucking flared up like a huge golf ball underneath my eye, and I touched it. And I looked at that dude, and I was like, you just fucked up. You should have killed me. And I fucking hit him in his fucking teeth, dude, in his front teeth, and knocked out his 2 teeth. G was there. I had like 5 people. My friends saw this shit. The dude goes down, and then his boy's standing right there, and then I fucking swing at him, and he runs. And they're like, why are you trying to get him? I was like, that's his fucking friend. I'm going to whip his ass for being his friend.
Yeah, for being
so
his
I
friend.
chased this nigga for like 2 blocks, and I
Yeah.
catch him at the end of fucking 6th Street, and
Kick
I
his
take
feet
a
out.
crow hop. Nah, I took a crow hop. He turned around and stopped, and I hit him straight in the fucking nose. Bust his nose open, and then I turned around and ran back to the bar, dude, and went back inside, and then hid in the very back of the bar, like in the where the kitchen was at.
Good call.
Went upstairs, dude. I took photos. I used to have a photo. My face was fucked up, dude. The next day, I like had to explain to everybody that I didn't lose the fight. Like, I can look so shitty. It was like
the other guy.
so bad. It was so
All right,
bad.
boys, what are we doing?
Alright, I'm gonna go see what's popping on 6th Street right now, dog. Might be down there wildin'. I holler.
Later, dude.
Have fun.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip.
Jace Tingler got ejected in the NLDS Game 1 yesterday. This one's brought to you by DraftKings. It starts in the 3rd inning. That's where this story
I don't know if
starts
you guys
with a
like baseball
3-1
enough,
count
but this
to
guy, John Boy
Fernando
Media, is
Yeah,
great.
yeah. I
Throws
watched.
the
I have
fastball
been
and gets
subscribed to him for a
that
while.
ball to
He's a
strike.
beast,
Yeah,
dude.
he's
The way he
awesome.
slows it down, reads the lips, unbelievable,
At
dude.
no point was that a
Unbelievable. The best there
strike.
is.
Tatis can't believe it.
He sounds a lot like. Have you ever seen that show New Girl?
I was trying to place that voice because I haven't watched him in a while, but yeah. No, I never seen that show. You've seen that show. the way.
Have you seen?
I'm 100% hetero.
Anyway,
show, man. That's a good show.
He makes a show called Hoops too. He's the voice of the cartoon character in the show Hoops. So
That show's gay.
It's funny.
It's not funny, man. It's
Hoops?
so
What the hell's
bad.
Hoops?
It's so dirty.
It's like a
Yeah,
dirty,
that's how all the shit is.
It's like a. It's like so over the
Yeah, Big
top.
Mouth.
It's over the top of Big Mouth, dude. It's like take Big Mouth and multiply it by 100.
Oh man,
just
I can't
like,
even
what the
imagine that.
Big Mouth's
like-
pretty bad. I didn't like Big Mouth. I didn't watch it.
No.
Oh, I love
awful.
Big Mouth, dude. As
Oh,
a
you like
teacher, I
that
loved
shit?
it, man. I was laughing my ass off, dude.
Fucking immature, dude.
I know. But like Hoops, man, it was like I'm watching it. It's just like I'm like cringing every time I'm watching it. I'm just like, God damn.
Damn.
One of our producers picked up on some buzzwords in the Poirier locker room as he was getting ready to come out as he lands a left and a right.
Yeah, that's my dude.
Coming out of the Poirier corner before they came out.
Here we go,
Oh, he didn't
boys.
beat Gagey, did he? I don't remember that.
It's the A squad right here, dude. If we don't get a win,
Well,
it's probably Billy's
not
fault.
on an A level right now, dude.
Oh, is he rusty?
He's on a Z sleepy level.
Oh shit. Is he even awake? Stu, you good?
You here, buddy? We lost, dude. The party leader.
Fantastical.
Amazing.
We jump when Stu jumps.
He's looking backwards on the plane, like.
Hey, anyone need that?
Oh, he marked it.
Mark that.
Okay.
He's
I'm here, boys.
here. You just can't talk.
I'm here.
Let's go, stupid dude.
I'm here.
Stupid dude.
See, he fell asleep for a minute.
He did. He was asleep.
I'm just fucking around.
How many
What,
beers
you're
you
not
had
really
tonight, Stu?
a few beer.
I got 6 or 7 down there now.
Michelob?
Just take my time, man.
Okay, yeah, that's good, man. That's good. You're keeping it light. If that was 6, like Budweisers or something, I'd maybe be concerned. But I mean, you know, they're Michelob Ultras. That's like a third of a regular beer, you know?
True.
Right.
They're only 4% like a Coors Light. Like it's literally like.
So I just broke glass in my building.
Yeah, me.
What you need in my building, dog? Huh?
No, I'm just
Stingy ass.
crossing through, man.
Stingy ass, Stu. Oh, stingy Stu.
Got enough.
Never enough, bro.
Okay.
We gotta hit this spot right here.
Moving. Contract complete. Recon
That's
intel
all you,
secure.
bro.
Yeah.
Take that,
Found
though.
more tacticals.
Yeah, come on, Bill, let's go.
You're going up
Now
up to Green Mark?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's a buy station right here at Greenmark. Don't we want to buy a loadout?
Yeah, there's one right here too.
Okay. Well, let's just get together wherever we buy it at. Doesn't matter.
That way. Is it not looted? Dude?
Negative.
This is.
Oh, load out.
Just
Load out over by
behind us,
Eagles
sports
right
train.
there.
Yeah, sports train.
Yeah, or
Heading
there,
to
or
green,
there.
heading to green.
Ignore that.
Heading to green.
This hasn't been
Oh, shit.
loaded. Let's loot this first, boys. We got
Nah,
pretty
let's
good
get
guns
this shit
here.
quick.
Enemy
Yeah,
UAV
we want loadout
overhead.
first.
They're already popping the UAV.
Cash
Get this
here.
shit.
Take what
Yeah.
you need.
Give me your money. Give me your money. Give me all your money.
We're getting 2?
Yeah.
Friendly loadout
Here.
drop on the way.
We're gonna fuck around, bro.
Loadout drop headed your way. You've got gas moving in.
Two selfies for me.
Oh, I'm getting shot
Yeah,
from
they're
behind.
pushing,
Shot from behind.
Setting a claymore.
Holy shit, just look like the whole fucking team, dude. Coming over right now.
Enemy here.
Hey, switching me. Just fucking around too.
Shit. God damn it.
Alright.
I got one.
You're up next, mate. Get ready. You win this fight,
two.
you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done here.
Pushing on me.
Right.
Oh,
did you get killed?
Pushing on me.
If your team has the cash, they can pay for your release.
He's in this building.
No way. No armor up top. I don't know how the fuck he downs me, but I can't down him. That's crazy. Stupid. I gotta fix my leg. I gotta go do something else.
P90.
How hot you think that spot is? Are you good?
Oh, I'm good, man.
Seems like it, yeah.
I raped 4 of the guys, man. Like, oh, it's coming from up here.
Y'all should get that other loadout. Leave those so we can get them.
Those should stay because I never hit either.
Yeah.
Did you hit either
them
one?
both. I hit both of them already, and I got them both.
I hit one.
I
money.
hit both of them.
Did you get all the money,
Aid
Stu?
station there. Check your
I
map.
can't believe it. Like, yeah, there's no money. Fuck.
Oh, is there money in that other room? Should go loot some shit.
Let's go kill this. Oh, he just got a people with it.
Hasn't been looted over here.
Got heavy fire coming down over here. On the other side of me.
Well, come over where I'm
I
to.
got a box. I got a box
Hasn't
on
been
top
looted.
of me. I know. I'm right across the street from you. I'm saying on the other side of us. Like in the.
Moving up here.
I think it's going down in the bank, man. That's what I'm saying. It's on the roof. You can get to it up there.
Got
I got
it.
enough
yeah.
for one of us.
I am first
It's
up,
proof.
by the way. Ooh.
I think it's good because proof can get both, and I can still get them
I
both.
can get them both. Yep. Oh shit.
Yellow, great, yellow, great. Not bad, not bad. 800 stack.
Oh, we lost the loot. We lost one.
Lost one what?
Oh,
One
where'd
of the
it go down?
loadouts.
I never got any of them. That's so gay.
Because the free one dropped.
Oh, the free
right?
one dropped. Yeah. See, I told. Yeah. If you buy
What
two,
happened?
the one that drops
Where is
will
the free one
you,
at?
there can only be 2 of your loadouts on the map at any one time.
Where is the free one at?
Southwest or whatever.
Enemy care package located.
Oh.
Shit.
Yeah. So even if it
Better
spawns
hurry up.
far as
We
fuck
got
away,
300
that
bucks.
stupid
We need
shit
300
happens.
bucks.
Just some gay COD shit, you know.
Coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Dropping money at the buy.
Oh shit!
He's getting ripped.
What?
He's out on his own. Gotta get in
Where
that
at?
building,
Yeah, the big building.
Where
Red
at, Stu?
building.
Red building? Where's the red building?
This building over that way.
huh? Northeast.
Come on, get across. Get to the buy station.
I got movement here. Disregard last.
Oh. Drove at the buy station.
Roger that.
Fuck. I'm in a good spot. Oh, fuck. Don't get me. Get out of here. Precision airstrike. Buy me back, boys.
Oh, nice.
Where did they shoot you from?
All the way down there. I marked them. Straight north, down low, about 300 meters, 200 meters or so. They were right on this general.
I don't have the sniper rifle, so.
Really? Jumping down right there.
Enemy here.
2 of them.
Those are one of the ones that did it. I finished one for you.
Man.
Popped him.
Oh shit, he got me. Fuck.
Right in the back
Someone's ripping
here.
there. Someone's ripping up there. Roof.
Right, no, right in the back. Like,
Downed him.
broke buddy's armor, broke his armor.
Oh, sniper got me again. He's back up. He's back up. I'm behind a rock.
Up with you. Let's go.
Got you.
One lower, one closer, one closer. Right here.
Looking for a glint, can't find it.
He was deep left.
I think we should move right to the top of this red building.
Oh my god, he gets me quick, dude. Right on red mark. Purple red.
I see the glint.
I think we should go get our second loadout. But let's just...
Oh, left. On the left.
I just tell you.
I don't know where that is.
No visual.
That's brutal.
Throwing grenade!
You're gonna be
We
fine.
gotta go back.
Let's get out of here, man. Please.
Stupid ass spot, dude.
Sniper's down.
Fucker shot me! Contact!
God damn. Fuck!
Inside there?
No, it was... I was peeking out a window on the side.
Fuck yeah, I didn't even see this guy,
Oh
dude.
shit! Oh shit!
I don't understand, man.
Contact!
Are you good, Fly, or what?
There's a guy pushing me from the other side.
Any money?
Fire sale. I got a bit of money.
You're the only one.
Yeah, get us an armor box.
Armor, yeah.
Looking
Right around
from
here,
the
right around
right,
here.
from the right,
Nice.
from the right. Southwest, west. 257, real close. I'm
How
dying.
the fuck did he just get Bill? Yeah, Bill needs to pick up. Bill needs to pick up proof.
He's coming right here.
Coming.
He's right here.
He's pushing.
Five mark.
He's got him.
He's down,
He's
you're
got him.
down.
Disregard last.
Another one from inside the house, I think. Oh. Lit, dude. Absolutely lit.
Oh, man.
I
Oh
wish I could
shit!
fucking
Oh,
help,
I'm
man. I am
stuck.
just shit, dude.
Fuck! I was stuck.
I don't know how the fuck that guy swung across and just ripped me so fucking easily, man. Absolutely retarded.
How did you never see anybody the whole time, bro?
I saw a glint one time and I got popped before I could even fire my weapon, and then I got
That guy was fast.
that
guy
one.
was
I didn't
fast.
see that guy, dude. He was all over the
He
place.
was fast.
I feel like you're gonna have to
Oh, you prick.
Yeah, like that's how I'm feeling, dude. Like exactly like
I
that.
just feel like I was out
That's
of
my full
position.
vibe right now. I'm gonna get on a different bowl though. I'll be right back.
Already like 3 or 4 inside leg kicks, though, man. He's got to check him. He's got to at least punch, catch one, and take him down something every time he gets kicked. Bonker.
7 of Robbie Lawler's victories have come inside the opening round. While for Melvin No Mercy Manhoff, 20 of his wins have come inside the first round due to strikes. This is not the time to be taking a snack break, my friends. Bell goes, we're underway.
P.S. This fight ends in the first round.
Middleweight division. We are anticipating an explosive contest. Robbie Lawler, of course, does have the wrestling pedigree. It may be in his best interest to eventually take this fight to the ground, but if you were at the weigh-in, you saw the stare down. I don't know if any one of these guys is willing to budge an inch. Right now, Manoff is walking down Robbie Lawler, putting his back to the fence. Lawler to southpaw. Kick by Lawler to the midsection. There's a kick from the Dutchman. Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly. Lawler to a choke round after kick. It seemed like he was almost surprised by the distance Manhoff was in, so he jumped in through that kick to push it back.
Fucking ads, man.
Melvin extremely relaxed. You've been start. Time to kick this off. Robbie's waiting for that punch blitz. He's throwing his hip at Robbie. Man opening up. The combinations and the kicks of Lawler. Lawler looks to be once again hitting that lead leg. Being decimated. Battle Royale. Just closing on your position. Suggest you get moving.
Whew.
Okay, monitor's tilted wrong. Monitor's too low. Monitor's way too low.
Fix your tilt. Fix your tilt.
That's what we got. That's what we got. Okay.
Okay.
That's what it is.
I hear
Gonna
you.
be hot, boys.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
See.
Not hot at all. In this game, I used to land here all the time. Oh my god. I should like can't even control my guy.
Targets are up. Get to work. Be advised, your teammate has been marked as a high-value target. Keep them secure. Enemy soldier incoming.
Free selfie right off the hop.
Got an enemy soldier incoming.
I didn't get that.
I hear him. He's in my house.
I'm in the A-frame. 2 doors down.
Attaboy, buddy.
Hit me.
You're good.
What?
I killed Jamil 19.
You got a kill already?
Yep. Oh, another one here. Bitch, little bitch, dude. He's down up there. I think there's more. Guys pushing me.
Trapped out. Coming in. Hurt bad.
Shotgun, he's down. He's finished.
Try harder next time.
Another guy up here.
There! I've got movement!
You upstairs? You got him up there with you, JT?
No, no.
Yeah. You in this building?
Who's
Or you
chasing
left?
him?
You
Yeah.
bailed?
Probably,
Push him.
yeah.
He just got picked up. Someone's got picked up. There's two.
Two.
Yep. I see him.
Broke armor on one.
Come back in.
Oh shit.
Down, down.
Team
White.
white.
Good shit.
Good shit, boys.
Here, boys. Back to the loadout.
Vendor here if you need equipment.
Who's that getting lit?
Give me your money. Give me your
He's
money.
close.
Give me your money.
He's close.
You got none. You're a bitch.
Man, that sounded real close, boys. Like across the street here, close.
Oh, they didn't even come with you. I thought they were all coming over here to buy.
We are.
Yeah,
Who you
10
talking to like that? Like we ain't right here on the
later.
mic. Like you can't talk to us.
We've got gas moving in.
It's alright, boys. I'll buy it, whatever, yes.
Alright. Flying, I need selfies anyway.
Loadout drop headed your way.
I got a free one, so.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We're about to get money though.
Yeah,
Here's
well,
some
give me your
ammo.
fucking money.
Okay.
Most wanted target survived. Good
Oh,
job.
I need anybody got SMG?
What the fuck?
Fly.
This is good. Oh.
Get your selfie and then give the rest of us to.
I don't want it.
So
We're in
it
the
doesn't
station.
cry.
Watch for enemies.
Oh, I do want it.
Anybody got SMG? No?
Yeah, give me your
Yeah,
money.
yeah, I
motherfucker.
got some. I got 150 right here.
Extra cash if you need it.
Cash here. Take what you need.
Hey, pick up the rest, please.
Alright. Good. Alright.
Friendly UAV overhead.
Get my money? No.
Ooh, they're behind us, but they're moving. Give me your money, man.
I need plates, bro. Anybody got plates?
Here, I got plates for you.
Extra cash if you need it.
Drop on top of this big building.
Moving.
We gotta move deeper in, so let's grab this vehicle and get the fuck out of here. I got another UAV. I need all the stuff I can get, man. All the fucking dollar bills, man.
More armor, right
Needs
here.
all the XP, you know.
So we're crossing?
On drive.
I guess so.
I'll come along.
Right shotgun.
Alright.
Where do you wanna go? Where do you wanna go? Red line?
I marked red line way back there.
Red
But
line.
don't go right through this, though. You know what I'm saying? Or do, whatever.
Target, I see one.
I hit one.
Don't stop.
Okay, in front of me.
Whoa!
Oh shit! Trying to fucking reload. God damn it!
You
Get
can't
up,
reload?
get up.
Yeah, you have to hold down square.
Oh fuck!
Fuck you, bro. Fuck, that's it, so. Oh, what the fuck?
Throwing grenade.
He's out, he got out, he got out, he got out.
I'm hit.
Bro, what is this guy shooting, dude? What is this guy shooting? Oh, it's a shield turret. Unreal. God, that thing's fucked hard.
Here, I got you, Fly.
It's going
Down
up,
to the
going
left,
up.
down to the left, down to the left.
See this guy with the shield turret?
No.
Yeah, let's get down there, let's get down
Oh,
there.
key card, key card.
There's more there pushing from the
Coming
car.
down, coming down, coming down, coming down. From our car right now. Come on, boys.
Too late. Another one.
Behind us.
He went
Teammates in the
back.
gulag. If they survive, they can redeploy. Friendly UAV over.
To my right, oh shit.
Slide.
Shooting at me.
I got you.
Right, hold stealth.
This guy had a right turret.
Arm up.
Yeah, let's go. Somebody's gonna get a juggernaut.
Get back.
Trophy system
Let's go
deployed.
get it.
On drive.
I'll go get it, I'll go get
Someone
it.
got it already, dude.
All right, passenger.
No, they don't.
Yeah, that's somebody with
Yeah,
it, bro.
they
That's
got
somebody
it.
with it.
Down.
Let's go. Yeah, this is highlight. Grab this.
Let's go back.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Get on top of this building,
Oh,
huh?
getting highlighted. Loadout direction. Oh, right on the loadout. Right on the loadout. Absolutely fucking ripping me, dude. What the?
Oh, I broke his armor,
Yeah, he's weak as fuck, dude. Oh man, there's more in there.
Teammate redeployed to the AR.
Got one.
Yeah,
We're good at loadout?
Oh my god.
It's hot. Where's the other guy?
Loadout's on? Okay.
Should be good.
Where'd I die at?
Where is this guy?
Sit on the beat.
I got hit from the northeast.
Let's get to the roof, get to the roof.
Shit. We didn't get the loadout.
Fuck.
I got it.
Me.
Maybe you didn't have to.
Maybe.
How the fuck do you get inside? There's a rope right here.
There, going in.
Oh,
Where?
fuck.
On
Y'all
me.
see that guy was right there?
You
Moving.
motherfucker.
Everybody see that right there, Mark?
Bit of body armor here.
Juggy on that motherfucker?
I'm getting high alerted from north. It looks like the tower, maybe? Nope.
I just checked that.
Fuck.
Somebody dropping in on me. Oh, fuck. I can't.
Hostile dropping into the area.
Yeah, I got
Watch
hostile.
the skies.
Man, where's
East?
this?
Oh,
where's
he's
this
up.
rope at?
Contact.
It's all the way. Oh, where are you guys? Fuck.
It's outside, inside? Where is it?
So hostile
Guy on
dropping
me,
in.
guys.
I'm coming out. Bro.
2 on me. I'm up on the fucking roof that I marked. God damn.
Shouldn't be up there all alone like that.
Down one, down one.
Down 1, 2. Oh, he's right on me, on me, on me. He's just got a pistol. Fuck.
Oh, no, I gotta reload. Fuck.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Team wipe.
Your teammate was sent to the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy. Teammate redeploying to the AO.
Gas mask here if anybody needs it.
I'm back.
Hey, anyone need this?
Run to the hills. Did
y'all take my gun?
Negative.
Only my sniper's up here.
Car pulling up.
Now he might have, whoever killed you might have taken your
Where
gun.
did y'all team wipe him at? Y'all remember?
He's down here. Coming to it, down at the first
Oh, it's a
floor.
juggernaut in that car. Damn, I hit him.
That's
she's
your gun.
Guy
coming
landing on
towards
the
us.
roof.
She's coming towards us.
Northeast corner.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's driving that car, dude.
Enemy launched an advanced UAV. We're exposed.
Advanced UAV.
Juggernauts in that car?
Yep.
Oh, I missed.
Enemy there.
That's retarded, no? Can't we just blow up the car and it'll blow
Yep.
him up?
That's what I was trying to do, but... He got out.
No, he never.
No, he never.
Driving on 2 flat tires.
Mm-hmm. I'm on the roof, boys. Oh, there's another truck.
With guys sniping. Oh, guys.
Yeah.
Close. Oh,
Hostile vehicle.
that's spicy.
I am not on the roof, and I do not know how to
Moving
get
up
there.
here.
I'm going up to the plane with these fools.
Down one bar there.
What movement?
Oh, what was that? Was that you?
No. He's on orange
I'm on.
marker. Up to the right of it.
Juggernaut!
Jug.
Closing. Get to the safe zone.
Is he down? He's gone.
No. He hid. Oh, he's dead, yeah. Somebody else killed him.
Yeah, Jug.
Alright, we can concentrate
Oh.
on getting out of this building.
What movement?
Let's go, boys. We need to get out of here.
Moving.
I'm going right for that big building there.
Anyone need this? Gas moving in. Get to the safe zone.
Ammo in this building that we're going into.
Enemy UAV overhead. Be advised, there's an enemy team hunting you.
Satchel up here.
More armor right here.
How do you get up there?
Yeah, that's for y'all then.
Oh, I got it.
What's your beat say, Stu?
Nothing. Clear. Armor plate coming up the door here. Up the hallway.
Is there a rope on this one?
Not sure.
Nope.
Yes.
Enemy UAV overhead.
All clear, but it's been looted. Vehicle over on the other side. Here you go. Oh, fuck, I fell off the roof.
I got movement. Contact. Contact.
They're jumping.
Be advised, your teammate has been marked as a high-value target. Keep him secure.
Why?
I don't know
The
how that
fuck
missed.
would you do that? Why would you do that, Stu? Smart.
Yeah, why would you pick that up?
Not answering isn't gonna make it go away. We're still gonna keep asking.
I see one.
Oh my god, my sniping shit, dude.
Fly, they're coming for you right now.
I'm going.
Oh, there's a guy behind this rock down there.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Oh my god.
Downed
Okay,
him.
thank you, dude. I cannot even shoot anything, dude.
Another guy went out of that room.
Yeah.
I have no visual. Oh,
Oh.
yep, he went in that room.
Moving. Cancel out.
I'm gonna go.
Rotate right.
Yep.
They're
Southwest.
loading down. Yeah,
Target
live
here.
line. Yeah, rotate right.
Boxes.
The enemy lost track of you. You're safe.
In front of us.
Fuck. While they're, yeah.
Wipe him. Not a team wipe. Not a team wipe. Just finish. Nope, not a team wipe. Still in front of you. Sounds like we're getting
No
shot from
vehicle.
behind, too.
From the hill. 153 from the hill. 167, 167, sniper.
Enemies in the area.
Got a gas mask.
Any y'all need this?
Extra
I need
plates.
it. I need it. Oh.
Another satchel right here.
Good on the
Got
satchel.
some armor here.
I could use some money for some selfies. If you got some extra, Fly, before the storm gets here.
Oh, I have some extra.
Be totally,
Up on the hill, up on the hill. Up on the hill right here.
Yeah, I need some too.
Enemies in the area.
And farther back. Like,
Moving.
we need to get over in Boneyard right now. I'm gone.
Where's it at? Oh, is it
right
right here?
here.
cash here. Take what you need.
Good.
You got kill streaks? I could hold the crate. Oh.
Here.
What do we need? Do we need any crates? What do we have?
I got a trophy.
Button armor box.
So. Rotating right. Pushing across. Push across, Fly, push across.
Oh, Fly's getting shot at.
No, they're fighting, two teams fighting.
Team white.
Okay, there's one more team there.
A bonus, I mean a bounty. Bounty's right here, boys.
Yeah, he's moving down to the right of the hill.
Circle, circle.
What are we doing, y'all? We gotta go.
Rotate right, rotate
We got a
right.
long way to go,
Yeah.
y'all. Come on, man. Don't fuck with them.
Rotate right, come on.
Good call. We only have 200 meters we gotta get. That's good.
Man, I really need my... I could use the high alert.
Yep.
It might not be worth it at this point.
Rotate right, because the building over right here.
Another armor box.
Cover
in here.
over this way.
Right
Anyone
here.
can hold it, I have one.
Okay, over here on the hill, over here on the hill, right on my green
I
marker.
need it, it's pretty late.
Someone's down.
25 remaining.
Bloodthirsty, yeah, clean them up.
Yeah, I see shooting them.
Still another guy. Get to the right here.
To the left.
We need
Train, top of
ammo,
train,
watch
top
our
of train.
bonus.
I'm
Bounty.
good.
I keep calling it bonus.
Down one up
Light
there.
movement.
Yeah,
Go for
definitely
high
push the
alert.
circle.
Oh, he's jumping off.
Do I not have? Do we not have it? Do I not have it?
I didn't because I died.
I didn't because I died.
I don't know. I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Are these buildings clear over here behind us? We need to make sure those are clear.
Yep, there.
We need to keep
Get
rotating
across
to the
road,
west.
Get across,
Yeah, towards
get across the road.
Get towards
Get
two.
across the road.
Bounty's
Get in the
down.
tree.
Gas is moving in. New
Here we
safe
go.
zone located.
See?
Keep rotating around. We're doing good. Spacing.
Get right here.
Circle's right here.
12 others, 6 teams, boys. You do the math. 12 others, 6 teams.
I think we should hold up here.
We're playing quads. There's 12 others and 16.
I see one.
We're doing good.
5
Got him, that was a
teams and 11 others.
Update total.
Let's just chill right here in this little gully right here where they can't get our backside, right where Proof and I are
This is,
at.
like, perfect.
Use the trees.
Fly, you're kind
He
of
was
short.
obviously waiting there for a reason.
Yeah, there's
To ambush
there's
somebody?
just further
Yeah.
on, yeah.
Those guys
So-
drop.
We know
see him
there's
to the
going
right,
to
to
be
the right?
people in this.
Yeah, to the right, right
We're in the
there.
safe zone.
Down one, down one.
Calling airstrike.
Target marked. Requesting fire mission.
This is Striker 3-1. Good copy.
Moving to the
Popped
left,
them
moving
once.
to the left. No, two of them.
Two more came out. Two more came out. There's 2 in there. 3 in there. 3 in that building. In that little garage. 3 in that garage all day.
No joy.
We're so lucky they got in there. We
One
gotta
just
push
came out.
now? Yeah. Watch other sides too.
Damn.
Coming over this short wall right here. They're not going to come right. They're going to jump over.
Guys left here too.
They went left.
Light
Pushing in left in the woods here.
Oh, there's a full squad. I hit one of them. There's one behind that blue thing, I think.
Enemies in the area. I've got gas inbound. Safe zone
They're
relocated.
fighting. We got circle.
We got the trains. We got the trains.
Shit, disregard last.
Circle and trains. Yeah.
Trophy system deployed. To the left. Keep the pressure on. Trophy system deployed.
Everybody good on armor?
Yep. I got 8.
Yeah, I got 8.
I'm gonna drop
Reloaded.
this box here in
Do it,
case
do it, do it.
everybody
Yeah,
anybody
like
Going
needs
to
it.
the left. They're moving left. They're moving left. They're moving left. Right up here. Oh, right there. Right there on my marker.
We're in the safe
Watch for enemies.
Oh, right in front of us.
Down one.
Yeah, right in front of us.
Down him. That's a wipe.
I got movement.
2 teams.
All right, two teams behind us. Behind us. I just got hit from behind us. He's behind us.
Broke his armor behind the jeep. Behind the jeep.
He's behind us too, right here. Looking at me from the left.
I got him. I got him. That's a wipe.
Shit.
I'm pushing him. I'm pushing him.
One team. Wait, there's
Push,
3
Stu's
guys.
push.
There's 3.
Wait, Stu.
Wait, man.
I'll push him out for you, man.
One's down. One finished. 2 left.
On me.
He's weak. He's weak.
Down. One down.
On me. In front of me. Right behind this car, right
Use your
there.
selfie. Use your selfie.
I'm dead. Just shoot your weapon.
Oh, I see. He's weak. He got me. Finished me. He's weak as fuck. Not broken though.
I got him.
I got him.
You got him. No way.
Woo! Yeah, I got him.
What? No.
What did you say, Proof? The A team get a win?
I told you, man. It was
There
coming.
it is, man. Yeah.
Alright, smoke break after that one, boys. We got the dub, like. I got a piss, too. More for a piss.
Was that like 2 games? 3 games?
That was our second game, I think. That was only our second.
Right? Yeah. Not bad, boys. Stupid chopper.
What's CBF? Hey, Proof, what's CBF?
What?
CBF.
Oh, so we went out the other night and these coaches called me chunky but funky, baby. They're like, well, if you're like chunky but funky, I was like, and everybody started laughing as fuck. I was like, whatever. So
Chunky but funky.
That's my
What is
now
he, some
nickname.
kind of rapper?
They asked me what my rap name was, and I was like,
It's DJ Proof.
It's DJ Proof, but
MCP pants.
MCP pants? Did you say?
Yeah.
MCP
Whatever.
Pants.
Smoke break.
Little floor puddle.
What? No. No.
Do you want fuck Stu or what?
Yeah.
Go fuck her, Stu.
go do her. It'll be quick, bro.
Get it, Stuart. Get it.
Stop jerking off so much so your sperm count isn't so decreased when you try to get her pregnant.
Right.
I know you're just jerking off all day to those tranny videos. You're a bad boy.
Back out.
Savage.
Or why? Yeah, back out. What are we doing?
What?
Stu, go fuck your lady.
Yeah.
It won't take but like 2 minutes, bro.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
Dude, I think my wife is finally hitting the horny pregnant stage.
Oh yeah?
You got it multiple times in a week?
No, I had it once, but that's
Poison
more.
once in 6 months, so it's incredible.
But it was fucking like wetter than any ever.
Yeah, I've been finding that too. It's the craziest shit ever, dude. It's wild.
Any time ever, dude. I was like, holy fuck, dude.
Yeah,
It's like
insane. It's the craziest shit.
I was like, all right.
Like, I'm already very attracted to pregnant women, you know? Like, especially when they start to be milkable and I could drink their titty milk.
Get the fuck out of here, fly.
That's not
motherfucking fly.
So
You're not,
funny.
you're
It's
not
good for
drinking
you.
the
It's
milk
good for
before
you.
the baby comes out, bro.
Oh, I gotta get it. I gotta get the plumbing flowing, dude. I gotta prime the pump. You know what
Oh my
DJT
God.
says?
Gotta prime.
Gotta prime those pumps, baby.
Gotta get the plumbing flowing.
Gotta flush those lines. Don't want the baby getting none of the chemtrail dust in no, nothing.
Stupid.
You know, her areolas, like, they attract a lot extra chemtrail dust than the other parts of the human body. especially on larger size titties. So. That's cool though, Proof. I'm really happy for you, man.
Yeah, you know, one time in 6 months is it's whatever.
Are you gonna tell us any more about it, or is that all we get? Can I get a timer?
It was in the morning.
Get, like,
it was in the morning.
Positions were used.
It was in the morning, so I wasn't really ready for that.
Okay. So, like, you woke up?
Did you brush your teeth?
No, that was the bad part. I don't like. That was kind of. There was no making out, bro. It was just like, grab my junk.
Oh, you should have rolled up and grabbed your dick.
Pull my hand up on her vajo.
Oh yeah.
And it was wet as fuck.
Are you?
I was like,
are you sure
holy
you should be talking about this right now?
Why?
I don't know. Where are you at? What's your location? What's your situation?
I'm downstairs. Megan's at work. Dax is asleep.
Okay, making sure. Just trying to help my buddy out. That's all.
Yeah, she's working nights. She's working nights.
Carry on.
Anyway, so yeah, that's pretty much it, man. It was just like, I was like, holy fuck, this is like wet as fuck. The only problem was that like it was so early. I was like, what the fuck? It took me forever, bro, to get off. I was like,
what's that problem?
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
Because I was wearing out, dude.
But I never...
when I haven't been doing it forever, bro. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I was like, I got.
Oh my god, you're telling me you weren't physically able
breath.
to fuck yourself to completion? Is that what you're trying to say? I was out of breath.
Almost. I was breathing hard, bro. I was breathing hard. It was bad.
You need to work out, bud.
Gut check time. You got at least have the stamina to complete yourself, dude. If you don't have the stamina to complete yourself, how are you going to complete anything else?
Chunky but funky, bro.
No,
chunky but funky.
Are you physically fit enough to fuck yourself to completion in a woman?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but it was so wet, bro. It was like I was in nothing, bro. It was like I was doing nothing, bro. It was like
so slick. Yeah. No. I've been there.
There was no feeling. Like I couldn't feel anything because it was tough, bro.
Yeah, that's when you take the extra inch out or whatever, dude. But apparently, I heard this one. So apparently, the cervix is much lower during pregnancy. So it's a less deep pussy or whatever than you're used to. So you can slam it real hard, get that baby rocking. Rock-a-bye, baby.
Also, if the feeling isn't there, Proof, then sometimes all you have to do is just watch what you're doing.
Oh.
No, watch what you're doing.
What do you mean?
And if you're watching what you're doing,
like, well, the only way.
Or think about Ren and Stimpy. I don't know what kind of person you are.
Okay.
All right, dude. Next time this happens and you're feeling like this, you put her on her left side. You bend her at her knee, and you smash that bitch doggy style while you're on your knees from behind, and she's just laying there, right?
Well, doggy style is pretty much the easiest way for me to get off. That's
and then you can look at your fucking dick when it goes inside her and watch it, and
I like
it's going inside her.
Pick her up and hold her out the window.
You can know it.
And fuck her while her body's hanging out the window.
Yeah, who doesn't do that?
You guys dig?
Yeah. But I make her do the splits, and then I tie her ankles to her wrists. I hold her in that position.
Oh yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We call that the fireball.
Mm-hmm. And that's really how you can test their suction too. If you just tell them to apply suction to your cock.
Clench a lot harder when they're scared.
Yeah, but no teeth, because if she takes your dick with you, then she dies.
So
only you can save her.
Oh, no.
Only you can save her. And only she can save herself with her sucking skills. That's how you test it. Second story style.
So this kid who fucking works with me, he's like in that age. He took 1 year of college and he's not there anymore. And like it was a 1 year program, so all his friends are there. So he's going at that stage where he's going to colleges and like partying and stuff. He's telling me this story like 2 weeks ago. He got this like 3 out of 10 like kind of fat Mexican chick. He didn't say she was Mexican. I guessed it, but that's aside from the point. And he was saying about how like, oh, she wanted to kiss and do all this and like kiss and all this stuff, and like I got her sucking my dick, and then after I came, I was like, hang on, I just gotta see if my friends are still there. And he put on his shoes, his clothes, and he just left and got the fuck out of there like as quick as he could. I was like, that's cool. That's a real cool story, man.
I was notorious for ghost and hose after I was done.
Oh yeah.
Ghost and hose.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Notorious.
I never did it. I've never done it.
Nope.
Did it to my wife. Hooked back up with her later. Straight up ghosted her ass.
Ghost
We had a
mom.
class today. We had a class together every day my entire senior year, and I pulled that ghost off.
That's a tough one.
Act like she didn't even exist, son. Look right past her, through her, over her. Never came into
That's
contact
what
with
made
her.
her love you.
Yes, you're absolutely right, dude. I treated her terribly.
Bro, I did the same shit the year I was in university.
And
We
then
were like
her
friends.
sister saw my truck going down the road and said, "Wow, that's a kick-ass truck. Hey, don't you know that guy?" And she saw me and she was like, "Oh, yeah, I do." So my
Yeah,
truck
they
got
really
midnight again.
like when you abuse them, you get burned in deep, you know?
I didn't abuse them. I just used them. And you know, it's funny, I saw her and her sister at a party. Her sister's younger by like a couple years. She was already young. But, like, her sister was younger, and I was talking to her sister and everything, and I was like, "What are you doing here?" She was like, "Oh, I'm here with Amber," and I was like, "Oh, fuck." So I sat there talking to her sister, and then when Amber came around, I fucking rolled out.
Jeez. That's wild.
Yeah. I didn't want any issues with anybody.
I ghosted this Peruvian chick once in grade 8 and once again in grade 11 or 10 or something.
Peruvian?
Yeah, she's Peruvian. She was like a 3 or 4. The first girl that ever confessed her love to me. Actually, no, that's the second one. There was this like Polish chick who's actually straight up a model now, but she's actually not that hot. She's like super skinny, like no tits. And she used to, like, when we used to go home from school in 6th grade, she used to chase me and try to like wrestle me to the ground in the snow. I remember. And she texted me on MSN and she wrote, "I want to FK you," but it stood for French kiss.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Her name was Samantha Knighton. But I think she has like a different model name now or something. She's probably on my Facebook still.
That's gay.
And her dad, all I remember about her, like, as a person, was that her dad played Diablo with her, like, a ton when she was little. So she's, like, kind of like a gamer.
That's gay.
That's a great game, man.
And we
You're
kissed.
gay.
We kissed. As well.
Diablo 2, man, that was a good game. Diablo 1 was a good game, too.
Yeah, I bet Proof loves Diablo. That's not shocking to me.
It's not bad.
You suck.
Those Blizzard games piss me off.
What was the other Blizzard game? Was it StarCraft or...
StarCraft, yeah. StarCraft and Warcraft 3.
I didn't do Warcraft.
What?
I was never a Warcraft guy, but I played StarCraft a little bit.
You gonna play World of Warcraft?
No, hell no.
Lame.
No, that's gay.
So close to getting back into it, they just released like this big expansion. But it's like so much money per month. It's crazy. Like $20 a month. Like, who's that fucked up? World of Warcraft. And it just takes so much time. It's just absolutely insane.
Might as well do it now.
Stu, it wasn't sex, it was food?
Yeah, he went and just got food.
You didn't eat food off her, like, titties or something?
Or when he said might as well do it now, was he saying that to her with a mouthful of food? Like after he went and got a plate? Like, I got these boys distracted, they're not yelling at me to play. Might as well do it now. Because now he's not even talking.
Well, it's better than him smacking while he's eating, so there's that.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm doing this stupid reward, play for 30 minutes on this game.
What is this?
And you get 132 hash coins.
What is this? What are you talking about? I keep seeing this ad for this thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know where to find it. Where is this? What are you talking about? Greasy goods. Talking about greasy goods. More free hash
There's like more free hash coins down there, and one of them was the Lucky Miner or something like that. Play it for 30 minutes.
You're talking about that shit. Play at least 35 minutes, 102 hash marks.
You suck.
Right? Yeah,
You suck.
Yeah, these are good. Dude, did you just fucking come already? Good shit, though.
No, man, I was having munching.
Munch on what?
Munching on what?
Chocolate chip cookies.
What kind?
Christie's.
Mr. Christie's? You make good cookies.
Yeah.
I like the PC brand better, bro.
No, they're pretty good. I will say that.
PC brand.
They're good.
Better than that. Especially the soft. Soft are way better.
No, they're fucking
soft.
It's sickening. I like them, but there's
the chunks
they're
too.
kind of.
What do you mean they're sickening? I'll when I get a box of that, man, I'll crush the first 2 trays guaranteed, and sometimes I crush the 3rd tray.
I just crushed 2.5 trays in.
Yeah, that's a good crush, dude. 2.5 trays. Dude, they used to be $1 cheaper and have, I think it was like 6 more cookies they took out. They took out like 2 cookies from each row. It was crazy. Hey, when you install that Lucky Miner, sorry,
that was a good cookie.
Good cookie.
Yes.
What? Mrs. Fields?
No, Dad's oatmeal cookie.
Yeah, those are fine. They're a little hard for me, but I love them with coffee or something. Did you read the terms of use for this fucking miner things?
No. What is it?
I hereby agree that the Lucky Miner uses the following personal data in the context of the use of Lucky Miner. Email address, date of birth, gender, including the use duration and use history. Oh, that's not even bad. Processing of the above data is required in order to be able to suggest apps available in the Lucky Miner that match your interests. Unbelievable.
I'm only doing it for the free hash coins and then deleting it.
Damn, Stu. My age is 69, and my gender is... Wow, let me let you pick 2 genders. Based, dude. That's based. That's fucking lit, dude.
Oh, shit, that's funny as fuck. Yeah, you're right, dude. It's lit as fuck.
It's a political statement, man. If you click, like, every time I click a drop-down menu on a website, I'm like totally judging the company on their like scientific and ethical, philosophical beliefs. You know. When I get 2 from that drop-down menu, I'm always pretty impressed, man. Takes a lot of fucking cojones this day and age. Wow, you have to go and manually allow the usage tracking? That's hilarious. Can't wait to uninstall this shit. Okay, so you don't even have to play, right? Like, you could just have it. I did this. Wait, let me go forward. Okay. Let's get started. Play now. Other games probably have like a time limit.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to open another game to do this?
Yeah, this is bingo or something that I'm playing.
You have to download a game through this and then play that game?
Yes. Weird, right?
Oh my
yeah, right?
God,
but it's 30 fucking minutes, dude. And it's 35. A lot of fucking hash coins.
Dude, the phone. I'm getting the new phone in 2 months, so we're just rattling the fuck out of this bitch with Chinese malware and CIA fucking tracking devices.
Yeah. Shit. Oh man.
King of Avalon Dominion was the only game I could fucking download. It took quite a while to download. It doesn't even make sense because mining, like you can mine, like why is it called Lucky Miner? There's no mining in Lucky Miner? It's just app pyramid schemes? Lucky app pyramid scheme?
Yeah. There's no game to Lucky Miner.
That's like so deceptive. This shit is like taking a while to load, gathering the fuck out of some resources.
Wanting me to invite friends.
Spawning monsters, gearing up your dragon. Oh, I'm gonna get a dragon.
It says I played for 1 minute and 1 second.
You have to go check that in the app or on Trailer Park or
I did it. I checked it in Miner.
Wow.
But Trailer Park will also tell you how much you've been in there.
Hmm?
Trailer Park will also tell you how much you've been in there.
Yeah, I didn't suppose such a thing. These games are all like reskins and clones of other games.
Stupid other games, yep. It's weird, right?
Nobody's got a fucking original ID anymore.
That's pretty accurate.
Palette swaps.
Oh wow. I closed the app down and then I cleared it out so it would restart, and then when I came back it said, sorry you had a problem with your round. Here's 5 bonus coins. Haha, just found a glitch. To always get paid.
Does it sound like a lot?
I don't know.
So it seems like you don't even need to be like physically aware of your surroundings to play this game. I could just tap on the screen and look at something else and accomplish it.
What game is this?
It's some kind of Dragons of Avalon or some shit, dude. I gotta did some shit.
He has
Oh yeah, buddy. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm about to get my 3 crown, motherfuckers.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
Y'all ain't about that Clash life, bro. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I play fucking Trailer Park, man.
Fuck that game.
Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you.
No, fuck y'all.
No,
fuck you.
You should play it.
No, I've already got enough mobile games.
No, fuck you, Proof.
Oh, really? Fuck
You're a
me.
fucking chubby boy fag.
Yeah, chubby boy, fag boy.
Chubby boy,
Fag boy.
Yeah, chubby boy, fag boy.
It's not CBFB, bro. Fuck y'all.
well, it is
Fag
now,
boy's
man.
one word.
Now, it just became that shit
You're a fag boy.
instantaneously. Gay Blade.
Yeah, fucking
Gay Blade.
Yeah, cheese tits. We're talking to you, okay?
You're fucking
Cheese
gay.
tits.
Yeah, dirt nuts. I didn't stutter. What, you thought I stuttered?
Oh, that's hilarious. You suck.
You suck. Kurt Angle's the man.
Yeah, man. Come up to a figure 4 leg lock, man.
That's Ric Flair.
Y'all suck. Y'all are pussies.
Well, that's, okay, no, he got the ankle.
Yeah, the ankle. Ankle pick, ankle.
What is it?
It was I mean, it's a fucking ankle lock.
Yeah, like... It was like
The angle lock.
ankle lock. Yeah, the angle lock. Yeah, that's right.
But it's just an ankle lock where you stand.
But he was he was the real deal, though. He was a fucking professional wrestler.
So Kurt Angle was an Olympic gold medalist who became a professional wrestler.
Yeah.
He was legitimate.
He was.
In real. Yeah, Stu's outside
he
clearly, right?
Oh man, I'm down in my basement there. I got different
You ever get
window.
that wall fixed done?
No man, I gotta fucking do it now, like while I'm home now.
Yeah, why don't you just lay some fucking brick and brick it in right there?
I am going to. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get it 20 or 30 brick there and brick the door in and build a little trench around my fucking furnace just in case fucking water will come through. Like,
You should
got a
take
pump
out the
down
whole
there?
floor, dig it down another like couple feet, give yourself some more headroom. Down
I'm
there.
not going at that, man. If anything, I'll dig it down probably a foot or 2 feet, and I'm gonna jack it up a foot and a half or 2 feet.
Now that's on the exterior wall, right? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I
So
gotta
what you
dig it
should
out. So it's
do-
not my house. It's not my house right now. I don't own it. I'm only renting on it. So I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna get it for cheap as dirt. Because I'm gonna be like, this gotta be done. And there's gonna be like a pile of work. But a lot of the work, I'll get a lot of quotes from different companies and shit.
But you know what you need to do though, right, Stu? And hear me out, okay? Be smart about this. You
Yeah.
have a unique opportunity here to do something really cool that a lot of people can't do. And that is to put up support brackets and bracings all in the underside there, where you're at, for all the second level, everything above you, and then begin removing all that dirt and excavating it by putting supports around it, excavating a 8-foot section, you know, and just take it longwise and build your support and tunnel and keep tunneling in, and you could have fucking underground bunkers and places to go to roll out to. If something ever went down at your crib, you could get down into the basement and take one arm somewhere and you could get out somewhere. You know what I'm saying? That's a fucking unique opportunity most people don't have. Keep that in mind before you brick that whole thing up. You can put fucking drains down above you outside. If it's
Well, that's what I'm
water
gonna
tank.
do. It's not my house right now, so. I might say fuck it though and buy a different house. Because I seen a really nice house up for 349,000. Oh, and it's beautiful.
So what's up?
What's up, y'all? What you got to say? Who's on? What's going on? Ready?
No.
Who's on
No,
the
of
mic? We
course
got
not.
the screw today.
Yeah, well, that's real good, and that may be. But where you coming from? What you said?
G.
Yeah. Old school.
Yeah, old school, yeah.
Shut up, bitch.
Hey,
You don't know what the fuck. That's H-Town shit, man.
Proof. Do you ever remember that, like, sex show that was on back in the day when we were in school? It was on the
Family
Buzz late
Affair?
at night. On at,
Oh,
like,
man.
Saturday nights, like
Wild
Doctor
On?
or something.
I used to
Wild
fucking
On?
watch them too.
No, it was a radio show.
Radio.
No.
Like
Oh, this one used to be on
Dr.
TV.
Was it Dr.
What was the
Judy?
MTV one when they would like all these
Ed the
like
Sock.
college kids would like go and like try to hook up with each other?
There was Ed the Sock too. Did you see Ed the Sock?
It was Dr. Judy. Dr.
Man, fuck these.
Where does it say you can see your progress at? Forgot.
What progress?
For your hash points.
Oh. I'm not even looking at it. I forgot to check the time when I started though.
I just hit 1 AD.
I'm gonna hit one myself.
Shut up, proof aloof. Shut
Fuck
up,
you.
proof aloof.
Fuck
I
you.
just want you to shut up, proof aloof.
I didn't even do shit. Fuck you.
Fuck you, proof aloof. Hey, fuck
I should have
you.
fired up another pizza.
Fuck you, Poofaloo.
Damn.
Fuck you,
should've.
Poofaloo. Fuck you, Poofaloo.
What kind of pizza?
Those Totinos. Fucking.
Totinos. Are we talking about the square pepperonis
The
or like the regular
square.
pepperonis?
Oh,
the little small squares or like the big pepperonis?
No, they're the square one, the little square. I did the triple meat one. You get a little ham.
Oh yeah. No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. Good choice.
Yeah.
Didn't go wrong. But we're talking about like the microwavable for like 5 minutes and they're good to go.
No, these ones you bake.
Oh, you got an air fryer?
No, I just throw them in an oven.
But do you have an air fryer?
No.
Oh,
Should I get
air
one?
fryer. Yeah. It's like the oven, but fast, like the microwave. If that makes sense.
Whoa.
Not quite as fast as the microwave, but much faster than the oven.
The wife did just buy an Instapot. What's that? I mean, is that
It's
gonna do
different.
anything?
No.
It's Insta-gay.
It ain't for me, bro. It ain't for me.
No, it's like crockpot shit. Like, do you like
Yeah, I know.
crockpot food?
It's alright.
Alright, well, you're about to have a lot of it.
No, I won't. She won't make
Yes,
it.
yes, you will.
We already
Here's the
have
beauty
2
of it.
crock pots, and she's
Yeah,
gonna.
but here's-
So she bought an
here's the best part.
Instapot.
Well, this one does other things like cans food too. And I bet you anything it is Bluetooth compatible and she can set it and forget it and do it while she's at work and make it all up and stuff.
Right.
That's the case, man. Whatever she's taking, man, save it, bottle it up, and keep it till after she's pregnant and give it to her again. Then. Because that's phenomenal. Oh, take it easy.
It's the bugs, man. I'm not used to them, man.
Oh, I just want to know, are we going to play any more duty?
I mean, goddamn, I should.
I'm on the way up, so start it.
Greasy.
fly back?
No, but he'll be back in a little bit in time. I got a piss too, so I mean we're a few seconds away, but we're closer than we have been.
Here for
in
the
a while.
duty, dude.
He's here.
Yeah, he's back. Now, Fedor, go piss in a cup.
Piss in your face.
Man, Jesus, man, you want to have some cock on you to piss all over here?
Thanks.
Fuck. I'm waiting for it.
How much is your? Oh, I hear pissing. Terrific. Streaming on the street. That's me breathing. Holy fuck! God damn. Speaking of being out of shape.
So all we gotta do to get this win again is I need to fuck up my reload while we're in the car. Seemed to have worked out last time,
That was
right?
a good play. Yeah.
Right.
That was a
Pretty
smooth
solid
move.
Good play.
Smooth move. X-Lax.
Ooh, got him, coach, with that crossbow, motherfucker.
Enough practice. Time for the real thing.
This whole time we haven't been playing, and I didn't even fuck with my guns once. Bitch.
If it ain't
Pretty much.
broke, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Battle Royale.
Well,
Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone.
Shit hard. Shit hard. I'm all about this P90, dude. I'm not fucking.
Ugh, I fucking hate the
I'm telling you right now about the P90.
That's gonna be hot.
I'll have it.
if it gets hot, those are close. We bail out, grab one of those, and we fucking click up. Well, we all do it together, though. It's hot.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
It's hot, but we're going there.
Yeah, but where are we going?
There's 25 people.
Let's go to the far. Let's go to this far one.
Mark out. I'm going.
Could have got the scabby.
Okay, I'm with you, I'm
Oh
with
man, I could have got the scabby.
Targets are up. Get to work. Hostile dropping into the area.
I'm standing
Be
around.
advised, your teammate has been marked as a high-value target.
Get in here,
Keep
get
it
in here.
secure.
Move it.
Somebody in there, somebody in there.
See one.
He's got a good gun. He's got a good
That
gun.
one.
Another one.
Shot
Coming
from
in.
the fucking top,
Oh,
of
he's
the
got a
top of the
good gun.
building.
He's got a good gun coming in.
Top of the building, top of the building up there.
Is he on top of me?
Yeah, right on top of you.
Really?
Most wanted.
Oh, I'm down. Fuck,
He's jumping towards you.
Right now.
Fuck.
fuck.
I don't see him.
On me. Oh, somebody on me right here.
Enemies in the area. Guard my left.
Fuck.
Your teammates in the gulag. If they survive, they can redeploy.
Behind me. Come on. In the building.
Got him.
Oh,
Oh shit.
Maggy.
I got movement.
That's my last. Okay, go in there.
She's moving right.
Got a pistol.
Gone wipe.
I'm hit. There you go.
Copper.
I have 6 bullets.
Well, there's ammo inside.
That was the wrong gun.
Oh, you picked it up with the wrong gun already?
No, the SKS is what I had.
Deploying. Stand by.
Oh, that's what you do have?
I just traded it out.
Oh, okay. There's a sniper up top here.
Right in here.
Plates.
Shot him down.
I'm taking fire.
Got any plate? No.
Car
Yeah,
coming.
one, I needed it.
They spot a loadout behind us.
Yeah, you should do.
Got movement.
Oh, that's a nice.
I got a munitions box.
Down one. Got him.
Drop that shit. Oh shit, that's a nice gun.
Oh, at least it's got 30 rounds.
Closing in.
Wanna drop that munition or what?
Yeah.
Someone here right next to me.
Oh, he's in here with me. He's in here with me. Finishing me.
Fuck.
Not a single hit marker.
Fail.
Oh, broken armor, man. Right in front of me, man. Right in front of me. Oh, man.
Gotta get the Peters on side.
Fuck. Broken armor, like one hit. Like, fuck.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom. The fight's on. Get yourself sorted. You're up next. Listen up, soldier. Win here and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done. You're up, soldier. Now go. You got roughed up in there. We're bringing you home. If your team has the cash, they can pay for your release.
Brutal, man.
Be advised, your teammate has been marked as a high-value target. Keep it secure.
Someone ran your proof.
Yeah, I don't have a fucking gun. I gotta get the fuck out of there.
He doesn't have one either. You took what he was looking for.
I fucking suck. Oh, another guy got me.
Proof. You suck.
Yep. This is what I want to do.
What happened?
Okay.
Did you say you need another break?
No.
Oh. I thought that's what he said.
No.
Alright.
I'm trading like 40 fucking fairy tale Leahys away at a time for 120 magic beans. I got 131 of them hosts left still. I had 170 just now. It's incredibly dumb. $123 for 3. Yeah, fuck that. There's no price you can put on them.
Get yourself the proper warm
Ricky?
up.
Fairy Tale Ricky? Yeah, if Ricky comes up, I blow my whole load on him. Yeah, there's no price you can put on him. Yeah, if he comes in the store, that's what I'm saying. I blow my whole load on him. Every single extra penny that I can put towards him, I'm putting towards him.
Alright, that's enough mucking about. Now we do this for real. Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you get moving.
Y'all need this. See, I'll have it.
Lots of people going here. Super hot spot. Can we bail out to the right now, boys? Go over there, purple marker.
I'm gone. I'm bailing. Dude, bail.
One team here.
I got movement.
No
There's a guy
teams
underneath.
here.
There's a guy here. There's a guy here.
Be advised, there's an enemy team hunting you.
He's right below me.
Alright lads, let's get it done.
I got one. There's another one. Oh, I'm out of bullets. Any help? Anybody?
Where?
Anybody?
I'm here with you, bud, but I don't see
He's
him.
in this room.
Damn. Okay, he's in.
Broke armor.
Down.
Your teammate has entered the gulag. Surviving earns them redeployment. Your teammate's done in. They're returning to base. Enemy soldier incoming.
I gotta get enemy soldier.
Build that.
Extra cash if you need it.
Can somebody please buy me back before you go across the river?
I didn't have the money, bro.
I gotta do everything myself here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking die, dude. This gun sucks. Dog shit ass gun. The wrong gun
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
What do you want to do, Stu?
There's a
though.
fight
Kill those
kicking
guys
off.
and get my fucking money.
Get ready to fight. You're next.
Okay, you guys sit around, run away.
Oh, you just turned the opposite fucking
Listen
way.
up, soldier. Win
Yeah,
here
let's do
and you
something
return
else.
to the front line. But if you lose, you're done. You're up, soldier. Now go sort this fucker out.
Oh, brutal,
Fucked up
dude.
in there. We're
God
bringing you
damn.
home. It's not over yet. Your team can still buy your release.
Proof. Drop your money.
Dude,
I was
it
fucking
doesn't,
muted. Fuck.
doesn't matter. It's not
Extra
enough.
cash if you need it.
Guys on in police station.
I'm off this way.
Here, guys, ride.
Running up to you, Stu.
Good one, Stu.
How you doing, dude?
Down one on the roof.
Be advised. Friendly
Fuck.
precision airstrike inbound.
Forgot about that guy.
Ah.
Pop and smoke!
Taking fire.
Oh, you.
Any y'all need this? Any y'all need this? Any y'all need this?
Anybody need that? Anybody need this? 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 Anybody need that? Anybody need this? Disregard last.
Any y'all need this?
Moving up here. Disregard last. And
Any y'all need this?
anybody need this?
Over here, guys, ride.
Go get this
I'll
one.
take that.
That's the one I'd go get.
I fasted out.
Yay.
Cancel my last.
Cancel that.
Gotta be quiet. That's rough.
What the fuck?
I'll just probably stick
Here's
to
an
cold
idea.
war.
Go get on the ground.
Oh, buddy.
On the roof.
Yep. Oh, my.
Guy up on the roof. The green building, one building over to your left.
I heard him, Bill, man. I know I'm fucked.
Well, he's thinking the same thing because he can't get his load out either. He's pissed. Still pissed he's shooting at you.
Mm-hmm.
Light up.
Anybody need this? Got a ride for us here. Alright,
No, I
found us
don't want a
helo.
car because I don't want to draw attention.
I'll take care of it. I'm
Get the
moving.
chopper and then go back to the
I'll get
most
it done.
wanted.
Cancel that.
Oh, most T is gone.
Tango spotted.
You suck proof.
I suck. Fuck you.
Any y'all need this?
Yeah, he
Y'all
does
need
suck
this?
though.
Hey, T. The old Jinx today pulled a major upset. I remember
Oh
you were
my
asking me the
God,
other day,
somebody
was
got
Jinx
that
still in it, you know?
Fucking
Yeah, they got a championship.
They made it to the championship. They were playing a team that had won it back-to-back, and they hadn't lost a game this year, and their margin of victory this year was like 20 points or more on every game. And they smacked them 36-13 or something. It's that culture of winning. What are we... I'm so confused what's happening right now.
Any y'all need this?
Alright, found us a helo.
Cancel that.
You got your dial-up internet back going?
no, man. That's my controller, man.
Oh, your $5,000 controller?
Yeah,
The one that echoes?
yeah.
Yeah, the Echo controller.
Well, you don't have the chopper anymore, I can guarantee you that.
Dude, oh my god.
Slow and steady wins the race, eh, Stu?
Yep.
Base station there. Check the map.
It's proof again.
Don't act surprised, bro.
No, proof already got bumped.
I didn't get bought back.
It don't matter anyway. It ain't gonna happen.
I
Got
know.
eyes on AIDS.
Light armored vehicle here.
Wait.
Nobody gets bought back until I have enough money to buy everybody back. Second floor. Second floor. Oh. There's two. There's two. On the roof.
Fucking scabby right here.
Oh yeah, look at that, just popped up.
Got eyes on an aid station.
800 more, Stu.
Hey, anyone need this?
Shit. Oh, shit.
I love you. Where's Mom at? Yeah, she send you in here with me?
What the fuck, man?
I can still see you clearly. Get out of there. Bail back and to the left. Back around the building that you're at. Slide. Throw some slides in there, man. No more out in the open, man. You should have went back in the building, got on top, jumped off. Slide. Something.
Got a ride for us here.
Yeah, but
You gotta guess. If you don't get ran over first.
He runs right into it.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. All of it. All of
Jesus,
That was
man,
the
just buy it from
definition of jumping into the hole, dude.
it. Mm-hmm. Well.
Like 700 magic beans away from rookie automating kitty. Cards came up in the
Nice.
store. Just deciding if I want to go more now. It's brutal. Ooh, I want these fairy tale ice cream rentals though. Oh yeah, we take that. Oh, let's.
What do you think about this AS Val?
It's not bad.
I was rocking it for a while. It's
I like it on multi. It's only 20 round clip though, I believe.
Yeah, that thing's fucking crazy.
Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. Maybe not. Oh, I was running the AN94. Never mind.
OSA barrel. Gotta run the OSA barrel. Yeah, you can go up to 30 round mags. Thanks for cleaning that. Just cleaning your microphone or scratching your head.
I'm gonna try this foul right here, man.
Yeah, I just made a vow.
Try the foul and the HDR. You know what? I'm gonna make a class without a sniper. That's gonna be crazy.
I have a few of those, but it's tough. It's so nice to just snipe the fuck out of people.
Mm-hmm. So the Striker 45 does the most damage of all the submachine guns?
That's the word.
For sure.
I don't like it.
You don't like it? What do you not like about it?
Too slow. It's like GKS.
Like the fire rate?
Yeah. Like the Uzi.
It's too slow? The Uzi is?
Yep. You gotta hit your headshots with it pretty much.
Is that what this gun is? The Uzi? This isn't the Uzi.
No, it's like the Uzi. It's like a little slower, but the bullets do more. Like the P90 of the Bison, you can just kind of drop them anywhere.
Well, you know I love the Bison. Tempt me with a good time.
I can go back to it. I'm liking the P90 like crazy right now. Good lord.
45 ACP hollow point, 2-round burst.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We're gonna give that a shot.
What's your opinion on people who sleep in jeans?
I don't know how you do that.
It's disgusting. I find it disgusting.
I want to give this little class a try, man. But hey, man. Yeah, I know you are, but I'm probably gonna bail on you guys and just run some plunder. I want to fuck with this gun. I don't want to fuck you guys up.
What?
I'm trying
I
to
think
find.
I'm gonna
I'm trying
go
to find
bed.
trying to find a better gun.
God damn it.
Sorry, man. TJ's on Cold War.
I'll play
Just want
Thunder.
to check these guns out. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm down with that, but I didn't want to force anybody into it, and I don't want to fuck with anybody. I don't want to put you all in a position where you're dependent on me, and I'm running some new guns either. You know?
It'd be fine. Oh.
It's up to you, Stu.
I don't care.
Tomorrow's Saturday. I gotta do some more Christmas stuff. Man, I want a Snickers. That sounds good. Good, okay. Drugs are bad. Okay. Marijuana is bad. Marijuana is bad, okay. And, drugs are bad. And if you like drugs, you're bad. Okay.
Get yourself to proper warm-up. We'll be deployed
Swore I
soon.
heard 2 rounds go off down the street the other night. What about the house on it? Somebody fired 1 shot, and then like a minute later they fired boom boom 2 shots. That's home invasion type shooting, you know what I'm saying? Like you fire 1 as a warning and then come up, run up on somebody, and there he is to the...
Enemy soldier in.
You know what I mean? You're not even listening to me. I might as well have had my mic on mute the whole time. Y'all are some bitches, alright?
Alright.
You didn't hear my story about the shots fired down the road?
Plunder.
I heard it. I was watching.
Job simple.
What's up with
Secure
this?
more cash than the enemy.
What's up with what?
Did you figure out what it was? I just missed the end.
No, no cops
Superstore.
ever came, nothing.
Let's go drop those. Get ready. Enemy dropping into the AO.
Hot, hot, hot.
One down.
Oh, what shit.
That's interesting. I wiped the squad and then got wiped. Going straight down.
Hey, anyone need this?
Found a red access card. I'm right over here at the area. I'm gonna open this red access door. You should get over here to me.
Objective updated. Secure that position. Friendly UAV overhead.
We about to get paid? I never opened one of these up in a plunder before.
Same.
Friendly UAV overhead. Primary LZ's a mark. Extract standing by.
Ooh. Getting fucking, hey, get these fucking, balloons and let's lock this shit in real quick.
Anyone need this?
Come right outside and lock this shit in.
Where first?
Yeah, I know, that's why we gotta lock it in.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Oh, fuck.
I think there's more room.
Saucer's over there.
Bank's open for business.
I don't know. Oh, right up here, right in here.
Got movement.
Oh, you got me.
Cache secured. They got you?
I had an advanced UAV on my bag.
No.
I don't like that bow.
Vader, are you underground?
Yeah, they're all over me, bud.
Be advised. Friendly precision airstrike inbound.
I just dropped a fucking strike on him. They're taking his. They just took his shit.
My shit?
Yep, they took the advanced UAV.
Where? I see him, I see him.
Friendly UAV overhead.
Fuck, behind me. I finished one.
Be
65.
advised. Friendly precision airstrike inbound. Hostile attack chopper.
Oh, they're all pushing. Got me coming around, I think. Oh.
Back inside.
Fuck, broken armor.
Reload.
Back inside and get some shit down here. I don't know what's left, but there's a.
Enemy soldier incoming.
You,
Friendly UAV overhead.
there's some stopping power right here and munitions box right here.
Y'all need this.
There's a cash balloon right here.
Got a bank here if you need.
You need to drop the munitions box. Go ahead, man. There's plenty of them.
I'm good. Oh, right here, right here. Another one.
Still breathing. I see one. More armor.
Fuck, they're pushing me.
Contract failed. Stand down.
Come on, boys. Oh, y'all ain't even close.
Way out here. I'm flying in. Other guy flying
Don't go in there.
Target here.
Don't go in there.
No?
It's not even worth it. I mean, okay, yeah, kill him. I feel you. Take the money, but...
That was gay. I ripped him and go down. Behind you.
I'm gonna try to get Stu. Try to get to another location and not get chopped up by this enemy helicopter.
Guard my left.
I'm back in the AO. Give me a zip.
I need to get some more money. That this level's been hit? That's crazy. Drop an armor box.
I got a cash deposit the balloon.
150 is what we're looking for.
Oh my god, I just got killed by Symphony. Apparently. Without a Symphony. He's not online.
Bank here. Deposit what you have.
Locked on target. Hit him now.
Precision airstrike inbound.
Where am I getting shot at from?
Be advised, friendly precision airstrike inbound.
Jumped off. Down one. Armor box. I got an armor box.
Body armor here.
Anybody need ammo?
SMG.
Here, cash deposit the balloon.
You good? Fly.
Oh.
Is it full? No, not even close. There's one now.
More armor right here.
Cover fire, covering fire, covering fire. Oh. It's alright.
Damn. Wouldn't let me fucking mark it. Said
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
on the boat, on the thing. Got two down, one alive. Did you get a team wipe right there? Oh, they killed you. Oh yeah? You coming, Stu? No? You're gonna overshoot me and go after them and not try to pick me up? That's incredible. Fly? Can you pick me up? Oh, come on. Nope.
I'm not gonna make it, no. Wow.
I appreciate you trying. I had money down there.
I got your money.
There's Glint from behind. Glint from behind, from the northwest, straight northwest.
No, I'm getting closer. Getting sniped.
Kinda wanna get this money box that's free drop down here. Boneyard, Promenade West.
Got a care package here.
I think I'm gonna get off, boys, but I'm gonna stay in the chat for a little bit.
Dog, how'd I get 709,000? You don't get nothing. Fly. Fuck.
Man, I had fucking almost double.
Fine, get nothing. How did we go under there together and get all that money and you didn't get nothing? Oh, you lost. Okay, I got you. But you did put away that 150 that one time. I'm glad we did that. We had first place locked up, boys, like by a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. You get a lot of XP doing that shit, man. That was interesting running with those guns. Go ahead, Fly. Go play Cold War with TJ.
I'm just gonna chill.
Is he even here?
Yeah, he's here somewhere.
Yep. Here.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Well, boys, at least we got a dub tonight.
That's true.
You guys glad to have Stu be back?
No.
Okay.
The echo, the smacking. We missed it, bro.
Huh. I was sort of hoping you had made enough money that you could afford another $50,000 controller. This one that didn't echo, though.
This one echo?
All he's got to do is write him an email, dude.
Is it echoing right now?
Is it
No.
echoing right now? Yes, it is.
It's not me. I can hear it too.
Oh, that's not echoing. Maybe. Maybe. Hold on. Let's figure. Is that any better?
Is that any better? Is that any better?
Is that any better?
I don't know.
Y'all okay? Go here.
I feel like it's a little bit better. I think it is better.
I don't hear any echo.
Yeah, I joined your party, T.
Man, that fucking... What you call it? That base... That,
I tried to join yours. I think we did at the same time.
Oh.
Fairy Tale Villa.
My shit's like froze too. We might have like broke it.
Oh, there it goes.
I've never had my shit froze up like this.
Kitty lice. 700.
Alright, finally gave me the message. Alright, you can join me now.
Alright.
We will communicate that. Have you been playing Newtown?
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit.
A little bit? Do you like it? You want to play that?
Yeah.
I like it. I'm leveling up the AK. I find the AK-47 like unbelievable.
Yeah, I've been getting killed with the AK-47 a lot.
Yeah, it's strong.
Strong. AK-47 is strong.
Shut up, bro.
Strong like bull. Strong.
Hurry up and buy the game.
Hurry up and shut up.
Buy the game, bitch. Cross platform.
Hey. It's like, how do you have room on it for Warzone and 2K and...
If you delete 2K, you have to delete 2K every update and re-download it. You can fit all three, but you have to re-download it after every time you update COD. And the COD won't go automatic.
Wait, what? You delete 2K?
Yeah, and then you have enough room to update COD.
Enemy
And I just have the multiplayer, so I don't have the campaign or any of the packs. Multiplayer and zombies.
Do you have to do zombies?
No, separate.
So I could choose just multiplayer?
Yeah, there's some big.
And then I can go back and download NBA?
Yeah, that's what I did.
And it'll fit on there.
Yeah.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
It's brutal.
Wizard of Bones.
I throw these grenades straight over the houses from the spawn, and I get kills all the time.
Just random grenades.
Random grenades.
there's still one. There's always one behind that fence, man. They made that fence so big in this version of Newtown. Ripped them. My spot now.
Multiple hostile spy planes detected. Pull it together. We can still take this.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Damn, that was really bad.
I hate starting that.
Switching sides. Take the objectives.
Taking the objective.
Securing Alpha. A lockdown.
Damn, pick it up.
Enemy top B. Enemy top Charlie. Hostile sentry turret active. Securing Bravo. Hostile spy plane established overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation. Multiple enemy spy plane contacts.
They can't inbound.
Dead
on that. Somebody is consistent. I'm out. Tired and falling asleep.
Alright, buddy.
Artillery standing by.
Yeah, I'm soon
Enemy spy plane inbound. Back off. Target requesting spy plane. Multiple hostile spy planes detected. No second chance. Be secure. All units, head to exfil. You're not to be taken alive.
Headed to evacuation.
That looks fun.
Just line up for you like that, for sure.
Unlock so much shit from my AK. Cobra, red dot. Got the better barrel there. Dom again. I gotta change out
What do you
this
have a
second.
cycling through? What are all the games you have?
What games?
As far as what are you playing? Domination, what else?
Domination.
Oh, deathmatch, go confirmed.
Taking.
That's what I'm saying. What do you
Capture
have
the
as far
objective. A secure.
as turn one?
You're in the lead.
Yeah, I'll put the first way. It is. I think there's a hard point. Man, that guy's ripped. There we go.
Enemy took Charlie.
Damn, I ripped that guy too.
Alright, boys. I'm gone.
Those two.
Peace out.
Agree.
I'll be on, I don't know when tomorrow because I got stuff to do, so.
Hey, buddy.
Alright, boys.
3-round burst SMG is pretty good.
Spy plane established. Spy plane MTL 50%. Spy plane exiting mission area. Give them hell, guys.
Dang it. There we go.
Hostile counter spy plane established above. Hostile spy plane established overhead.
Check out your jammer.
Hostile spy plane established overhead. It's not one yet. Keep it tight.
I don't think so.
Artillery awaiting target coordinates. Spy plane standing by.
Halftime.
That's cool. The artillery next round. Yeah, there's the play right here. There's the play right here. Boom, boom. Boom. One more for you. One more.
Switching rally points. Seize the objectives.
Taking the objective. Semtex out.
Taking Charlie. We're taking control.
Smoke checked.
C secure. Enemy inside. Hostile contact. Enemy is Bravo. Mission time. Securing B. Mission timeline expired. Spy plane exiting the AO. Enemy spy plane inbound.
info. Bravo lockdown. Hostile RCXD in your AO. Hunter requesting spy plane. Enemy care package above. Losing Charlie. Securing A.
Fuel reserves at 50%.
Counter spy plane established above. Artillery targeting detected. Artillery
Shooting the mannequin. I hate the mannequin.
Packed Alpha, that's set. Thanks for the work. Hard copy, Titan 49. TACOM out.
Legging. No,
enemy RCXD
connection
detected. Enemy spy plane inbound. Multiple enemy spy plane contacts. Taking A. Throwing grenade. Enemy care package above. Securing A. Artillery targeting detected. Net call. Incoming artillery. Losing C.
Jammers has been destroyed.
It's as good as ours. Keep it tight and by the numbers. Enemy spy plane inbound. Spy plane fuel check 50%. Priority tasking. Spy plane is a dot. Mission area secured. You made JSOC proud.
Way to follow the script, boys.
Shredding them. Oh man, I unlocked so much shit that round. Put the wire stock on that AK.
Sniper you using?
I haven't really fucked with the sniper as much yet. Just the M16 is the furthest. You want to do more another Nuketown, or you want me to switch?
Fine.
Yeah, okay. I kind of like that dome on that map, like fighting over B.
Yeah.
Want to go get ice cream? I average up to 37 on this map.
It's a lot.
I like that it's all hippie shit that they decorate it with.
'70s crap.
Oh man. Yeah, are you playing? Oh, finally. It wasn't letting me get in for so late.
Enemy has Bravo.
Oh my god, I would fucking flash my fucking self, dude.
Watch your fucking fire!
I'm still, holy shit.
Taking Bravo. Enemy spy plane inbound. Bravo secure. Losing Bravo. We lost Bravo.
Oh, like me sitting there. That's funny.
Securing Bravo. Sit-rep. Strike inbound. Hostile care package inbound.
Okay.
It's not over. Regroup, fight back. move time. Switching sides. Secure the objective.
Capturing the objective. Reporting hostile contacts.
Taking Alpha. Enemy has Charlie. Alpha secure. Enemy took B. Hostile spy plane established overhead. Enemy RCXT detected.
Man, they start pushing B hard when you cap it, man. It's crazy. No way. Fuck the motherfucker. Oh,
Losing B.
I pulled that shit way too early. Got an attack dropper coming in.
We lost B. Hostile spy plane established overhead. Hostile artillery inbound.
Damn.
Napalm strike inbound. Enemy spy plane inbound. Hostile care package inbound. Enemy napalm strike incoming. detected in your AO.
Fucking top.
We're done here, Spetsnaz. Fall back to extraction site.
Fuck these guys up though.
This isn't how it was supposed to go now.
Play the game.
Team deathmatch. MTC is live. Bring the hammer down.
Yeah.
It's a little slower.
We're in the lead.
Oh, so weak. I don't know what side they're spawning on.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Oh, 10 kills.
Friendly target. Friendly target.
Stun. Arming subjects. Hostile care package. Hostile spy plane established overhead. Almost there. Hold fast, people. Enemy napalm strike incoming. Enemy care package above. Great job, CIA. Fuss, no fuss.
Yes.
That outcome was
Almost
never
had half
done.
our kills. Ooh. I like this game.
Domination. Taking Charlie. Seize the objectives. Securing B.
plane standing by.
Close out the win, then do it again.
On Steelers 3359 says, wanna be come fiam us? Bui follow ers, prim es and 6 yours on https://clck.ru/r9gqb, bigfollows.com.
So stupid.
Switching sides. Secure the objective.
Capturing the objective. Semtex out.
Securing. Pulling ahead. A secure. Enemy spy plane inbound. Taking B.
Throwing Semtex.
Enemy took Charlie. Enemy has Bravo. Securing Bravo. Losing Alpha. Enemy spy plane inbound. B locked. Losing Bravo.
Strong burst in the AUG, dude. Wow. That guy was shredding air.
Enemy chopper gunner established above. Secure. Maintain current posture.
Chopper gunner located.
Bravo. Using Charlie. Hostile care package inbound. Hostile spy plane established overhead. Victory is close. Wrap it up and let's go home. Hostile counter spy plane established above. Loyalty to the party, loyalty to the motherland. Victory. Get down the rack.
Damn, I got new room fast. Damn, T, you're 2 levels higher than me. Alright.
I'm playing a lot double XP. Last couple days here. Trust me, I'm not getting 50 kills a game.
Little by little.
That's how I do it.
Team deathmatch. The Secretariat are watching. Пусть они гордятся вами. We're in the lead. Enemy spy plane inbound.
Flip-flopping him, man. Hilarious.
Spy plane in the front. We have eyes on. Mission goals are in sight. Take away.
Watch your fucking fire!
Damn, our team's 42 and 5.
Capitalists will remember this defeat.
Every time I saw somebody to kill, they got killed.
Yeah, it was that guy. The guy with the 8.67.
I'm on your side.
Is it open?
Hold fire.
Domination. Seize the objectives. Securing Bravo. Enemy has Alpha.
welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. I'm Mark Stein. Tucker is out for a court-ordered recount of his turkey giblets. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. One thing Americans should not be thankful for, however, is the various election systems that afflict the nation. Regardless of whoever you think won the presidency, too much is now known. If Georgia runs the January Senate runoff the same way it ran this month's general election, in defiance of its own rules, with obvious codswallop like a supposed burst water pipe. If they do it that way next time, then the Democrats will win both seats, take control of the Senate, and if that happens, unlike the mythical bursts of full-time, a salad deluge. A transformative deluge from a Senate that will sweep away institutional obstacles and stack the odds against any meaningful alternative to the Democrat Party for years to come. From his Thanksgiving dinner with a maximum of 9 persons but no more than 2 households, here's Chuck Schumer.
Now we take Georgia, and then we change the world.
When a guy spells out what he's going to do to you, don't act surprised when he doesn't. President Trump has now joined the fight in Georgia. He and these 2 senators were both on the receiving end, to one degree or another, of an election racket whose flaws the state has already admitted to. Just 8 weeks ago, this rather curious, supposedly Republican Secretary of State announced that at least 1,000 people had voted twice in the primary, and that this was a serious intentional fraud on the people of Georgia. Quote, those that create the system are breaking the law, and as Secretary of State, I will not tolerate. Oh, he sounded so Bush way back when, in September, but he seems to be a lot more tolerant of it just 2 months later. So the president will be holding rallies in Georgia to help these senators over the finish line, regardless of how many double voters turn up or whatever torrent of burst sewer lines closes down the county centers from Atlanta to the sea. This is the new Georgia, we're told. It's no longer a reliable red state. It's all powerful now. It's all swing state. Can run to the center and unseat the So how moderate is his Democrat opponent? He's this moderate. He's anti-gun, he's anti-communist, Trump, and more than that, he's anti-UNA. Losing C.
If it is true that a man who was dominating the news and poisoned the discussion of understanding inbound, then it is doubly true that a nation that can produce such a man and make this vitriol go viral needs to repent. No matter what happens next month, more than 1/3 of the nation that will go along with this is reason. America needs to repent for its worship of whiteness.
Alpha secure. Does that sound like a viable swing state moderate to you, the Susan Collins of Georgia? Or does that sound like a crazy radical the Georgia Democrats are going to need the Shenanigan Express full throttle down the track to drag to victory? Half the GOP are in indecent haste to move on to the so-called post-Trump Republican Party. And I can understand why that's deeply demoralizing for the 80% of the president's voters who think the election was stolen. I'm just a simple Canadian used to primitive systems of paper ballots whose votes are counted where they're cast, as opposed to being driven around in unmasked half the night, hither and yon. And I confess I don't understand those Republicans saying, well, yes, but it wouldn't be enough to change the result, as if there's a constitutionally acceptable figure for the number of Civil War veterans permitted to vote. What I do know is that this talk is very dispiriting to GOP voters, and that suits the Democrats just fine. Because if they can get enough Republicans to stay home in Georgia, they might not even need to call the old Fulton County overflowing toilet next to the ballot box routine. Georgia Republicans need a record turnout in January to put Perdue and Loeffler beyond the margin of error, beyond the margin of lawyer, and beyond to shrug his shoulders and walk away? President Trump. Instead, he's heading south because he knows what will follow if Georgia goes down. Do you like that U.S. Supreme Court Thanksgiving decision striking down a decree from Commissar Andrew Cuomo's Department of Religious Micromanagement that says you're going to seat church? It was a narrow 5-4 decision because Chief Justice John Roberts joined the lefty judge's opposition. Rip Bush apparently agrees, for the moment, that state officials should have the power to deem a church less, quote, essential than a bicycle repair shop for months and, if necessary, years on end. The losing party, defendant Cuomo, has dismissed the ruling as, quote, irrelevant and blamed it on the court's infusion of politicized Trump judges. The Democrats don't mind politicized courts as long as they're politicized in the right direction. A third of this bench was appointed by Trump. They don't like that, and they're not going to put up with it, and they'll add new judges to the court to ensure Andrew Cuomo need no longer be irritated by passing restraints on state powers. Aside from court packing, they're also going for electoral college packing. If they win those Senate seats, they'll be adding new states. First, Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia. But hey, why stop there? American troops have been running around helping province in Afghanistan and the Sunni Triangle in Iraq for 20 years. How about Hillary's liberated Libya? Its polling places work better than Wayne County's. Let's make them states. There are incendiary Afghan goat herds, not yet sufficiently reliable Democrat votes. And then there's the easiest fix for so that the so-called world's greatest deliberative body no longer needs to deliberate its way to 60 votes. 51 will put them over the top and enable them to put millions living in the country illegally on the express check-in for U.S. citizenship and Democrat. New states, a handful of new Supreme Court justices, millions of new voters.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
None of these things seem to have anything to do with healthcare, the economy, or any public policy that affects my life one iota. And you're right. We hear all this nonsense about how maybe we should
enemy spy plane inbound.
Mandatory non-binary pronouns for the last three binary Americans. For one thing, all Democrats are in complete agreement with new levers of Democrat power. Because unlike the Republicans, the Democrats are serious about power, and when they get it, they're priority more of it and keep it. California is a one-party state, New York is a one-party state, Massachusetts is a one-party state, but there's a lot of states out there, and these guys are in a hurry. And maybe with 2 Senate seats, they can just get it done nationally once and for all. That's what state is. Joining us now is the CEO of American Majority, Ned Ryan, and the author of a book called Restoring Our Republic. And Ned, if this Georgia thing goes the wrong way, restoring the Republic is maybe going to take a couple of generations or longer.
Trump is leading by example and going down there on Saturday. Whether people like it or not, barring the miracle of the presidential, it's okay, Mitch. I didn't deal with the last time we were trying to punish the establishment, we ended up being able to stop Obamacare being ran through. So there's a season for everything, and now is not the season to punish the establishment. It's not a time to be discouraged. Will the GOP Senate majority disappoint us? Of course it will. You can bank on it, but will they stop 70 to 80% of the madness? Absolutely. As you were pointing out, they'll stop the legislative filibuster. They're going to stop the Supreme Court from being packed. They're not going to give statehood to D.C. or Puerto Rico. Are they going to disappoint us on immigration? Yes, but I would remind any senator on the ballot in 2022 to work hard before you do anything stupid on immigration. In the meantime, it's all hands on deck in Georgia. America is at stake. We have till December 7th to continue doing voter registration. You can do forums, phone calls, peer-to-peer texting. You have to hold the line in Georgia on January 5th to give us a chance at some semblance of sanity for the next 2 years.
Let me ask you this. dumb to realize that Donald Trump is a racist who stereotypes.
There are a lot of evangelical Hispanics who, you know,
Securing Bravo.
the fact that Trump says racist things about Mexicans or puts,
Enemy attack helicopter above.
cages,
There's no winning this.
they think that's less
Conflict,
important
exit
than the
head
fact
zone.
that, you know, he
TACOM requests
supports
immediate
their
evac from
views
hot
on
zone.
gay marriage.
Trophy system activated. According to Obama, Hispanics
That's spy plane.
as clingy as white men, but instead of gun religions, it is instead gay marriage and abortion policies. Everyone else who disagrees with Barack Obama is some kind of bitter clinger, and if you start to get the sense that this guy is obsessed with race and identity and wants to use it for political purposes, shut up. According to Barack Obama, that's something only a bitter white male would think.
That story that they're hearing from Fox News and Rush Limbaugh and, you know, in some cases inside their churches, you've seen created in Republican politics this sense that, you know, white males are victims. Like they're the ones who are like under attack, which obviously doesn't jibe with both history and data and economics. But that's a sincere belief. You know, that's been internalized. That's a story that's being told.
So it's Fox News and Rush's fault. When will Barack Obama admit the possibility that some of these 73 million Americans can think for themselves? DeRoy Murdoch is a contributing editor at National Review. Always good to see him. And he joins us now. DeRoy, it's almost as if he's just going through the motions on a lot of this stuff. You don't get the feeling he's actually engaging with the American people on it.
Mark, it's great to be with you. I don't know if he's going through the motions or not, but we've heard this sort of thing from Obama before, and it's just disgusting. I'm struck by a number of things. One is he's, in that clip you saw, attacking President Trump for supposedly putting illegal aliens in cages. Guess who built the cages? Obama. Those are his cages. He built them. And the people who put in them were basically a lot of kids who came up to the U.S. without their parents.
Domination.
They could be put somewhere, and that's maybe not the ideal place to put them. Put them somewhere with the same running around death. That's be far worse. He's the guy who built the cages, and he never takes any blame for that. He should. But more than that is a tremendous sense of racist country. This is how big it is, and they never focus on the fact that they were elected in 2008 with 69 and votes, 52% total. Re-elected in 2012 with 62 million votes, 51% total. The majority of each of those elections. His book so far sold 1.7 million copies. His wife's book has sold 1 million copies. Wait back. And she's.
Do you think anybody actually reads those books? Or actually opens them? Do you think there's one man, Roy, who has actually got to page 720 of Obama's book, honestly?
I guess they're working through some. You know, they may buy these as ads of virtue signaling and just put them on their bookshelves to impress their friends, but at least they're buying them. You know, and again, if this were such a racist country, would people be lining up to buy their books, lining up in 2008, 2012 to vote for Obama? And then you've got his successor, Biden, is running with his black woman, half Jamaican, half East Indian, and they got 78 million or 79 million votes. So if this is such a big independent, why do people keep turning up to buy the books? And Obama right now is the #1 most popular woman on the planet Earth. So rather than this endless parade of gratitude on the part of the Republicans, thank you, America. Thank you for being so warm to us and warm to our family, being such a loving country to us. This place as if we were apartheid South Africa. Shame on them. It's disgusting to watch, and it just turns my stomach.
Just quickly, DeRoy, who's #2 on that list?
Number 1 is Michelle Obama, #2 is Angelina Jolie, and #3 is Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth.
Up in the rankings. We need to to get the Queen up to number one. Hey, Pennsylvania, thank you. A Pennsylvania state senator investigating the integrity of the election from social media today. What happened and what did he find out about the election? That's straight ahead.
Hostile spy plane established
Lagging.
overhead. Multiple enemy spy plane contacts.
State senator by the name of Doug
Enemy
Cristiano
RCXD
held a
detected.
hearing on Wednesday afternoon concerning allegations of this month's election. That didn't make big tech happy, so today it was all just a big misunderstanding. To be fair, it could be that the fact-checking censors over Twitter are still recovering from their massive vegan overload that they consumed during the Indigenous Peoples' Day. That would explain how Twitter managed to censor a sitting Pennsylvania state senator while also
Oh, I'm
missing
lagging out
something,
hard.
surely
Goddamn.
even more dodgy coming from the Communist Party of China. China's state-run newspaper tweeted, all available evidence suggests that COVID-19 did not start in central China's Wuhan, oh no, but may come into China through imported frozen food products. So Lean Cuisine did this with a bit of mac and cheese, probably with some help from the Swansons. Is this double standard and censorship in Silicon Valley a sign of China's new social media strategy? Gordon...
I'm saying neighbor whenever I do that. That's the joke.
I'm saying the thing that is meant to offend
Andy
black
says.
Yeah, he says.
I say. You know.
I'm saying what we're all thinking. Kyler's saying what.
I'm trying to maintain a sense of decorum and civility.
Or how about a? Do it.
Go ahead, say it.
Her neighbor.
That's called I'm calling U-Haul today, and you're going to real estate.
Yeah, that's called.
Alright, that shit lagged me out.
That's called.
I'm flipping the neighborhood, ladies and gents.
That's called I'm building a big wooden D. I'm covering it in gasoline.
Hey, we're X-Tags. Who gives
I'm getting my Pac-Man costume, the ghost, you know.
that Israel are going to change the. All of these are interesting. 4 hours. Friday, November 27th, 2020. Thank you so much for joining me today. Today is going to be a focused special show, sort of like we used to do before all the COVID madness came around. Today we are going to be focusing on foreign policy, but I can't promise, depending on how tired I am after the show, I'm going to try to be following this up with a full show on everything else when we're done. But as you may have seen, there's quite a bit going on today, specifically in regard to foreign policy. So I felt this was a perfect opportunity to bring in all the things that I've been holding off to make sure that you could see in regard to foreign policy. But don't forget, what's going on with COVID-19, with the technocratic revolution, the tri-security, the biosecurity, the biosecurity state. I was combining the two, the tri-national security state and the biosecurity state. All these things that we see building. All of these are intricately connected with foreign policy and the agendas of the governments that I think are driving all of it. And this is what we're going to get into today. Now, you might have heard there's been some very important developments that I think are going to be leading to something that is going to change the face of what's happening in foreign policy today. And depending on a few key actions from key people. But let's just jump right into this today so we can get over to talk about the first part of this and how it relates to the bigger picture of all the things that I've been talking about for a very, very long time. Now, as you might have seen in the news today, we are seeing that there's been an assassination of an Iranian scientist. And I want to start off right in the beginning here to just remove any doubt about what we're talking about. Now, first of all, understand that the Israeli government has absolutely assassinated Iranian scientists more than once without any justification, no due process, no, the point is that there's no actual legality here. There's no legal standing. Just because Iran bad guy, and you say Iran bad guy, doesn't mean you can just violate any kind of international norms or laws or anything you choose. But that's what's been happening with U.S. foreign policy and Israeli foreign policy for quite a long time now. Bombing Iran, bombing Syria, saying because Iran's there, which is not a legal justification. Occupying locations, even though the UN says those are legal occupations, they don't care. They do not care because they're off the rails. They're not trying to be legitimate. They're trying to be legal. There's much more at stake here. But as you can see from the New York Times, Iran's top nuclear scientist killed in attack. Now, we're going to get into the nuclear part of that because we're talking about a civilian nuclear program, as has been attested to by the IAEA, despite all the changes and manipulations after the previous director, Amano, was mysteriously died. Well, I'm not even going to get into that story. If you want, I did a whole video on that and it ties to Israel and all that in the past, because this was a person who was openly saying that Israel was trying to influence him to say things that weren't true. But, that has nothing to do with this today. But now with the new situation, the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is supposed to be monitoring whether Iran is actually violating violating the nuclear deal that's technically on. There's so much to this story. But the point is, I'll get into the nuclear discussion and why it's not what they're making it out to be. But here's what it says. The scientist, Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, was described as by the United States and Israeli intelligence assessments as the force behind Iran's nuclear weapons program. Now, of course, this is them describing the weapons program, which as far as I'm concerned, as far as my research has shown, as far as the evidence has shown, it doesn't exist. It's simply not there. Now, you could argue that it's secret and we don't see it, and they something we don't, but that's interesting, seeing as how the IAEA continues to say the opposite. But it says news reports in Iran say he died after being attacked in a vehicle. But here's the important part. 3 officials said that Israel was behind the attack. This is the New York Times, which is not to say nothing more than the fact that this is where official sources and as far as the mainstream consensus comes from. So this is important to understand as right now it's being debated and discussed. And on top of all of that, Israel is very open about the fact that it has the right to do any of this stuff. Why? Well, because Iran bad guy. And it's actually no more depth than that. That they don't think Iran is the bad entity and they're doing bad things. Don't ask for any more. And they'll say that anything they do is defending itself against those future actions. This is the whole Bethlehem doctrine we've talked about before. I believe that's the correct term. But the idea that they talk about preemptive self-defense, and that's what all this circles around. The idea that because they might have been doing something that could lead to actions against them, that this is all justified because they were defending themselves. Nobody should think that makes sense. And in fact, if it was happening in reverse and Iran was doing that with the same logic, would it apply for them? Obviously not. But let's get right into the actual story, as I can tell from numerous sources on the ground, as well as I've been talking with Robert Inlakesh all day about this, and he's currently in touch with numerous sources in numerous locations all around this story. And we're going to be following up together, as well as Robert's going to be doing a video just on this topic. So stay tuned to The Last American Vagabond for the actual story of what's going on, not what the mainstream and Israel's government wants you to think is going on. Israel suspected an assassination of top Iranian scientist. A top Iranian scientist was assassinated near Tehran. Now, it's interesting to me in all of this is the just absolute lack of decorum, which is not, it's almost impossible to pretend like there's decorum in war anyway. But historically speaking, there's the pretense of one where you're supposed to do certain things and you're not supposed to attack people in certain locations and so on. You know, civilian lives and all that. Our governments don't care about that at all. And if you think otherwise, then you're just not paying attention. Actions that are ongoing in Yemen, which we'll talk about in a minute, way down at the end of the show, where they're continuing to starve. It's the worst humanitarian crisis on the planet. But of course, we don't care about that because that's something the U.S. government and Saudi Arabia are championing. So we just don't talk about it. In Tehran, it happened. In a populated area. Civilians all around. As I understand it, other people actually died. But that's still being confirmed. The idea that this is even happening in a public civilian location without any actual legal standing is if this happened, if any other entity did this outside the U.S. and Israeli circles, this would be a huge deal. This would be war ground. I mean, this is an act of war. So just because they want to make out Iran out to be the bad guy here, the villain, even if that's the case, even if you believe everything that Israel's government is saying about Iran, they still do not have the legal standing to just unilaterally and just carry out an extrajudicial assassination of a scientist. But they do, and they have. So you're going to get painting the picture of who's actually the entity that's breaking the rules here, as it were. The group that's not doing the entity that is the criminal. Israel has previously alleged that the scientist, Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, headed an Iranian military nuclear program. Now, forgive my pronunciation, by the way. I know that's technically correct, but I'm, not the best at the Iranian names. But it was important to me to make sure I got it correct because this is somebody who was assassinated. The nuclear program is a very important part of this. Because what they're trying to insinuate in the mainstream is that there's been this nuclear program and that this person was in fact working on dangerous nuclear bombs, which they weren't allowed to do. And that's why this makes sense. Even though even that would not be legal, understand. Even if they knew as a matter of fact he was making nuclear bombs, assassinating him without some kind of legal process is not international law. That is a violation. Another crime adding to the long list of Israeli government crimes. But on top of all that, it wasn't actually what's happening, according to the IAEA. It says in a statement, Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif condemned the attack and said there are serious indications of an Israeli role in the assassination. In 2018, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called out Fakhrizadeh in a news conference and said, remember that name. Right here. Let's take a listen.
A key part of the plan was to form new organizations to continue the work. A key part of the plan was to form new organizations to continue the work. This is how Dr. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, head of Project
Fakhrizadeh. That's how he's saying it, but it's close enough.
Remember that name, Fakhrizadeh. So here's his directive. It's right here. And he says, the general aim is to announce the closure of Project Ahmad, but then he adds, special activities, you know what that is, special activities will be carried out under the title of scientific know-how developments.
You see, the things when he said, like that kind of idea, you know what that means? These are blind assumptions based on the insinuation that, well, because we know that they're bad guy, that means bad guy things. And that's just childish. But the point here is that this is, I love Netanyahu's clownish, Wile E. Coyote displays of, the way he does these big presentations that are nothing. It's the wall full of CDs that he's pointing to and saying, here's what's on them. It's like, okay, cool. Are we just going to trust it? That's just it's a meaningless display. Or a graph of a bomb where he's drawing how close they are. Remember how he does that every so many years and is never actually correct. And the IAEA has continued to say that he's not correct. In fact, that he continues to use old things and point to the same things repeatedly at different times to trick people into thinking there's something new happening. This is him pointing to the scientist saying, this is somebody that you need to remember. This is a problem. It's a person that numerous different discussions from Netanyahu about this individual and specifically Project Ahmad, which they claimed was a nuclear weapons program. Except there's not any evidence of that. And in fact, it goes forward to show that it was actually stopped in 2003. He says, this says, quote, terrorists murdered an eminent Iranian scientist today. This cowardice with serious indications of an Israeli role shows desperate warmongering of the perpetrators. The New York Times cited 3 anonymous officials. Again, and make sure you remember that because that is an important aspect of this. That said Israel was behind the assassination. Fakhrizadeh headed Iran's Ahmad project, a nuclear program the U.S. and Israel claim was a military operation. According to the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and U.S. intelligence, the Ahmad program was halted in 2003. Okay, so this is what we see constantly, where things that they have claimed, such as Syria destroying all their chemical weapons up until the point when they need them to use them. So they pretend like, well, that must not have been true. So were you wrong then? Were you lying then? Or couldn't you be wrong now? Nah, I don't think about any of that. Just listen to blindly what your government tells you in this moment, regardless of whether it contradicts previous things that they've said. Now he's supposed to be in this Ahmad project, and that was happening because they were being told it's happening by the Israeli government. So then they must have just been wrong in 2003. Could they be wrong now then too? Nah, I don't think about that. Israel is believed to be responsible for a series of assassinations of Iranian scientists that mainly took place between 2010 and 2012. No repercussions, no actions, no legal no investigations. You know, all these governments that continue to stand up and bluster about how they're fighting for good things and freedom and democracy and fighting this kind of thing completely ignore it every time it comes, even seems to come from one of the people that they're working with. Which just constantly continues to show you their wild hypocrisy, that it has nothing to do with fighting for people. They don't care about human rights and civilians and it's all about how they use those things to achieve their goals. Because if they actually cared about them, they would care about them in every instance, not just when it was happening at places they could benefit from. It says, while Israel has not officially acknowledged its role, Israeli officials have hinted that they were behind the killings, which is what happens every time. So far, Israeli officials have not commented on this one as far as of like maybe half an hour ago, because I'm sure this is currently developing as we are sitting here now. So if you guys know of anything, please add it to the chat so people can know what's going on. Now it says the killing comes at a time of heightened tensions in the region. Earlier this month, reports said President Trump reviewed options to strike an Iranian nuclear site. We talked about that at the time. Since then, Israel has leaked stories about their preparedness for a U.S. attack on Iran. And there has been an uptick in Israeli airstrikes against what they call Iranian-linked targets in Syria. So it's really ridiculous for us to pretend like, one, there's not plenty of information before all this to suggest that it's pretty clear that this is something they would do, could do, and have done. But then on top of that, we have 3 sources saying that Israel did it and is admitting to do it. Then on top of all of that, we have them claiming that they're planning to do exactly that. It just gets really ridiculous when we see the backpedaling of the media trying to make this into what they want it to be. Now, what's important before we go forward is that there is some interesting... Basically, Robert Inlakesh is of the mind that this is something that is specifically because of what's happening right now. Everything. And even a year ago, this wouldn't be the same situation. So right now, the fact is that if Israel admits to this, it seems quite clear based on the sources from Robert, people in Iran, people on the ground, and numerous sources that have already been cited, and I'll get to one in a minute, that they will be responding to this. They will be. That's decided. But if Israel claims it, that this will begin war footing very seriously. And the idea is that he believes that at the end of the day, it makes more sense for them to push it off onto the United States, to claim that they were behind it, to avoid some kind of massive kickoff of war that's outside of the way that they want it to start. Understand that I believe they've been pushing for this for a long time. Now, this also seems to kind of tie in with what Whitney and I were talking about, of course, about the Iranian, China, Russia aspect of the election and the election chaos. Remember, we are right in the time frame of when Cyber Reason was predicting all of this up until January 20th. Now, Cyber Reason has also been talking about all these Iranian, ransomware. They've just talked about a new one that's just happening now. I can promise you it's going to get tied back to Iran or one of these entities. And you can see how these might intertwine. Now, suddenly, if we say, well, Iran did something in the election. And that's why we see all this happening. And that's why action was taken and they assassinated the scientist, because that was their retaliation. As disgusting as that would be, based on no evidence, no actual legal standing, people in this country would go, oh, well, that makes sense, which is horrifying. But the point being is that would be yet another assassination. But all of it, in my opinion, very clearly stems back to Israel's government. And then we have to ask ourselves whether that's what we're staring at, and there's obvious influence from Israel's government over our government in every possible way, and whether that's what this is. Interesting. But we need to remember that there is no credence to any of the ideas coming from the people that they're using to investigate this, that there is actually a nuclear program that they should be concerned about. Now, let's just get to that actually first, because this is... Make sure I didn't jump forward. Well, here's Javad Zarif's tweet. Terror, and this, you know what I tweeted out when I read this, when I first saw that this was happening, when I first heard that this happened? This is what terrorism looks like. This is what it looks like. An extrajudicial, outside the law murder of a scientist. Just because you want to frame him as doing something that you think is bad? You know what? This is what's so frustrating about this whole story. Even if you believe he's making nuclear weapons, why do we deem that to be some... The U.S. is still currently violating the Non-Proliferation Treaty. So is Russia. So is most of them. Saudi Arabia just got nuclear technology from the U.S. and from Israel. That doesn't seem to be a problem. They're already talking about nuclear technology from other people in the Middle East, despite the fact that being some kind of red line in the past. The point is that just because they don't like Iran and make up all these claims about it, that, by the way, I continue to show are baseless. And it doesn't mean that their government is necessarily any better or worse than generally governments, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, what they're claiming about that they're rebel groups around the world, they're completely making stuff up from whole cloth. That doesn't mean they're not tied to people around the world. Doesn't mean they don't have allies. Doesn't mean they don't sell weapons to allies or buy weapons from allies, just like every other government on the planet. But because Iran bad guy, will those things suddenly become unprecedented? And that's what's so frustrating about this. Even if he was working on a nuclear bomb, they murdered a scientist because they think they're not allowed to do it, despite everybody else being allowed to. We're in this very childish game of making the people that they don't like out to be villains in this ridiculous movie that the whole thing is such a stage. And that's what's so frustrating about it. The people like us that can be objective and stand back and realize that, this guy had a family. This guy had ambitions and desires. And it wasn't just the Iranian bad guy government as they're trying to make it out to be. There's a lot more going on here, including, by the way, the other people that potentially died, who also had families, who also were killed illegally. He said terrorists murdered an eminent Iranian scientist today. This cowardice, with serious indications of Israeli role, shows desperate warmongering of perpetrators. Iran calls on the international community, and especially the EU, to tend their shameful double standards and condemn this act of state terror. And I had to show this, by the way. Actually, I'll get to that in a minute. I forgot I mixed all these up afterward. But here's the point of this is coming from a news agency in Iran, commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. We took a decision to retaliate and severely punish those who planned, carried out, and supported the assassination of Mohsen Fakhrizadeh. So they're saying that we are going to act. Now, of course, that could just be bluster. Sometimes it is. Doesn't seem like it, though. It really doesn't. Well, why don't we just go through these before so I don't get myself all mixed up. But the point was I was going to get over to the nuclear aspect of this, and I'm going to show you quite clearly. And this is what's so painful about this is it's easy to just go to the IAEA and show you what they're actually saying. It's incredible how easy that is, right? Prominent Iranian physicist assassinated near Tehran. Now, this is coming from Press TV, and there's a little more detail here in regard to the ins and outs. Now, it says the attack targeted the vehicle carrying Fakhrizadeh, who headed the Iranian Defense Ministry's Organization of Defense, Innovation, and Research, the SPND, according to the agency. Right? So it's interesting. You listen to Western press and it's a nuclear weapon scientist, right? And here they're saying he's an Iranian Defense Minister's Organization of Defense, Innovation, and Research. Probably somewhere in the middle, right? It's just funny how there's always the different stories, right? The Department of War, and now suddenly today is the Department of Defense, right? It's just, they're all like this. Governments are like this. It's only the fact that we allow our government to taint us against other people around the world because they have interest in what they own, or want to control their territory, or want their resources, or want, any number of things. So let's make them bad guy. And don't forget, historically speaking, we're talking about people that they worked with up until they decided they're no longer useful, like Saddam Hussein, like Osama bin Laden. Don't forget that in Iran, before the illegal overthrow in Operation Ajax, the country was much like the United States. You can very easily look that up and see the pictures of women in bikinis. And then suddenly the U.S. government creates conditions for an overthrow of their government, creates a coup, overthrows their government, and then drives it into exactly what they're pointing at as the problem today. Just think about how crazy stupid that is. We're talking about the people that created it. It's just like the U.S. government creating Al-Qaeda and ISIS and then going, look, ISIS, we need to invade countries to stop the thing that we clearly created and funded and armed and protected and moved on and on and on. The Defense Ministry's office said that he was severely wounded in the course of the clashes, and I've heard this going back and forth, where some say he was injured and they brought him to the hospital, some saying he died right away. Always discrepancies. And actually, in fact, Iran, as I understand at the beginning, was saying that nothing happened, which also is very customary. Nobody wants to admit that they were taken advantage of or attacked in a way that made them look weak if they can control the situation. But as I understand it, now that's coming out, and it's very clear that this happened. But they said they transferred him to a hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. Now, as far as said, 3 to 4 people were killed in the shooting, which I'm still waiting for this to flesh out. I haven't actually got multiple confirmation here. But it does appear from a few different, unconfirmed sources that multiple people were killed. Now, realize, whether that's Israel, the United States, this is where you get into the foggy ground. All of this is completely illegal. But when you start having innocent people killed alongside, even the argument that, well, bad guy, well, nuclear stuff, doesn't really carry it, because you can't just murder 4 people. Well, clearly, the U.S. has showed you that you really can and get away with it as long as you lie about it and tell us that we're the bad guys. But you shouldn't be allowed to, and that will change the story. It says photos and footage shared online of the attack showed bullet holes in the windshield of the car and pool of blood on the road. And according to RT, this was just the point in general that it happened in the capital of Tehran, which I thought was very interesting. And this says the scientist was struck by gunfire after his car was stopped by an explosion at Mustafa Khomeini Boulevard. So not only was this, clearly this was very planned in a very public location, right? He's on Mustafa Khomeini Boulevard, and they create an explosion to stop him and then attack the convoy. This is a civilian area, guys. Imagine where you live right now. Imagine your biggest intersection where you live right now. Now imagine Iran. Or any of them. Imagine Israel came in and just started exploding things in the middle of your street because they had somebody they wanted to stop. Does that sound okay to you? They don't care about your life and what other things were happening around you, or the effort that needs to be taken to fix the area they just destroyed in the middle of a public area, right? Nobody cares about, nobody thinks about any of these things if it's not happening in your backyard. As long as it's happening in the bad guy Middle East area, we don't care. Go ahead and just do what you want and tell us we're fighting for freedom. Think about this happening next to your home, killing your family, based on the idea that Israel somehow has the right to defend itself in somebody else's country. It says images released to the press showed the exploded wreckage of one vehicle and a second bullet-marked car in which the scientist was traveling. So clearly multiple cars, which they clearly didn't know which is which. So I think it's pretty clear that more than one person died here. And we have to know that that's not okay. Oh, and I'm going to include all these links, by the way. It's really important that you guys take the time to look through the backstory as well. There's numerous examples of Israeli entities admitting that they're behind these assassinations. It says we will, and this is one of the things I keep showing you, and this is not just about this specific incidents. They say this in Syria. They say this in regard to Iraq. They say we will act in any way, meaning anything they want to do. Clearly, they're very humble, right? Clearly, they think they can do whatever they want. Is that not clear to anybody? We will act in any way and are not willing to tolerate a nuclear-armed Iran. Except that's not actually happening. It's not even close. We prefer that this be done by means of sanctions, but in the end, Israel would be able to defend itself. Should be able. So defending yourself is murdering a scientist in the middle of the capital of a foreign country. That sound like that makes sense to anybody? So if Iran murders a scientist in the middle of an Israeli city, is that Iran defending itself? See how dumb it looks when you flip it around? But it doesn't matter because Iran bad guy, it is Israel ally. It doesn't matter. There's no logic, there's no facts, there's no honesty or integrity. It's just about the agenda. The clumsy, ham-fisted, in-your-face agenda based on the idea that they're right no matter what. It's very disgusting. And understand that as an American, this disgusts me. That my name is on this regardless of whether I support it. Because they're acting in my name regardless of whether I protest what they're doing. That's why all Americans need to realize that they are not you. They're the government. They are not the you. We are the American people. We are the country. There are agents acting on our behalf, and they don't care what you think anymore. That's what we need to wake up to. They will act in any way. Now realize the point here is that the Israeli government we're pointing to has the influence over this government, over the U.S. government, over the U.S. Congress, in a very, very obvious, undue way. They'll do whatever they want. Tensions simmer over possible U.S. strike. Now, this is from the day before. Yes, this is yesterday, saying that tensions have been high in the Middle East since the New York Times reported that President Trump reviewed options to strike an Iranian nuclear facility during an Oval Office meeting. Now, they ultimately said no, but it said covert options like cyber attacks, which, by the way, they're openly doing. That's not a secret. The U.S. and Israel have boasted about carrying out cyber attacks in Iran, which, by the way, are flagrantly illegal. But of course, if even the hint of a cyber attack against us, and we're about to declare war, right? Because that makes total sense. We cannot be this naive. Are there any, where are all the grown-ups out there? How can we not realize how incredibly broken this is? And what these people are are pushing out as virtuous is the worst possible thing. These are criminals acting in, this is mafia tactics. To reference a point that we're going to get to in a minute. They are acting like thugs. We're powerful. We can do what we want. The laws don't apply. You do what we say, or we're going to hurt you. Now, the point here, guys, is that this is not a new discussion. I've done probably 15 videos just on the JCPOA. And specifically the two articles, I believe 26 and 36, that very, very, very clearly show you that everything that Iran is doing right now is not only not a violation, but is literally within the JCPOA. It's baffling to me that we can continue to have places, even like Reuters, anybody out there, just stupidly misrepresent that, which shows you that they not only, I find it almost impossible that Reuters as an or the Reuters staff, I guess, the people who wrote this, don't know that those things are there. But nonetheless, here's the title, UN Watchdog, and this is what this actually was. This is 10 months ago. This is actually the IAEA coming out and saying, no, there's no violations. But of course, how they frame it in the biased mainstream media is they see no new violations. Isn't that great? That's not what they said. They said that there weren't violations, but of course, because Reuters knows the narrative is that they're already violating it, they just go, no, new ones. It's not true. They say Iran has taken further steps to violate. Wrong. Already wrong. 100% already incorrect. The 2015 nuclear deal with world powers since it renounced last month all restraints imposed by the agreement. That's not what happened at all. It's painful how ridiculous this is. I've shown you the exact statements from Iran. I've shown you exactly what they said. They literally spoon-fed people and walked them through what they're doing. And all of the Western media just ignored it because they know what they're supposed to be doing. They're literally taking actions that are designed within this deal to do if and when things happen like we're seeing, such as the United States violating the deal, the EU and the US imposing sanctions or allowing them on Iran. They are allowed to do what they're doing. And I'll get to that right after this. But it says after the fifth step, there hasn't been any follow-up. Of course, they continue to enrich. Ooh, you mean the thing that they're allowed to do? Okay, don't make sure we understand that, Reuters. Good job. Everybody in the world, every government is allowed to enrich uranium for a civilian program. But of course, Pompeo and all the people that are trying to manipulate you, they play on your ignorance about that. And they act like, look, they're enriching this. Yeah, but so is everybody. And right now, the U.S. is clearly way, way, way ahead of everybody in regard to how many nukes they have and the fact that they're still doing it, despite the lies they continue to tell you about. I mean, the non-proliferation treaty is supposed to be that they're not only not making them, but they're slowly getting rid of them. That's not happening. But it's not just the U.S. The point is that everyone seems to be, it's in a free-for-all as they try to make Iran be the only one seemingly to not even have a civilian program. It's very clear why. It says Tehran in July began stockpiling more low-enriched uranium, exactly, the opposite of what you need to make a bomb, then allowed by the nuclear deal. Why? Because they were taking the first step in a dispute tactic that's outlined in the deal that I'll show you soon. It's just so ridiculous. In the first of 5 breaches that it has declared, right? Declared. The first of 5 breaches that it openly declared, walked through, stated, and outlined, and said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this breach, then this breach, then this breach. They're not violations. They're outlined allowable breaches if and when this happens. You don't declare your breaches and then call that a violation. You're cheating or you're trying to be sneaky and make a bomb. You don't declare that thing. It's just silly. It says, in response to U.S. President Trump's sanctions, decision to pull out first of the deal and then their sanctions, which, by the way, is exactly what triggered the 5 breaches. It says Iran said it would reverse the violations, which have included enriching uranium to a higher level than set in the agreement, which is the point of what we'll get to, and operating prohibited advanced centrifuges, the machines that purify uranium if the sanctions were removed, which is the point, because they're allowed to do this until everybody else comes back into standing with the deal. Now, before I even get to the JCPOA, let's make it clear, first of all, that here's what the IAEA is saying about what's going on. This is in August. It says the International Atomic Energy Agency and the Islamic Republic of Iran agreed to further reinforce their cooperation and enhance mutual trust to facilitate the full implementation of Iran's Comprehensive Safeguards Agreement and the additional protocol thereto, which is provisionally applied by Iran since January 16th. Right at the bat, this sounds a little different than the IAEA coming in and saying, you're breaking this and you're violating that and you're 5 violations. It's not what's happening. After intensive bilateral consultations, Iran and the IAEA reached an agreement on the resolution of the safeguards implementation issues specified by the IAEA in good faith. In this regard, Iran is voluntarily providing the IAEA with access to 2 locations specified by them and facilitating the IAEA verification activities to resolve these issues. Dates for the IAEA access and the verification activities have been agreed. They basically they're in compliance. And the next one's the best, but it says in this present context, based on analysis of available information to IAEA, the IAEA, I hate saying that, does not have further questions to Iran and further request for access to these locations. Now it says right here, right, this one is in September 2019. The discussions also included the IAEA's verification and monitoring of Iran's nuclear-related commitments under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. It says the verification, right? Their discussions included the International Atomic Energy Agency verifying Iran's commitments under the JCPOA. That is literally what that says. This is at a time when they were screaming about them violating the deal, which is what we're talking about right now. Okay, now you can see that and this is just a couple examples I took right off the front in regard to Iran, but you can find numerous examples of them saying just that. In fact, I've covered this before, where they come out and they go, they're not violating this or that. Here's the point, starting with number 36, okay? This is the dispute resolution mechanism. Just real quick so you can see the top, just so we're clear, this is the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. This is on the Parliament website, parl.europa.eu. I'll have this in the show notes as always. Okay, so starting with 36 and we'll go to 26. Okay, this is the point, and this is why this is so important. The reason this is relevant to the discussion is what they're claiming is that scientist was working on a nuclear bomb, and that's why he was allowed to be killed. The problem is that not only has the IAEA continued to confirm that that's simply not happening, in fact, what Iran is doing within the deal, which gives them the justification to claim that they're breaking it, which they're not, is outlined right here. It says, if Iran believed that any or all of the E3 EU plus 3 were not meeting their commitments under the JCPOA, Iran could refer the issue to the Joint Commission for resolution. Now, it goes on to do this a few times. You could do it to the Commission. Then it says you can do it to a Joint Commission for consensus. Then you can do it to the ministerial level. The point is there's all these different levels to continue, which they've already done, by the way. Then they wait 15 days for the issue to resolve. And if that doesn't work and it's not resolved, then they go to the ministerial level and they wait 15 days. All this has happened already. Iran has done this every step of the way, and they followed this explicitly and openly talked about it, tweeted about it, made sure that everybody who cared was aware. Of course, the mainstream media didn't care at all because they know what they're supposed to be doing. But the point is, after I think there's 6 different layers of continuing to bring it to the next level, and it says, if the issue still has not been resolved to the satisfaction of the complaining participant, which in this case would be Iran, but the dispute mechanism is in place for anybody, and if the complaining participant deems the issue to constitute significant non-performance, which is what is the specific term they use in regard to what this triggers, it says then that participant, Iran, could treat the unresolved issue as grounds to cease performing its commitments under the JCPOA. So that means, such as the United States government not abiding by the deal or reinitiating sanctions, which actually I believe that does say it right up here. No, it doesn't, but I hope you guys will read this all through for yourself because it outlines all the different things that do. One of which is, in fact, violating the agreement with putting sanctions back on Iran, or the U.S. even pulling out of the deal. Once the U.S. removed itself from the deal, that triggered this because they're not longer performing their commitments under the JCPOA, in whole or in part. Or actually, the participant could treat the unresolved issue, which is the fact that they're not doing what they're supposed to do. They're casting sanctions on Iran. And so it says Iran is able, within the deal, to cease performing its commitments, which is what's happening. Not violations, but breaches under the deal, in whole or in part, and or notify the UN Security Council that it believes the issue constitutes significant non-performance. You know, you think how ridiculous it is. The United States pulls out of this, acts like the deal's defunct, acts like that this was never right and it was Obama's thing, and then because nobody else left, because it's obviously working and everyone else is involved in it, the U.S. tries to swing back around and force more things to happen. But I thought they just said it was defunct and it wasn't worth doing. But now they want to be able to dictate actions and be involved. This is the point. Iran is doing this because they're allowed to. And your government and your media are simply lying to you. I mean, really wrap your mind about how ridiculous that is. That it's this obvious. Here's number 26. I think 26 and 36 are what Javad Zarif continues to reference. The EU will refrain from reintroducing or reimposing the sanctions that it has terminated implementing under the JCPOA, without prejudice to dispute the resolution process provided under the JCPOA. That's the process we just read. There will be no new nuclear-related UN security sanctions, which don't even happen anymore. The U.S. government just does them all unilaterally, which are all illegal, and no new UN nuclear-related sanctions or restrictive measures, which are all happening. The United States will make best efforts in good faith to sustain the JCPOA and to prevent interference with the realization of the full benefit by Iran of the sanctions lifting specified in Annex 2. That was one of the main points of the deal. Complete removal of the sanctions. The point being, the moment that the United States did this, Iran was able to trigger the dispute mechanism in Article 36, and what they're doing now is 100% legitimate. I know there's a lot of just content right there and just talking. This is so incredibly important. I hate the fact that people just glaze over when you talk about this stuff, because this is paramount. The entirety of the Western press is straight up lying to you about how this obvious mechanism works. Because Iran, bad guy, right? Here's your point. They are absolutely breaking that. Even as they're on the way out, as it would appear, Trump administration plans to flood of sanctions on Iran, which is exactly the point, which is why there they go. They're not doing that. They're bringing the sanctions back, jump to 36, and that's where we are. Now, here is, this is Prime Minister Gantz takes office as for an urgent 24-hour visit to the United States. Interesting, right? Clearly there's something going on right now. To attend very important security meetings that will ensure Israel's continued military edge and to persist in the joint struggle against Iran. Clearly they weren't involved, right? And obviously the point is we'll get to at the end here, they're pushing the United States for an even larger military contract, right? Whatever you want to call it, donation. They're literally asking the United States government to make a huge, they're already giving them $38 billion over 10 years. $3.8 billion in this year, as you can't feed your family, is going to Israel, who doesn't need it. They're pushing them to give them more money. But as this person's asking, what's the point? What's the purpose of this? And here's what Whitney had to say. They are about to blame a false flag, is what she meant, on Iran. Cyber or bioterror. Working on the story right now. Hope I get it out before. Now, obviously remember that this is just her opinion. I'm sure there's already people in the comments that are going, you're just making assumptions. Like, she's giving you, a person asked her and gave her opinion. The only reason I say that is because I'm just so tired of how disgusting people are on Twitter. Right? She very clearly does her work and does excellent research. And this is what she sees coming. And by the way, I agree. I just don't, the way this will end up happening is left up in the air for a few factors here. But we've already been talking about the election discussion and how the idea that this is going to be either a bio false flag or a cyber false flag or possibly somehow combining the ideas. The World Economic Forum and different groups are already talking about a cyber bio attack, whatever the hell that actually means. So the point is, once this kicks off and you have Iran to blame, well, everything seems to fit into place. Right? So we could ultimately, they're trying to blame, I would think, something on Iran that relates back to the election. That's just my theory about what we're staring at here. But as he asks as well, so is this assassination the setup for the false flag retaliation they're going to blame on Iran? Right? So when we see something happen, who wouldn't believe that Iran retaliated? So what he's saying there is that ultimately this could be the setup for the U.S. and the Israel, or just Israel, to carry out some kind of massive attack. And they'll just blame it on Iran because everyone would assume they're responding, and that kicks off what they ultimately want to start. And what, as Whitney's been pointing out, and I've been pointing out for years as well, that Israel is openly advocating for war against Iran. And they've stated that they want the United States to be the one to do it. And in fact, they've even stated recently that they want it to happen before Trump leaves office. So maybe that's what we're staring at right now. As Lee points out here, this coming right after the meeting between Pompeo, Netanyahu, and Saudi Arabia means that they aren't even trying to be subtle. Right? I mean, think about, it's just obvious. And I keep pointing out how constantly Pompeo is visiting Israel. I wonder why. Maybe it's because of this. Maybe, just maybe, I don't know. Call me crazy. We'll get to that in a second. But this is real. This is what actually, this is the kind of vitriol that we see on Twitter. The gross bottom of the barrel of humanity, despite this guy being a international rights lawyer. I couldn't believe when I saw this. Here's what I said. Meet the international human rights lawyer who apparently doesn't care about international human rights. No joke. This guy is listed as an international human rights lawyer, political analyst. Here's what he says after Javad Zarif comments about the murder of a scientist. Maybe the car just backfired. Accidents do happen. This guy is a disgusting human being. I mean, how in the world can you even pretend to care about human rights? Why does that person not have human rights? Understand, criminals have human rights. So even if he's pretending that these people are criminals, he still doesn't care about their human rights. This guy is not good at his job, or he's lying about it, or doesn't. It's gross. This person deserves to be called out. Not only because he's a human rights lawyer, but because he's a bad human being that just is making a quip about someone's life that was taken illegally under the guise of some kind of action that's completely backed up by nothing other than statements from the Israeli government. Of course, this will be in the show notes. Please let him know what you think about it. Disgusting. And it's not, there was one more actually. I thought I had that lined up. Yeah, right here. This guy's nothing, he's not a human rights lawyer, which is, I just can't believe that. But here's another one just saying, sorry, bro, stop making nukes and recognize Israel now. Ross Gerber. Make sure you look up Ross Gerber, too. What's wrong with us? What is wrong with human beings that relish and laugh and joke about the idea of a human being being murdered, let alone somebody who is not even close to what they're saying he is? Someone like a Soleimani. Qasem Soleimani, who was in fact the literal opposite of what they made him out to be. Why? I honestly believe because Donald Trump didn't know who he was listening to what he was being told. And he was told, we have a terrorist in our sights. And he goes, do it. Because that's how easy he was manipulated. That's what I think. That's why we have more. I actually have a video. I remember now, wanted to get that out today, but it's a video from Robert about why Trump is the most pro-Israel president in history. Who knows? Maybe Biden will make that better. Maybe he'll be even more the pro-president. That sounded terrible. I meant bad. Biden is obviously pro-Israel, like grossly so. They all are. And I don't mean it's gross to be pro-Israel. The point is it's gross because of what their government is doing to our country. And that they're pro that government despite what they're doing. Despite the fact that they're actually selling out U.S. interests, American interests, for the interest of a foreign government. It doesn't matter who that is. That's bad. That shouldn't be okay. But because they claim that it's racist to say that that government is taking things from our country, which I don't know how you could say that that's a racist comment. We're talking about governments here. And that's why people are afraid to talk about it. But those days are over. Because anyone out there that tries to paint me as some kind of racist is going to look like a moron. Because I'm not. Because it's so flagrantly obvious that I care more about these voiceless people around the world than most anything else. These people are bad human beings. As Aaron Mate points out, excellent Aaron, a friend of the show, Aaron Mate, New York Times summarizes the chilling message that American officials want to send to Iranian top nuclear scientist with today's assassination. If we can't get him, or if we can get him, then we can get you too. As he points out, and this is the tweet I was referencing, indistinguishable from mafia talk. Well put. Absolutely right. These are government officials. Or in this case, we're talking about the mainstream media. But these are government officials that are taking these actions. And look, that might as well be Pompeo speaking. He threatened the Iranian people with starvation if the government didn't do what they were told. I mean, these are sinister, sociopathic type people. And Aaron's right. I mean, this is disgusting. It says, but some American officials argued, and it's actually coming from officials anyway, that the death of Mr. Fakhrizadeh, the latest in a string of such mysterious killings of Iran's top... Come on, nuclear, that's just feckless. Gross, have some gumption, New York Times, and, I mean, cite the people that are literally reporting to you that they were Iranian, that it's an Israeli attack. Incredible. Mysterious killings of Iran's top nuclear scientist would send a chilling message to the country's other top scientists working on that program. If we can get him, we can get you too. Does that feel like integrity? Does it feel like the good guy? Deep down, you know that's not true. Any actual human being can stare at that, and you may think to yourself, good, screw them, because I don't like them. But even below that, you know it's not okay. And you're just saying, oh, I don't care about that evil, bad thing because I don't like Iran, or because I trust Donald Trump, or because fill in the blank. But we all know, somewhere in there, that this is wrong. It's just time to admit that to yourself. But thank you for chiming in, Aaron. This is an important point. All of this is mafia tactics. You know, like starving an entire country until you get what you want, stealing the wheat from people who are starving in Syria, stealing the oil from people who are freezing in Syria, you know, until you get what you want. Strong arm tactics that are just might is right. But that's where we are. Who doesn't see that that's where we are? But going forward on this, we will be following up more on this. Whether I do a show with Robert in particular, he does a video about this. We will be coming out with more content very, very soon about what's going on here. But this is another article from Robert who just recently wrote. As he wrote, is Trump looking to attack Iran before leaving office? And if so, how? And guys, I just have to point out how frustrating it is that some people simply just could not read this because they couldn't get past what they thought was the insinuation that we believe Trump didn't win. It's just like, God damn, what's wrong with you people? That's not even what that says, by the way. Two-party illusion. Wake up, guys. We got to be past this ridiculous idea that there's different sides in this obvious authoritarian government. But what we're talking about here is that the idea that if that's going to happen, if so, how? It's like it's a hypothetical discussion about what may happen. Got to get past those political saviors. But the point in this article, which was very, very well done, and to point out right off the bat, every single thing I'm going to say, and Robert says in this article, is all very well sourced right here. All of it's down there for you to look at, okay? But this is specifically about Israel and Azerbaijan. Now here, while I'm going through this, let me show you this part. So you can understand kind of the overall point I'm making with this in relation to the bigger story. Now here, so you could see is Iran with the red pin. The purple pin is Azerbaijan. Now just take a quick look before I get into this about what's going on around Iran, right? Well, you got Turkey here. Clearly they're on a certain side. Regardless of their, condemnation of Israel, it's pretty obvious that they're on that side. Here's Iraq, which is being controlled by the United States and Israel. Here's Saudi Arabia, which is being controlled by the United States and Israel. Here's the United Arab Emirates, that's being controlled by the United States and Israel. Here is Pakistan, which is on the cusp. I would argue they do not have relations with Israel at the moment, but that's something I think is in the works. Here's Afghanistan. And by the way, I could be completely wrong about that. I'm sure there's probably people out there that are way more versed on the Pakistani-Israeli discussion. Feel free and chime in. But the point being is here's Afghanistan, obviously controlled by the United States government, Israel. Here's Turkmenistan, which has currently relations with Israel right now, in the same idea that they're all groups that have been pressured into normalization with an entity that they beforehand were obviously essentially, I guess you would say that they were ideologically opposed. So the point being, guys, you can see a systematic toppling of the entities all around Iran. Azerbaijan being one of the last ones. Now, because we're seeing this back and forth between these two countries, or excuse me, I'm saying that incorrectly, Armenia, who we're talking about. And the idea that Azerbaijan is being used to take out the other country. Because we know that there's the back and forth happening right there, or at least being pressured into it. Now, keeping in mind where we're talking about here, where all these entities are, recognize here's Azerbaijan, and this is the entity we're dealing with in this topic, and what it means in regard to Iran. Now, it says Israel could also get involved in strikes on Iranian targets. Israel also has the added bonus of using Azerbaijani air bases as a landing pad, which brings us to perhaps the most important tool at the U.S.'s disposal. The relationship between Azerbaijan, which shares a border with Iran to its northwest, and Israel has been especially highlighted during the recent battle over Nagorno-Karabakh, I'm mispronouncing that, Karabakh by Armenia and Azerbaijan. Now, don't forget, obviously, that's the other point here. The idea of the strategic placement of these allies or, vassal states is just paramount to what's happening right now, whether we're talking the Greater Israel Project or any number of other agendas. But it says Azerbaijan displayed the usefulness of Israeli military hardware in its battles with Armenia, right? So we already see that it's not a secret, but Azerbaijan is clearly being backed by the Israeli government and also received advocacy from Israel. The close but largely under-the-table relationship between Israel and Azerbaijan was effectively sealed in February of 2012 with a $1.6 billion arms sale secured by the Baku-based government. And that's very clear, right? This is not, the idea is this is always framed as peace deals, which really what they're doing is toppling people under their control that they can then exert pressure over people that they want to topple next. It says the arms deal primarily consisted of the purchase of Israeli drone and air defense missile technology. The usefulness of Azerbaijan to Israel goes much beyond the potential billion-dollar arms deals. A WikiLeaks release, WikiLeaks released a cable. A WikiLeaks released cable sent by Donald Liu, the deputy chief for the mission, to the U.S. Embassy in Baku. To the State U.S. Department revealed the nature of the Azerbaijan-Israel relationship. In the 2009 classified memo, which is right here, always will be in here for you guys to see. I'll read that in a second. It is revealed that the U.S. impression of the relationship between Azerbaijan and Israel is one which benefits Israel greatly, and that there is a mutually shared anti-Iran agenda between them. By the way, for those people that act like there's been nothing that's come out about Israel in these leaks, you're just not looking. There's not, the idea still is that this WikiLeaks only leaks what they're given. It's not like they're choosing to seek out and find things about the people that, right, it's a misconception. But nonetheless, there's plenty of things in here that relate back to the bigger picture about Israel, such as this one. But it says the memo revealed that the U.S.'s impression of the relationship between them is one which benefits Israel greatly, and that there is a mutually shared anti-Iran agenda. Of course, that's the point, guys. It is also noted that Azerbaijan has a close relationship with AIPAC, stating, quote, the relationship also affects the U.S. policy insofar as Azerbaijan tries, often successfully, to convince the U.S. pro-Israel lobby to advocate on its behalf. That's the point. That's the kind of influence that we're seeing. but not just in other countries outside the United States, but within the United States, within U.S. Congress. It says, on top of this, the ability of Israel to move Azerbaijan in the direction it chooses would be simple for Israel. In the memo, it said, quote, with some humor, the Israeli DCM told us that Israeli businessmen expressed to her that they prefer corruption in Kazakhstan to that of Azerbaijan, because in Kazakhstan, one can expect to pay exorbitant fees to do business, but those are generally collected at once up front, whereas Azerbaijan, the demands for bribes never cease, right? Clearly one of the good guys, right? Not corrupt at all, right? This is what you'll find in any one of these countries that are toppled by the U.S. and Israel, that are allowed, they get swept into the blob of the good guys, right? The kind of things we're talking about, like an Egypt entity or a Brazil entity, that are some of the worst out there today. Where's my favorite dictator? Trump famously said when Sisi walked in. I'm just, that's just on its face. Like, we know you're a bad guy, but you're our bad guy. That's the classic U.S. idea. Kissinger has said stuff in the past, right? That he's a bad something, but he's our bad something. Right? This is classic. So it's not really about doing good. It's about controlling things for your benefit, while using good and virtue as your cover, a very thin veneer that's not really holding anymore. But it says, on top of this, the ability of Israel to move them in a direction it chooses. I just read that. It says, in an article written in 2012 for Foreign Policy magazine, the author Mark Perry claims that he was informed by a U.S. senior administration official that Israel had purchased an airfield in Azerbaijan. Although Azerbaijan has publicly made it clear that they have ruled out use of its territory by Israel to launch a strike on Iran, they never stated Israel could not land in Azerbaijan following any potential strikes. Very important to consider how this plays into the bigger picture of what we're actually dealing with here. Circling Iran and toppling countries that they need to control the entity. Right? And I mean, think of, we're literally watching Israel assassinate nuclear scientists right now. Now, I hope you'll read through these yourself. So here's the actual document from WikiLeaks. It says, much like Israel, Azerbaijan perceives Iran as a major, even existential security threat, and the two countries' cooperation flows from this shared recognition. The U.S.-born Israeli ambassador in Baku, Arthur Lenk, often conveys his country's empathy by remarking with dark humor that if he had the chance to exchange neighborhoods with Azerbaijan, I wouldn't do it. Even open sources have identified an extensive relationship between the countries. Intelligence services that even predated the presidency of the president that they're currently there, meaning it's always been something that's been pushed. And it only stands to reason that this remains as a major area of cooperation, which both sides naturally seek to downplay. Right? This is 2009. Right? Think about how long ago that was, and think about what's currently happening. These things have been. This is a chess game. Now, don't forget, we just mentioned this one as well, right? This is a Black Hawk helicopter crash in Sinai. Kills 8, mostly Americans. A multinational peacekeeping force operating in Egypt. I laughed at that last time. A multinational peacekeeping force, right? This is insinuating that they need military force to keep peace. That's the opposite of what's happening. Their military presence is literally what's creating the conflicts. We need to see this by now. That's why the so-called war on terror has only increased the problem, because that was the point. The more militarization, the more growth, the more military-industrial complex, the bigger the problem. It's only continued to increase because it's increasing their control, or their ability to do what they want, when and where they want to. It says in total, 8 were killed, including 6 Americans. 1 American reportedly survived the crash and was evacuated to an Israeli hospital. That seems odd until you realize that, well, first of all, Israel's close, but there's plenty of other places they could go, but it's because this is an Israeli operation. The MFO has been deployed in Sinai since the 1980s. Guess why? In order to monitor Egypt's 1979 peace deal with Israel. So it either sounds like a spying operation or something a little more severe, more sinister, and they were something, I mean, it's odd how many weird, just unexplained crashes we keep seeing. There's so much going on around this that we just don't see. But at the end of the day, you see the Israeli government aspect to all of these things, where Americans are dying, where Americans are losing money, where Americans are losing everything they own. Right? All these things are tying back in so many ways. And this is one of the things I think is a really big point to all this. This is from CNN, believe it or not, from November 13th of this year. Pentagon senior advisor, and I know why they did this, because they're trying to slant this as a bad thing, right? This is a bad guy thing. What they're doing is it's anti-Semitic. By what? Implying that the lobby, whose literal job is to pay politicians to do what they want to achieve an end goal, and saying that the Israeli lobby does that too is somehow racist? Yeah, we dealt with this with the Ilhan Omar thing. That was so flagrant, and they exposed their hands so clearly, because what she stood up and said was lobbyists, they work for money, right? It's all about the money for lobbyists. But see, that's an okay statement. Nobody cares about that. But the moment you say the Israeli lobby, it's all about the money. Ooh, you're a racist. Why exactly? See, the problem is they're oversensitive because there's something going on here, guys. There's obviously something happening. And when I mean something, I mean this entity that ties back to the Israeli government is clearly has an obvious, undue, and illicit influence over the actions of American politicians and the end goal of our policy. Just like this CNN article is saying that the senior Pentagon advisor is claiming. At what point can we stop pretending like this is just totally ridiculous? It says a new senior advisor at the Pentagon repeatedly said that the United States' support for Israel was the result of Israeli lobby money. Well, that's obvious. That's not even I mean, I think the idea of lobbyists as they stand are criminal because it's legal bribery. That's what it is. So, but the point is, aside from that being gross and wrong as it stands anyway, this is what it's supposed to be. Right? Lobbyists use money to influence policy. It's just so dumb that it's bad when it's about Israel. And he accused prominent officials, including Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, of becoming very, very rich from their support for Israel. Now, see, here's where it gets more interesting, because I think it's bad that this happens at all. But what they're saying is that these politicians, such as Mike Pompeo, an open Zionist, Christian Zionist, whatever that actually means, the point is that he's accusing them of basically benefiting themselves, enriching themselves at the expense of what's best for America. What does that sound like? Oh, that's right. It sounds like exactly what he says Iran's government is doing. And even whether they are or not, think about how stupid it is for Pompeo to be the one pointing at fingers while at least this senior Pentagon advisor is saying, you're doing that. You are enriching yourself from foreign governments as you're supposed to be representing the American people. And in fact, at the expense of what Americans actually want. It says retired Army Colonel Douglas McGregor, who was appointed as senior advisor to newly installed acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller this week, made the comments in 2 media appearances in 2012 and 2019. So it wasn't just one offhanded remark. Clearly, it's his opinion. He says, quote, you have to look at the people that donate to those individuals. McGregor said this in a September 2019 interview when he asked if then National Security Advisor John Bolton, obviously another one, and Republican Senator Lindsey Graham wanted war with Iran. Mr. Bolton has become very, very rich, he said, and is in the position he's in because of his unconditional support for the Israeli lobby. He is their man on the ground in the White House. That's coming from a senior Pentagon official. Wake up, people. The idea is that, yes, Bolton was that. That's exactly why Bolton and people like Rudy Giuliani are being paid to speak at MEK rallies, which is a terrorist organization that was taken off the terrorist list by Hillary Clinton. And they're the entity, surprise, surprise, that they're trying to push in to take over Iran. Not a secret, talked about it 100 times. The MEK is the group that they claim has popular support. Nobody supports them in Iran. They're a fringe cult. And that is I'm not abusing that word. They're crazy. The kind of things where they keep monitors and tabs on the people involved in their community, whether they have to report their sexual activity with their partners, really crazy stuff, as well as the fact that they're actually the kind of entity that the U.S. government pretends Iran and their government are. They are religious extremists. And the way that they act is the opposite of what Americans would want to support. But Bolton and Rudy Giuliani and Elaine Chao, I believe, and numerous people have given speeches for them, paid tens of thousands of dollars to stand up and promote it. John Bolton famously said, by 2019 or 2020, we'll be celebrating in Tehran or whatever, right? I mean, they're constantly telling them that, and they're sitting in the front row. And so that's the point. These people are being paid and enriching themselves at the support of foreign entities. At the expense of Americans, at the literal expense, because you're paying for these foreign adventurism aspects. It says, quote, the same thing is largely true for Mr. Pompeo. He has aspirations to be president. Oh, that's a horrible thought. He has his hands out for money from the Israeli lobby, the Saudis, and others. We can clearly see that happening. An outspoken critic of American foreign policy and endless wars, McGregor also said that the Israeli lobby has enormous influence on Congress and accused the lobby of wanting to instigate military strikes with Iran in 2012 interview with the Russian state media network RT. Right? As we're reading from the U.S. state network, CNN, right? It's funny how they just don't want to tell you that. They're all state-owned and run, and that's all of these. All the CNN, these are not independent outlets. But the point is, that's not a secret. Israel's government and numerous Israeli politicians are openly advocating for strikes on Iran. So there's plenty of U.S. people doing the same thing. So the point is that the Israeli lobby is obviously trying to exert their influence over the U.S. Congress to create what they want. Now, again, that's what lobbyists do. But the problem is they're trying to push them to commit illegal actions, which is what we just saw. Whether they were behind it or whether they are complicit or whether they just ignore it, what we just saw was a flagrantly illegal action with the assassination of a scientist. I think the American-Israeli, it's a quote, I think the American-Israeli Public Affairs Committee, or AIPAC, and its subordinate elements, which there are numerous, are affiliated elements that represent enormous quantities of money that over many years have cultivated an enormous influence in power in Congress. Exactly. But let's ignore what the Pentagon advisor has to say. I think you've got a lot of people on the Hill who fall into two categories. One category is that is interested in money and wants to be reelected, and they don't want to run the risk of the various lobbies that are pushing military action against Iran to contribute money to their opponents. Pretty damn clear, guys. Well, here's another one. Georgia lawmaker says Israeli government asked me for anti-boycott law she introduced. I know this isn't conspiracy theory. She, in fact, said this publicly in front of Congress. Yeah, you know why? Because she was just why. This is a really, really interesting breakdown that this is exactly what we're concerned about. The undue influence of the Israeli government over policy in this country that has nothing to do with what's good for you, that is actually done at your expense. A Georgia state legislator who has pushed the law, Georgia, which I find interesting anyway, like the fact that this much influence in Georgia. I mean, realize how much influence we kept talking about before all of this, that Israel's government had tied to the election. When we talked about we talked cyber reason, we talked about this in regard to their predictions, but we talked about the software, all these different things that are tied back to Israeli entities. Unit 8200. Right? As we're pointing to Dominion and Smartmatic, we also know that a lot of these entities, including we talked about Carbine 911 and the different 911 call centers, which is already trying to be pushed in around the country because of the supposed cyber attacks that brought down the call centers. I mean, it's everywhere that we can see undue influence from a foreign government over everything happening in this country. I say everything, in a broad sense, like just, the idea is that there's so many things we can see happening. And it's not a secret. But anytime you want to argue that that is what it looks like, you become a racist. It says, a Georgia state legislator who has pushed the new state law opposing boycotts of Israel, which is an unconstitutional thing on its face. There's no way you can argue that's not unconstitutional. Telling somebody that they're not allowed to boycott something, whatever it is unconstitutional. But she's pushed for that. Testifying at a hearing that the Israeli consulate, quote, asked me to introduce an amendment to the law, and she did. So maybe she believes in it. Maybe she heard about it and said, that's a good idea. But it boils down to the fact that a foreign entity came in and said, we want you to do this as a politician, and she did it. And by the way, it's a law that's inherently unconstitutional. This is, as far as I'm considered, illegal. The lawmaker appeared at the hearing in March with an Israeli consular officer seated at her side and introduced him to the House committee. So not only did the Israeli government ask her to pass a law that benefited them, that was unconstitutional and actually undermined and removed the rights from American people, then she came to testify about it with a member of the Israeli consular sitting next to her. State Representative Deborah Silcox made her comments a month after Benjamin Netanyahu bragged that Israel was promoting these laws exactly. Yeah, because as I always tell you, the Israeli government will happily brag to their people that they have this control over the U.S. government. But of course, when it comes out on our side of it, they don't want us to see it, right? Netanyahu is happy to brag about it. Of course, we're promoting these laws. Look at what we got the U.S. government doing. Netanyahu tweeted this on February 12th. Here's the first part. It says, this is from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, whoever boycotts us will be boycotted. Right? See, of course, because no one's worried about being boycotted by Israel. What they're talking about is using their entities like the U.S. government against everybody. Right? Why would they care if Israel boycotted you? The problem is that the U.S. government, which has ties and influence all around the world, if they boycott you and they use their influence and pass laws against you, well, that's what they're talking about. But it gets better. It says the UN Human Rights Council is a biased body that is devoid of influence. Yet they still use it when they want to. See how dumb that is? They still use it when they say Iran's violating this UN treaty. Of course, it only matters when they want it to. Not for nothing have I already ordered the severing of ties with it. But here's the point. It was also not for nothing that the American administration has taken this step together with us. In recent years, we have promoted laws in most U.S. states, which determine that strong action is to be taken against whoever tries to boycott Israel. Anybody misunderstanding that? They have promoted laws in U.S. states. Isn't that interference in our political process? Yes, it is. Which determines that a strong action, right, that actions are taken against you if you embody your constitutional right. Why? Because Israel says so. It says, therefore, this body is unimportant. Instead of the organization dealing with human rights, it only tries to disparage Israel. Why? Because Israel continues to murder people. Yeah, well, no big deal. We strongly reject this contemptible effort. Behold, as Whitney says, the real foreign meddler. Pretty gross. But it says the Israeli government's intervention was first reported by the Council on American Islamic Relations in March press release. I learned about it from an interview with a lawyer who was suing the state of Georgia, which was posted on Empire Files by Abby Martin. This is the backstory. Because we've already talked on that, but I'll show you the image here in a second where Abby's dealing with this in regard to Georgia specifically, where she was, we'll get to it in a second. 32 states, it says, including Georgia in 2016. Have adopted laws denying state funds to those who advocate boycotting Israel. 32 states have adopted a law that 4 different federal judges, including in the Supreme Court, has ruled unconstitutional, as well as the fact that it's flagrantly unconstitutional, regardless of what a judge says. They're telling you that you can't boycott. You can boycott whatever you want except Israel, though, because that's off the roof. No, that's not allowed. Now, it says that it's state funds. There are places where, as individuals, we already talked about after Hurricane Katrina, people were given relief funds and they had to sign a document that said they wouldn't boycott Israel before they got relief funds for a hurricane. How do you not see what's happening here, guys? 32 states have adopted something that is contrary to the Constitution. How do we not see how far off the rails we are? This is because a foreign entity is driving this policy. Do we really believe that these people, that if our government believed in our Constitution, that they would be doing this? The U.S. Senate has passed a bill urging other states to do so. The, quote, Combating BDS Act of 2019, something that Donald Trump has aggressively pushed forward. Something that's inherently unconstitutional, but because it's pro-Israel, doesn't matter. Even his followers, doesn't matter. Last summer, the Forward reported that an organization that has helped draft these laws received a grant from the Israeli government. Oh, that's weird. I wonder why. I wonder why they would pay off somebody involved with drafting these laws. Do you see that every step of this process, there's Israeli government money influencing our politicians? Why is that okay? I mean, look, insert this as France. If France, at every step of the way, was paying politicians, was influencing people drafting the bills, was continuing to threaten people and institutions that were going against them, that would be a huge deal. And France would be called out in the same way. The same way I call out France and Macron specifically for being a feckless ruler, someone who is allowing people to overcome their country, people allowing people that are protesting for their rights to be attacked and disparaged. I mean, that is what we do here. The fact that they want to make it out to be something that I can't stop focusing on Israel, despite my 7 months of COVID coverage, right? It's stupid. The fact is, it's obvious to anybody with a brain and 2 brain cells to rub together. We can see that this is not okay. In February 2020, Abby Martin, and I did cover this on the show, was disinvited from delivering a keynote speech at an academic conference at Georgia State University. Nothing to do with Israel. losing out on a $1,000 honorarium. Why? Because she refused to sign an Israeli loyalty oath. That's exactly what it was. I mean, I don't even care what you want to call it or what it looks like. She had to sign a document that said she wouldn't boycott Israel before she gave an academic speech at Georgia, in Georgia State University. The only thing that shows you is that the Israeli government has exerted its power over Georgia State University. And she had to affirm that she would not boycott Israel, which is her constitutional right. So she's suing Georgia State University as we speak. A month after that suit was filed, Republican Representative Deborah Silcox testified before the Georgia House and the Governmental Affairs Committee in favor of a bill she had introduced to raise the floor on the contracts governed by the law, basically trying to change the amount of money they're talking about so it would affect whether or not she could be looked into for dealing in regard to Israel from 1,000 to 100,000. It says Martin's attorney says raising the floor for contracts is an attempt to get Martin's suit thrown out as moot. And when $100,000 is at stake, contractors are far less likely to challenge the law. So they're trying to bend this to their will, and it's dishonest. So she does not, I mean, it's so very clear. It says at the hearing on March 11th, Silcox can be seen sitting and chatting with a man in the front row before she testifies, then introducing him to the committee. And you can see the images right here. Now it says, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to introduce briefly Harold Hirschberg, who's here with me with the Israeli consulate. I appreciate him coming down this morning to join us. This is a U.S. politician. You're passing laws that are about American people. Yes, of course, it has to do with violating their rights about a foreign country, but why is the foreign country involved in the processes of our political system? You know that answer. We've already shown you. Silcox goes on to say that Israel asked her to raise the limit. So here we are, where they're in a position that she's there because of Israel, where she passed a bill is passing a bill that is about violating our constitutional rights and stopping you from boycotting Israel. Then she tries to raise this limit in regard to the money so they will stop looking at it. And it turns out that Israel asked her to do it. Why? Because they're trying to stop this from being uncovered and pointed out. It says, quote, we have had some issues on a small scale with this, and so the Israeli consulate and a number of people have asked me to raise the limits. Harold Hirschberg is listed as the Director of Government and Political Affairs for the Israeli consulate in Atlanta. So the Director of Government and Political Affairs was behind this woman and guiding her on what she should do in regard to you and your life. How about you guys reach out to Miss Silcox if you're in her area and tell her that she no longer represents you because she's in fact representing a foreign government instead of you. In fact, relying on what the foreign government wants before it actually decides on what's best for you and whether or not it violates your constitutional rights. This is despicable, guys. These people need to be called out. Now, I've discussed the Abby Martin aspect of this, and I hope you'll look into it further because she takes a lot of courage for her to put this all on the line, and this is a big deal. And a lot comes when this stuff happens, and she's being, anybody that does what we do is getting attacked by these people. Whether we're talking about, U.S. government entities that don't like that we're calling out their foreign policy, or Israeli government entities that don't like that we're calling out their murder and crimes, or same thing with the U.S. government, or any other aspect of that. They don't like that we're calling these things out, and so they come after us. So people like Abby need your support. But as we're staring at government entities telling us that they're passing laws at the behest of the Israeli government, as we're watching Pentagon senior advisors tell us that some of the most powerful people in our government are in fact getting very rich off of that money coming from the lobby, we just need to see what's really happening here, guys. As they literally tell us that they're doing this in most states and affecting your constitutional rights. Now, on top of all of that, yes, as I said, Israel is discussing long-term military aid, even more long-term and large. It says Israeli officials are already looking to discuss long-term military aid with the president-elect. Even though technically I don't think that's happened yet, it's pretty clearly seeming to be the case. I'll touch on it more. I mean, Donald Trump just said that he would back down if the Electoral College decided that Joe Biden was the choice, which seems to challenge everything that they're being said on one side of this argument. But, I'll wait and report what actually happens, unlike the mainstream media. But they're asking for more money. $3.8 billion a year when you can't feed your family, when lines in Texas for bread lines are around the country, around the corner, like huge. 7 hours for things like this. Or that was testing. But there's huge lines for this stuff. I just don't understand how we can justify giving money like this in the middle of what we're being told is a pandemic, while people are being forced into this because of government actions. But regardless of why it's happening, people are struggling. Businesses are gone. They can't feed their families, and we're giving $3.8 billion to a war crime committing government that does not care about you or your constitutional rights. It says an Israeli defense source told the Post that a new multi-billion-dollar package, military aid package, understand that they do not need our military aid. But it would be something Israel wants to discuss with Biden right away. And this will be a hugely telling point, whatever he does in this regard. The current aid package to Israel is massive. It allocates $3.8 billion to Israel in military aid every year until 2027. Do you realize how much money that is? Now they want more. The deal was signed in 2016 under the Obama administration, and Israel received its first $3.8 billion in 2018. Quote, we will want to talk about a new package and program. The new plan will need to take into account the changing threats and challenges we face in the middle. Why is it the U.S. government's responsibility to pay them based on how much they think they're at threat in the Middle East? That comes from your pocket. It's despicable. Now, in that regard, in general, while we're talking about all these things, and in the middle of all of this, Robert has continued to report on the fact that Israel has not stopped displacing people, destroying people's homes, demolishing people's... this is the exact thing that they said wouldn't happen. Exactly what Donald Trump said was over the deal of the century, and it's no longer... And it immediately continued. In fact, the exact location that was outlined in this supposed deal for Palestinians has already been continued to be taken. This is ongoing. As he says, massive home demolition campaign ongoing in Jerusalem. About 1,000 Palestinians made homeless just this year due to demolitions. Displacement. For the third time possibly?
Literally nobody is
let's listen to what he says right here.
Literally nobody is talking about this. Today, a massive campaign launched of home demolitions in neighborhoods like Sur Bahr and others, which I visited myself and seen some of the destruction which has been caused in these places. Just to paint a picture for you of how bad this is, specifically this year, it was projected that this year would be the worst on record in terms of, statistically, in terms of house demolitions and the amount of Palestinians made homeless since the records began. So we're literally looking at a situation here where right now, this was the updated statistics were November 3rd by B'Tselem, 340 Palestinians in Jerusalem were made homeless. This included around 180 children, okay? Over 340 people made homeless. And this doesn't make any headlines in the so-called undivided capital of Israel. That's what we're told. It's undivided. And they're going ahead and bulldozing these structures. Literally, some of these are like old structures which basically overlook the Dome of the Rocks, Masjid al-Aqsa. And there's nothing about this. Nobody cares. It's like, the whole world is deaf and silent. Whilst that's going on, we got massive destruction of Bedouin homes. Also, in the Al-Naqab, the Negev region, which is located inside of what is now Israel. And so these are Bedouin Palestinian Arabs who are being pushed out of their homes inside of Israel. Okay, nobody talks about it. Nobody whatsoever. Okay, and in the case of Jerusalem, in East Jerusalem, most Palestinians live. And by the way, the population of Jerusalem, 40% of it are Palestinians. But there is a specific program put forth to ethnically cleanse them. And I'm not making this up. This has literally been the case, and they introduced bills time and time again since the occupation of East Jerusalem in 1967 and the annexation in 1980 against international law, done nothing about, by the way. Nobody's even touched Israel for this. In fact, the United States Trump administration recognized it as legitimate, right, against international law. And they literally implement these...
It's just hard to watch this stuff, guys. You know, I mean, it's sickening to me that we can actually be in a place where this is allowable, where people in this country are going, yeah, that's justified because of some baseless thing that's floated by your government that's not backed up by any facts, right? Whatever that would be. Rather, they're all, I mean, think about how stupid it is that we're at a point where not too long ago, people were arguing that Palestine never existed, or arguing that, you know, any number of things that are just ridiculous. That everyone that lives there is a terrorist. Like, I remember people like, I think it was Laura Loomer or somebody that actually argued that. I think that was in a debate with shoot, I'm forgetting his name now. Moat, you know, the talk show, George Galloway. She did this, they were having like a little debate. I'm not kidding, literally argued that every single person there is a terrorist. And it's just incredible how either willfully naive or just dishonest people can be. It's half of them are children, the largest civilian populated area on the planet. And we're just allowing it to happen. And I share Robert's disgust that nobody is caring to discuss this. It's interesting to note real quick that Biden cheated is trending on Twitter. It's pretty interesting. I mean, I don't care what side you're on. If you're going to pretend that there wasn't cheating on the Biden side, then you're ridiculous. But by the way, I pointed out manipulations and cheating on every side, every damn election. Our system's broken, and that's why I'm always saying vote no one. Because guess what, everyone out there that thinks you were stolen from, it happens every single year. Because our system is broken. Because these politicians are liars, and they're always trying to manipulate you. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump was involved with some kind of big theater that all meant to happen this way. Remember, we talked about it in the beginning where it's WikiLeaks even showed us that Clinton made sure that Trump was one of the people that ended up on that stage. I wouldn't put it past this being the plan that rolled in the big COVID illusion and all the. I mean, none of this would have been allowed in this way. It's to such a degree if Trump wasn't there. I mean, realize what all those other people would have done if it was Clinton that was here. We would have revolution most likely because people would not have taken that. But half of this whole community was completely convinced that Trump was not going to let this happen. Well, here we are, guys. It's here. Whether it was a trick and he didn't mean to, or he was, whatever, it didn't work. We're here. And now it seems that Biden's going to step in. So at the end of the day, we need to see that this is just how it goes over and over and over. And as long as you continue to play your part in this broken illusion of a system of democracy, it's going to continue to happen exactly like this. They'll let you think you're just about to change everything, and then it goes the other way. The only time we can actually change this stuff and, help the people like these Palestinians that are being attacked and disparaged and just their lives destroyed, like in many other places around the world. The only time we can actually change this, only way, is if we continue to stand outside of that broken paradigm. We need to start thinking outside the box, guys. We want to go to another 4-year election and just wait and see it all happen over again, and we can act like we're outraged and baffled that they can't believe this. I didn't know there was cheats every single year. Israeli occupation forces attempt to brutally remove a Palestinian they shot from an ambulance. This is not a joke. How does anybody rationalize that? Like, I would love to talk to the disgusting human being that pretends like what they did right there was okay. The same thing I've shown you 1,000 times, where they're dealing with journalists or with other medics, where they shoot their gun right over their head, or they hit them with tear gas, or they throw them to the ground, or they knock the person out of the stretcher. This happens every single time. There's anywhere else in the world this would happen, it would be completely called out. I mean, it doesn't even matter if that person is a terrorist. The idea of what they're doing there is unbelievable. We are in this country, specifically in the United States. We pretend and we tell ourselves that we have certain standards, and that even when you have a crime committed, that you need to go through due process and you need to be proven you're innocent until proven guilty. We love to say these things, and I don't think any of us actually believe them. And I know we're not talking about the United States here, but the point is we have these values that we're pretending we're spreading around the world. And look at this. This is our chief ally. These are the people training some numerous locations of police in this country. Why do we think we're seeing the exact actions begin to take place? You do not raid, and look, if let's say this was a criminal that they wanted to keep track of or follow the van, right? Go find where they're going. Follow him or take him in a different view. Like what they're trying to do there is drag him out after he's been shot. And they're hitting people, they're pushing people. These people are criminals. I already showed you the video with Robert where he talked to one of these people who openly said that he doesn't care about their lives. But of course, that's racist because the truth is racist when it comes to this discussion. As he says, breaking, Israel has arrested a 60-year-old Palestinian man from a city in Negev for a post he made on social media. Right? You know, the only democracy in the Middle East, as we keep being told, except you can't say certain things online without being arrested. 2,000 plus homes demolished per year. And the Palestinians with Israeli citizenship now arrest for Facebook posts. Israel's moving forward with their Jerusalem settlement plan. You know, that the thing that they literally said wasn't going to happen the way that Donald Trump was screaming about the plan. And this is just more displacement, more illegal actions, more things that are out explicitly, that they're explicitly illegal according to the United Nations. You know, the very thing, of course, they say, well, they're defunct and we don't listen to them. Okay, so what's happening here then? What are we only supposed to Israel just does what it wants because the international community is biased against its illegal actions? The only reason this is allowed to happen is because the U.S. government allows it to happen. And why do you think they're doing that? Literally at their expense, or specifically the expense of the country, which is you. It's happening because I don't think they have a choice. I think there's obvious influence. And whether we're talking about an Epstein type thing, which we've already told you is obvious ties to Mossad as well as CIA, that we're talking about a blackmail program. That could be what we're dealing with, where they have all kinds of blackmail over these people, where they get them in very nefarious positions, doing gross things with things they shouldn't be doing, and then they use that over them. Or any number of other things, where there's people that are involved that are just Christian Zionists that care more about foreign entities than they do about our country. I mean, these things are allowable conversations. None of it has to do with race or anything other than governments and actions and crimes. That's what it has to do with. And the point is the UN is very open about this. Illegal. Doesn't matter. So just continue to realize the absurdity of even the United States continuing to pretend they're using United Nations sanctions or specifically mandates or resolutions, using them to say, look, Iran has to do this, or, oh, look at this, Russia is violating this or that, and then ignoring it when it comes to Israel. You are not allowed to pick and choose which ones you want to abide by. You either do or you don't. And I get the argument that the UN is something that I'm not arguing that we should be blindly listening to what the UN has to say anyway. But if you're going to be involved in it, you are or you aren't. You don't get to play it halfway. That's the point. And it was interesting, we just saw this. Netanyahu reportedly requested U.S. permission to build an illegal settlement in Jerusalem, which I don't know whether that was intended to blame it on U.S. so he's not responsible, or, whatever it is, wanted to make it look like they're still kind of, subordinate to the U.S. government, which I don't think is the case. In any case, we're talking about something that was explicitly illegal and explicitly outlined as not going to happen in the so-called deal of the century. I guess that's just no longer happening, despite the fact that it's still on Trump's resume for successes, though. Don't forget that. Well, we already seen a bunch of strikes and attacks and continuing. It's weird how this just kind of stopped during the middle of this COVID thing, and suddenly it's all starting again. It's just funny how every time you look at these, it's a joke. It's fireworks exploding in the sky. And we're talking about something that one of the leading munitions experts in Israel has openly stated that the Iron Dome is an illusion. It's fireworks. And I argue that doesn't mean they don't have rockets, but it means they can pop off things in the air whenever they want to argue that they shot a rocket, then use that as the justification to carry out some military action and pretend like they're doing it in defense. Does anybody believe that wouldn't happen? That they're not capable of such a grand deception? It's just basic stuff. But as he says, not only in Gaza, they're also bombing Syria. Right? This was on November 18th. Did you see this in the media? Does it no longer matter that foreign countries are bombing other foreign countries? That should be massive news, but not if it's Syria, not if it's Iraq, not if it's in these countries that they're bad guys, and we don't want you to continue to see that Israel is flagrantly violating international law, and we openly support that. Nah, we'll just not talk about it, because we're journalists. It's pathetic. Syria under attack. Israeli airstrikes on Syria this morning have killed at least 10 people. I mean, I feel guilty for not covering this on the days it's happening. Like, we're getting so buried in so many things. These 10 people deserve to be talked about. 10 innocent people that were murdered by an Israeli airstrike in Syria because the U.S. government fecklessly allows it. It's disgusting. Anybody out there that argues this is acceptable, you're a bad person. These are innocent people that are in this country. Like, think about how stupid it is we continue to pretend that we're fighting for the Syrians, fighting for the Iranians, and then they go murder Syrians and murder Iranians, and we go, oh, Iran bad guy, Syria bad guy. Because that totally makes sense. These attacks are not only unprovoked, but are an act of war and a violation of Syria's sovereignty, which they don't care about. Imagine the international uproar if Syria did this routinely to Israel. Exactly. It would be the war. This would be an instantaneous war. We know what would happen. They would bomb them. The United States would act on behalf of Israel because that's what they do. Israeli airstrike after that kills 19 people on the 26th. Okay, so we're talking about the 18th. They killed 10 people in Syria. No one cares about it in the mainstream media. A week later, well, yeah, about a week exactly, they killed 19 more people in Syria. Nobody wants to talk about it. And even because of COVID-19, people like me who might have been before are distracted by other things. Maybe that's the point. But this is why I'm so thankful to have Robert on the team now, because he is doing an excellent job on talking about these things. But this is disgusting. You just do the math on how much is happening here and how illegal this is and how much, just the human rights and the international law. These are criminals, guys. And there's no way to see this any other way. Now, the UN is also making sure we understand that the Israeli siege on the Gaza Strip is costing $16.7 billion. This is the reality. And it's all about control and the agenda. And what suffers are the people. You know, the very people they so sanctimoniously pretend to be fighting for as they starve and beat up and rape and murder and destroy. But don't worry, though, because Secretary Pompeo came out and made sure we knew that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, because that's what we all care about, right? Who cares about the children you're murdering? Let's make sure that we aren't allowed to talk about Zionists committing these crimes because you want to make that out to be anti-Semitic, despite the fact that Palestinians are Semitic. Who cares, right? Don't think into anything. Just blindly listen and do what you're told. The U.S. is committed to countering the global beat. So they're committed to countering a legal action going through the legal processes. Think about how they always are talking about this and saying, don't take illegal actions, don't riot and control, go through the legal process, stand up and protest and go through. Well, that's what that is, guys. And the moment they did that, they recognized the threat of actually boycott. In case you don't know, by the way, BDS is boycott, divestments, and sanctions. Meaning that we should boycott this illegal government that's murdering people. We should convince people to divest from their country so they're not benefiting from that illegal action, and we should sanction them for their crimes. That's what that means. All of those are legal actions based on crimes, and they're literally acting like us trying to create a legal standing, which we already have, is racist because they want to make it out to be some secret attack on Jewish people. Now, look. Is there people within the BDS movement that hate Jewish people? I'm sure. I bet you could find people that hate any kind of group in every possible thing you could find. You could find any group out there, and you'll probably find variations of all kinds of people. That's called living on the planet. The problem is that the BDS movement as itself, as an entity, is not that. But if we're going to start making it an entity about what any one person within it feels, well, we're going to change everything. I mean, that's just straight up stupid. But that's what they want to do. Zionism is a political movement. And in fact, there's plenty of Jewish people, Orthodox Jews in Israel, who are like huge organizations that are protesting, saying that Zionism is anti-Israel, anti-Judaism. And the idea is that Zionism is taking what Judaism is and using it for political ends. Right? The concept of Judaism in this regard is and specifically in regard to Israel as an entity or as a location, is they were supposed to wait for the return of the Messiah, which, unless I'm confused, hasn't happened yet. See, that's why Orthodox Jews are pointing out Zionism as the problem, because they're bastardizing their religion, and they don't like it. That's why you'll see videos of even Orthodox Jews being beat up by the IDF, because it's not about what they pretend it's about. Zionism is a real big problem, because what they're doing is it's racist. That's what's so incredible about it. What they are as an entity is inherently racist and prejudicial against everything that's out there. That's the wrong word. But the point is, they're inherently, look at the apartheid state. Look at what they're doing and what they're creating. Openly saying, this is the state of the Jews alone. That's a direct quote from Netanyahu. But we're the racist ones. At the end of the day, it comes back to the government and the actions they're taking. And if we can't see that they're contrary to what we believe and contrary to international law, then you're just not looking. But thank God for Mike Pompeo fighting for a foreign entity on our behalf. Great man. Now, to wrap it up on a few other points here, I want to just share something Hussein al-Bukaidi pointed out. And I'm not going to, I'm afraid to even click on it because there's a graphic image. But it says the U.S.-led Saudi coalition just bombed a horse stable in Yemen, right? As somebody just, macabrely joked, oh, right, because they want to make sure they don't attack with their cavalry. Cavalry. I mean, how stupid is it? You couldn't argue that bombing those horses was some kind of military agenda. It's vindictive. Just like bombing their food, bombing their water supply, bombing their fishing vessels. None of this is allowed. None of it's legal. And the U.S. government is acutely involved in this. They're leading it. And of course, it has to do with the larger agenda with Israel and Saudi Arabia in regard to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and all these different things are trying to control the strategic points and starving an entire country to get to it. Now, he has I'm going to share this in the show notes so you can find it. There's an image of a specific bomb that was used by the U.S.-led Saudi coalition. He's curious what kind it was and where it came from, so you can check it out and help out his work. Hussein al-Bukaidi is on the ground, sort of like Robert's on the ground and dealing with these things where he is. Hussein is in Yemen. He is there on the ground telling you the truth of what he sees. I'll point this out. He was the one that broke the story back about the, I forget, it was an MK82, I forget the kind of bomb, but the bomb that was used on that school bus that became all the news because Jim Carrey made a cartoon about it. Except the fact there was at least 3 other school buses that were bombed after that nobody even cared about, except us here at The Last American Vagabond. But this is what we're dealing with. This is okay by the U.S. government and their Saudi allies to just murder horse stables and bomb families and weddings and funerals and then circle back and bomb people trying to help them, called a double tap, which is what they do every time, which is obviously a crime. Sickening. On top of that, breaking, Russia requests the United States to refrain from violating Russian territorial waters, reserves the right to retaliate. Some stuff's going on, guys. I think what most people can see here in regard to Russia or China are these entities that are the adversaries, that the United States is clearly losing its clout in regard to the just foreign policy. Doesn't mean they're not powerful militarily. They don't have the still to some, mostly predominant control over the dollar and the financial system, which is going the other direction too. But this is interesting as Russia's standing up and just kind of putting its foot down and saying, well, it shows you that there's a kind of a turn of the tides happening. And if this is serious, as the U.S., again, the U.S. violates their waters all the time and then flips out when Russia gets anywhere near their side of the world. It's just so ridiculous. So, as they set this down, it seems to be an indicator that we're getting some kind of, coming to a head here of some kind. But on top of all of that, we can see the Houthis bombing a Saudi oil depot. Oh, wait a minute. Wasn't that the action that almost spun the world off its axis? Everyone stopped. Oh my gosh, it was a huge issue. Oh, remember how big of a deal that was? Everybody was talking about it. Iran did it. Iran attacked Saudi. Nope, didn't happen. The Yemen Houthis attacked them from Yemen. And by the way, that's why this isn't a story today, because that's very clearly been proven. Oh, whoops, we don't get to continue to lie about what we want to lie about in regard to Yemen, so we'll just ignore it. Because that's what journalists do, right? This is incredible. They attacked it very clearly. It's just very public, and the media didn't even mention it. Because it looks pretty stupid to kind of casually report something that was the biggest story of the year when this was happening, when they tried to make up about Iran and sell this about Iran, and it couldn't have been the Houthis because it was the Houthis. It was Yemen. But it says a successful hit deep inside Saudi Arabia. Again, Yemen's Houthi fighters, which is their other name, the other name for them that you can see there, carried out a retaliatory missile strike on an oil facility in Saudi port city of Jeddah Monday. Right? Remember that? I mean, it affected the oil prices. I mean, this was a very big deal when this happened. I almost can't believe this has happened more than once since then, and they haven't even talked about it. Which just shows you that they didn't care. They either didn't care then and it was being told to cover it, or it didn't happen. I mean, they're lying to you guys. How can we not see the dishonesty of the mainstream media? The Yemeni army says a new winged missile called the Quds-2, the ones we told you about way back when they were still trying to lie and say that it was Iran. The big white ones with the blue on, and we showed you these. But way back then when the Yemen Houthis said that they had made them, was used in the operation against the distribution station operated by Saudi Aramco. It's just crazy. This is happening and no one's talking about it because it didn't really mean what they wanted it to mean then. It was all about blaming Iran, which is what this now seems like. That's why that one's less important. But to kind of wrap it up here, the point is just to realize the world is shifting its perception of what's really going on away from years and years of misrepresentation to a independent media brought reckoning of the reality, I think. This is the truth right here. In red, countries that the U.S. intervened through military operations, backing dictators, militias and terrorists, CIA operations, and other means, which resulted in resources being stolen, land being stolen, destruction of public services and ruin with that, populations enslaved, and more. Just in case we're unclear about how that looks. That is the world that this freedom government has created. A world in which almost every single nation on the planet has been influenced, invaded, controlled, sanctioned, manipulated, stolen from. And this is about freedom? I mean, this seems to be exactly what they claim the other people are doing. Iran wants to take over the world. Remember, that's what Bolton was saying? Well, that seems like what we're staring at here. And every single one of these is being forced into doing what is literally counter to what they believe in. Remember when Trump said, we're not going to make people do what we want to do. We're going to let them think. No, we're going to force them to do what we want to do. We're going to force them to believe what we believe. We're going to force them to be a normal nation, as Pompeo would say. It's incredible. And on top of that, realize that they're lying to you about what they've been doing this whole time. As the quote says, we were always playing shell games to not make clear our leadership, right? So to us, right? So to Americans and American leadership. They were lying to us, so we didn't know what was going on. They were, as he says, we're always playing shell games to not make clear to our leadership how many troops we had there. Why does that make sense to anybody? Jeffrey said this, and an actual number is a lot more than roughly 200 troops. Meaning they lied to you. Outgoing Syria envoy admits hiding U.S. troops. He says, quote, we were always playing shell games, as I just read. Actually, number of troops in Eastern Syria is a lot more than the roughly 200 troops that Trump initially agreed to leave. So they lied to you guys. They lied and said, we're leaving this many, and then made sure there was more. Where does that sound familiar from? Oh, that's right. Every single time we talked about this. Remember when I said, oh, you're such a conspiracy theorist. Oh, you don't believe in Trump. Didn't you listen? He said he's bringing them out. And he lied to you guys. He lied to you. All the MAGA people, all the Q people, he lied to you right there. He lied and he left them there. And I said that from the very beginning. Whether it was using, I always forget the name. I always think Blackwater, but mercenaries or foreign, rebels, really terrorist entities. That's the bulk of what they use today. But even after that, they lied about the personnel that were there. As he says, what Syria withdrawal? There was never a Syria withdrawal. If you're one of those people that chose to believe him, it's okay. Because we all get fooled. The point and how to gain, it's the whole thing, right? We all fall off. It's about getting back up and getting back on, guys. We all get tricked from time to time. Just the other day, I was sent a video from somebody that tends to send me good things. And of course, then the point was, it was a video about a mask thing, so I thought, and I shared it. Because, look, the point was, regardless of whether the video was even real, which I still should have done my due diligence, like always should do, just like I'm saying, the point was nonetheless the same, regardless of the video. That's like the only time I do that, and it's still not okay. I still should always take time to look into them, even if the point is the same, regardless of the video. But the point was, it was a video about something that had nothing to do with the mask. So I understand. The point is not that you make mistakes. It's about how you deal with them and how you respond afterward. We all fail. We all lose. We all make mistakes. It's about how you move forward after them that really defines who you are as a person. So as we're staring at this, and it's just one small example, but the larger picture, that whether it's Trump or whoever you believe in a government, that they lied to you, that they fooled you, that they used your trust of them in their benefit against you. And that's always what's happening in our government. And it's time for us to change that if we can actually stand together against this broken system. And as Sarah points out, what countries will Joe Biden and Kamala Harris add to the list? The U.S. bombing list, sort of like the other one. Just take a little peek there, Fighting for freedom is what we call that. And remind me how many of those countries are doing quite well today? Yeah, let that sink in. Libya, doing real well. It's just obvious how they've kept these entities where they can abuse them. And finally, last point here, as I was going to try and roll into a show after this, and I can't promise I'm going to do it, but I'll see if I can have enough time after this. But either way, my next show will be coming off of this point in regard to what's going on with COVID and everything else. But this is from Motherboard. Vice. How the U.S. military buys location data from ordinary apps. So in the middle of all this situation, everything that's happening, your government and your military are actually buying data, I would argue illegally, from apps that aren't supposed to be giving it away to use it against you. In regard to counterterrorism, even though it's not only foreign entities, but also for COVID-19. It says a Muslim prayer app. Think about how dishonest and gross that is. An app that's made for Muslims to pray. What it does is essentially gives them a time, for you to understand how Muslims pray in general, there's multiple times throughout the day that they have to stop and pray. And this was an app that gave them the timings and made sure wherever they were that they had the right time and they knew what they had to do. And the U.S. government is abusing that and spying on people because of their religion. When did that become okay? Isn't that exactly, that's contrary to everything we pretend that we are. Religious freedom and all. Mike Pompeo, you always constantly bluster about fighting for religious freedom as you're literally attacking Shiites around the world because you're a gross hypocrite. But the Muslim prayer app is disgusting that they would use that. Abuse the privacy and the trust that they have, take their information and spy on them. Why? Because they're Muslims? Yes. A Muslim prayer app with over 98 million downloads is one of the apps connected to a wide-ranging supply chain that sends ordinary people's personal data to brokers, contractors, and the military. It says the U.S. military is buying the granular movement data of people around the world, harvesting from innocuous-seeming apps. Motherboard has learned. The most popular app among a group Motherboard analyzed connected to this sort of data is a Muslim prayer and Quran app that has more than 98 million downloads worldwide. Others include a Muslim dating app, a popular Craigslist app, an app for following storms, and a Level app that can be used to help, for example, install shelves in a bedroom. Just ridiculous. All of which is spying on you and gathering information about you. Through public records, interviews, and with developers, the technical analysis Motherboard uncovered two separate parallel data streams that the U.S. military uses or has used to obtain location data. One relies, now think about this in regard to contact tracing, which is arguably one of the most obvious parts, and pharmacovigilance, 2 years of monitoring after the vaccine, right? This is a test run, as it feels. One relies on a company called Babel Street, which creates a product called Locate X. U.S. Special Operations Command, a branch of the military tasked with counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, and special reconnaissance, brought access to Locate X to assist on overseas special forces operations. The other stream is through a company called X Mode, which obtains location data directly from apps. Why is any of this okay? These are just average people out there. Then it sells that data to contractors and by extension, the military. The news highlights the opaque location data industry and the fact that the U.S. military, which has infamously used other location data to target drone strikes, is purchasing access to sensitive data. I'm sure plenty of Muslim people out there that are just going about their daily lives that have not committing crimes are probably going to be really upset about this. Where they could potentially use this information to target drone strikes in their locations. Many of the users and apps involved in the data supply chain are Muslim, which is notable considering that the U.S. has waged a decades-long war on predominantly Muslim territory groups in the Middle East. No one can deny that. And hundreds of thousands of civilians have died during military interventions in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iraq, right? A lot. Millions of people around the world in their war of terror, which is what it was. Motherboard does not know of any specific operations in which this type of app-based location data has been used by the U.S. military. I'm assuming it's probably a hell of a lot more than we realize. Whether we're talking about things like Soleimani or things like the assassination we just saw, I promise you things like this play into it. And if people like this are in these other countries, such as Iran, and are using an app they think is just monitoring the times they need to stop and pray, and they're abusing that reverence to their religion and then murdering people because freedom. It says X Mode then sells access to this sort of data to a wide range of different clients. Motherboard has previously shown that one of those clients includes a private intelligence firm whose goal is to use location data to track people down to their doorstep. X Mode has also demonstrated how its data can be used to follow where people in COVID-19 hotspots traveled to after potentially exposing one another to coronavirus. So look how quickly that went from foreign entities and drone strikes to you and your home and your doorstep. What do you know? We're so crazy. How location data flows from popular apps to U.S. military. Apps, including fitness trackers as well. Location data sell it to broker to X Mode, these different groups. Then they sell them to defense contractors and they give them to the U.S. military. Quote, X Mode licenses its data panel to a small number of technology companies that may work with government military services. You know, like things like Google, Amazon, everything, right? But our work with such contractors is international, and primarily focused on 3 use cases. So remember, they just said to your doorstep and COVID-19, which means you, local, counterterrorism, cybersecurity, and, of course, predicting future hotspots of COVID-19. Isn't it funny how counterterrorism and monitoring terrorists ends up being the same tool by which they keep you safe in regard to you, and they monitor you for future COVID-19 hotspots? Sort of how, like, they use the things they tracked cattle with that they're now using to track you with bracelets and COVID-19 contact tracing, or all these different things we talked about. There are tools they used to go after school shooters or terrorists or any number of criminals, but it's now being retooled to go to make sure you're safe and protect you and track you. Because you're now the criminal. That's the point. Your body is now the battlefield. This is all shifting, just like Whitney Webb has pointed out. It's a pretty scary reality to realize, but it's just time that we embrace this and acknowledge where we really are. It could not be more clear. And why not? I'll leave you with this. Something else that relates to this in the same way. And I'm going to follow up on this. Of course, I put this out. I'm sure somebody else is going to jump on this and talk more about it, but this is an important topic. This is from May 2008. Nano-robot hardware architecture for medical defense. All right, so think about this. Location data, the same kind of thing. This is November 16th, by the way, just so we're clear. That's right now. This is from 2008. So consider this as we go forward into where we are right now. And the kind of technology in 2008 was already in the works and already happening, and even being framed in regard to pandemics. It says this work presents a new approach with details on the integrated platform and hardware architecture for nano robots. So understand, it's not nanotech, which could mean just simply small things. They're not tech, but nano, what was the term we used before? That gets confused and people think robots. Anyway, there's things that are used the term nano that are just applying to small versions of organic matter. But this is nano robots. Application in epidemic control. So think the virus thing we just talked about, right? Think Charles Lieber, Harvard, making essentially machines that are the size of viruses. Machines, probably the wrong word, but, tech the size of viruses. That's actually used to mimic viruses. Here we are in 2008, where they're talking about nanorobots applied to epidemic control, which should enable real-time in vivo prognosis of biohazard infection. Like the vaccine kind of thing we're talking about. Prognosis of what's going on in your body with this vaccine seems very relevant. The recent developments in this field of nanoelectrics, this very thing that people like Matt Hepburn and Monsef Salawi are adamant about, bioelectrics, implantables. The recent developments in this field, with transducers progressively shrinking down to smaller sizes through nanotechnology and carbon nanotubes, are expected to result in innovative biomedical instrumentation possibilities in 2008, with new therapies and efficient diagnosis methodologies. So you just got to wonder when this began to be something that was usable and whether we were told about it, whether it was being experimented on in places like Wuhan and North Carolina University, and whether that's what happened. And whether we're talking about people like Harvard and Lieber getting arrested right in the middle of this, in the beginning of when this was all starting. And it just seems like there was something that ties this with what's going on. And I don't mean, it doesn't mean there's not something circulating, but there's something that's being tested and experimented in regard to these things. And that's regardless of this COVID scenario, COVID scandal. This is right in front of us. They're working on this. Now, whether COVID is used to drive this out into a public setting, or whether that's exactly what this is, why that we don't know about these kind of things, and why this is something that's right now being called conspiracy theory. Why is that? The use of integrated systems, smart biosensors, and programmable nano devices are advancing nanoelectrics, enabling the progressive research and development of molecular machines. It should provide high-precision, pervasive biomedical monitoring with real-time data transmission. That is exactly what we're talking about. The use of nanobioelectrics as embedded systems is the natural pathway toward manufacturing methodology to achieve nanorobot applications out of laboratories sooner as possible. To demonstrate the practical application of medical nanorobotics, a 3D simulation based on clinical data addresses how to integrate communication with nanorobots using RFID, mobile phones, satellites, applied to long-distance, ubiquitous surveillance and health monitoring, of course, for troops in conflict zones, not for you in real time in your own home. Of course not. 2008. If we're going to pretend like this is not real time, actually in existence right now, if they've been working on this since 2008, and it's already stuff that we know they've got the potential, the technology to achieve, again, we're lying to ourselves. So the question is whether or not this is what's being used to implement this, or there's something else going on around it all. But this is being worked on using RFIDs, mobile phones, satellites, ubiquitous surveillance, and health monitoring of people. Therefore, the current model can also be used to prevent and save population against the case of some targeted epidemic disease. Yeah, which is what seems like we're on the doorstep of. So when tomorrow we get some fake accusation of Iran committing a bio attack because Israel, well, guess what? We already have the tech. Don't worry. We're going to inject you all. We're going to give you things around your wrists or however it's going to start. And it's going to be, we're going to make sure we know that you're all safe. Oh, make sure you get your vaccine though, too, because you can't move around without it. And that's going to be driven through without a question after we have some big event, right? I'm not saying that's 100% going to happen. My point is we can see that narrative obviously being built. And if they pull that trigger, I don't think we can for 1 second question whether or not this is something that is being implemented because of it. And we're just one of them. I think there's many implementations happening. But it's just time for us to be honest with ourselves and realize where we really are in this country and in general. It can be a scary time, but the truth is that we will not change any of it until we can be honest with ourselves. And if we can't realize that one of our chief allies is pretty much one of the most terrorist-minded entities on the planet, then we're failing. And it's not a racist comment to recognize crimes being committed. I don't care who's committing them. I mean, I'm calling out the U.S. government. I don't care who's committing the crimes. You should have the courage to call out the crimes regardless of who's committing them. Find the courage, people. Stand up for people who can't speak for themselves. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here today. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant. Well, taking that momentum of the very clear issue that this thing is not where we should be, let's discuss how that's all being pushed forward. The PCR test and the other ones that are now flying out around the sides. This is supposed to keep us on the right path, except this, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the illusion is being built. And I'm only going to show you a few things in this regard. I've done other shows about other parts of this, but this is very important. This is where this all goes wrong. Now, we said this is rapid testing is less accurate than the government wants to admit. Now, we've already discussed how the New York Times, as well as other publications, have reported that the PCR test has a potentially 90% false positive. Even according to the CDC, who dramatically undercites the possibility, says 30%. Even with 30% false positive, that's outrageous. 90% is just a joke. 30% should be like, whoa, we should not be using this. At the very least, 30% should be, well, we can use it, but we can't use those numbers to decide what to do with people. But not as if they have that right anyway. But the argument is if we know there's a potential 30% or 90% false positive rate, you can't use those numbers to force people to wear masks or force them on lockdown or force someone to do anything based on the fact that you could be wrong. But they won't ever talk about that, despite it being listed on CDC and different sites. That it's very clear. It's not a question about whether there are false positives. It's a question of to what degree. But yet ask yourself, if that's the case, and by the way, it very clearly is, if that's the case, why is it not being discussed? Oh, I remember, because that's the kind of truth that other bad conspiracy theorists can use to bolster their agenda, even though it's true, though. Right? So the fact that there are false positives and a high prevalence of false positives just gets kind of swept under the rug because they secretly, wink, wink, know that it's not as serious and we'll trust Dr. Fauci and we'll trust the HHS, even though that's the truth. Right? They're lying for their truth, just like the MAGA crowd, just like the Democrats. They're lying for their truth because they're part of that same broken illusion. As it says, but the point is here, we know that that's the case with PCR tests. So now we're rolling out with different things. There's two different things, there's a couple of different things. We're going to get to both of them right now, but this is the rapid antigen test. And that's in addition to the other one. This is supposed to be the answer to the problem of the PCR test. But guess what? Rapid testing is less accurate than the government wants to admit. Gee, again, they're using a test that is less accurate. I wonder, it's almost like they want false positives. Why could that possibly be? It's almost like they're trying to keep this illusion going. It's weird. Rapid antigen testing is a mess, it says. November 16th. The federal government pushed it out without a plan and then spent weeks denying problems with false positives, sort of like the PCR test, huh? Please see the common thread and how this is what is building the illusion. By September, this is one part of it anyway. By September, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services had purchased more than 150 million tests for nursing homes and schools. September. Spending more than $760 million. So $750 million that could have saved your businesses and literally stopped this country from going into a complete economic collapse, other than the big business types that stole your money to continue on tests that actually don't work. But it soon became clear that antigen testing, named for the viral proteins or antigens that the test detects, posed a new set of problems. Unlike lab-based molecular PCR tests with a 90% false positive possibly, which detects snippets of the virus's genetic material, antigen tests are less sensitive because they can only detect samples of a higher viral load. The tests were prone to more false negatives and false positives. As problems emerged, officials were slow to acknowledge the evidence. I wonder why. Right? I mean, if you actually were trying to find the truth, why would you drag your feet on stopping a problem? Right? If these tests were causing problems and you wanted the full picture, you would immediately step in and go, wait, this is giving us false information. But the fact that they're going, whoa, and dragging their feet and hiding it and pretending it's not there and, obfuscating the reality, it means one of two things. Either they have money invested in the program, so they care about the profit more than anything else, or there's an illusion being built and they don't want to stop the thing that's giving them the illusion. Or come up with more possibilities. Think for yourself. Seems pretty clear to me. Then, healthcare workers in Nevada and Vermont reported false positives. So make sure that's clear again. When it happened, when there were reports from local governments saying they're getting false positives, Health and Human Services reached out and said, okay, immediately stop because this is giving us false information? No, they defended the test and threatened Nevada with unspecified sanctions until the state agreed to continue using the test in nursing homes that they reported giving them false positives. See what I mean? Is that what you do when you're trying to get the full picture? You actually attack a local government that's saying, well, this isn't working properly? That's what you do when you need to make sure that continues to be used. And HHS, that is the one, potentially the linchpin of all of this. Robert Kadlec, Alex Azar, Kadlec tied back to the Bioemergent Solutions anthrax false flag and the vaccine that they produced that hurt a lot of people and they knew was untested and unsafe. They knew it. It was proven in a court of law. And Robert Kadlec was there then, and he's right now in that position. How does that happen? It only happens in a corrupt government that rewards deceptive actions for the government, like Robert Kadlec, who is a really dangerous person. But so he's second in command, solely in charge of the Strategic National Stockpile, which decides which ones of these are being picked, even though he was behind that last time, the time where they used faulty things. That's not, I can't always forget the other one, actually. Whitney Webb wrote an article about another example not too long ago where he was also involved with the HHS, where they produced another product that was proven to not be tested and be dangerous, and they pushed it out anyway. And he's still in this position. That's just unbelievable. But here we are watching him threaten Nevada for, I didn't want to use threatening again, threatening the illusion. That's what it basically boils down to. It took several more weeks for the U.S. Food and Drug Administration to issue an alert on November 3rd that confirmed what Nevada had experienced. Antigen tests were prone to getting false positives. According to the FDA, it's right there, or will be when this stops freezing, and hopefully it doesn't take too long. But I mean, think about what they're saying right there. So the HHS steps up and says, be quiet about that. Right? And Nevada says, we're getting false positives. And they step up and tell them to keep using it, threaten them with sanctions, a state for choosing to acknowledge a reality. Then they forced them to keep using it. They kept using it. And of course, continue to get false positives, which continue to bloat the numbers until the FDA finally came out and just said, well, yeah, they are giving false positives. Clearly. On November 3rd. Okay. So do we not see, hopefully we're clear that shows you the HHS did not care about the false positives. Very clear. HHS and FDA, of course, did not respond for comment. I wonder why. Of course, now we have another testing example that is producing false positives, and both of them are continuing to be used, even though the FDA admitted that they're having problems. Now, I don't know how many times I can say it. This is not an issue under the guise of, erring on the side of safety, unless you're going to use those numbers to restrict people's freedom. We know there's false positives, so you cannot do that. But here's another example, and they're continuing forward. FDA authorizes the first at-home coronavirus test, November 20th. Right? So now there's another test, and it's going to be at home. So it's something that can be manipulated or be done incorrectly or on and on and on. And it's the same kind of test. So now we have not only the kind of tests that have lots of high false positives, but also a test that they're going to use and package down to be sending to people's homes, that they then have the additional aspect of potentially doing it incorrectly. Because let's pretend people do pregnancy tests incorrectly. So let's not pretend like this won't add another layer of false positives. And that's exactly why it's happening. That's my opinion, but I think it's abundantly clear. Now, on top of that, don't forget that we just reported on this, and it's good to see Off Guardian always doing a fantastic job on this whole discussion. We reported this right off the actual court of the Lisbon website, which, by the way, I want to note is one of the reasons why I hope you guys recognize the benefit of what we do on this show, right? That we'll talk about something like for instance, such as Dr. Hodgkinson or wherever I had that right here. Right. We talked about this the day that came out on remember it was like an iPhone recording, and that's the original version of it. What you're staring at here was a screenshot that was grabbed, or actually film, it looks like, and basically it was just audio. The point being that we were on this the day it came out immediately. And then a couple days later, you start to see it trickle down through even the independent media. Now that speaks to nothing more than the fact that this is what I do all day long. right? Any one of those other outlets probably would have found it too if they were doing this all day, every day with no other obligations. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for you. So recognize that we continually talk about these things, sometimes days before other people are referring to them. That's just because this is thanks to your funding, I'm here for you. But Portuguese court, the Lisbon court, rules that PCR tests are unreliable and quarantine's unlawful. Another very large ruling in a court of law that is being, as they said, important legal decisions facing total media blackout in the Western world. That is not what you do when you're honestly reporting. I mean, look, if you think that's wrong, give your editorial, right? Give your Tucker Carlson spiel and say, look, this is what they reported, but here's why we think this is wrong. But no, they don't do that. They just flat out ignore that because, again, this truth undermines what they want you to think. So they lie for their truth, which doesn't even mean that it's actually the truth, by the way. Crazy. Here's another more disconcerting reality based on the not only PCR, but antigen and just going forward, the false positives that we know are there. Get this. Britons who test negative for COVID twice in a week because they're making people test are set to receive a freedom pass under a government scheme that will allow them to live a normal life. Oh, but I thought that was fake news, right? Right? It's only fake news right up until they make you do it. Well, it says Britons are set to be given COVID freedom passes, which is an immunity passport, right? This is the very thing we keep telling you about, as long as they test negative for the virus twice in a week. And this is using tests that are almost guaranteed to give them at least one false positive. So they're guaranteed to get a freedom pass, or at least be monitored and recorded. And that's what this is all about. It's about surveillance in this regard. It says the details of the scheme are still being ironed out, so it hasn't happened yet, by officials in Whitehall who hope that it will allow the country to get back to normal. Well, it's not about that. You guys are the ones keeping people from so-called normal, right? Not the COVID-19 illusion. Your actions. Same thing as destroying the economy. Wasn't some virus that we can't see or understand, whether it's even really there. It's about the government that is using that as the excuse to shut you down and destroy your business, and then give all the money to big business and big data. To earn the freedom pass, to earn it, don't you like that? It's social credit, guys. That's what's coming. People will need to be tested regularly, and provided the results come back negative, they will then be given a letter, card, or document that they can show to people as they move around. A papers, please scenario, but in a freedom kind of way, though, right? That's so stupid. Here's one that's in Slovakia, right? This is already happening in Slovakia. You can't access things. You can't. This is a paper version, but right now they are talking about a digital version. They're rolling this out. Well, it's being discussed, but trust me, this is already rolled out in all these different platforms, whether it's the airline industry, whether it's Ticketmaster, which I understand, I guess they rolled that back, but it's being floated all over the place right now, guys. It says the certificate will be stored on a phone, according to the sources, and would allow people to live in a relatively normal life, relatively normal, under the government's vaccination program gets up to speed, until it gets up to speed. Which, remember, could be basically never, because if not enough people get it, or it doesn't have the right effects, or it doesn't reach
Crimes
herd
and
immunity, it just continues on forever. And they're even arguing that this may become a yearly vaccine, just like the flu. That means it will never, ever go away. It would even allow Britons to get away without wearing a mask. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. It is thought and visit family and friends without the need to socially distance. So let me ask you this. If you're getting this vaccine, it does not, don't forget, we just talked about the ones that they're referencing, right? Pfizer, they're clear about the fact that these vaccines are not about stopping or preventing the virus. It's about lessening the symptoms. That was, I don't want to bring it up again because I've gone over that Forbes article 100 times, but it's true. And it's in the actual documentation from the individual locations themselves. That is what's happening. So that means that you can still spread it, even though you gotten the vaccine. And somebody who doesn't have it, who gets the vaccine, can still catch it. It just lessens the symptoms. So it's a guarantee that this will continue forever. That is why they passed their safety trials that were clearly designed to succeed, with 7 or less people getting sick out of 94. That's called 90% in our fantasy clown world today. But it says the source told the Telegraph they will allow someone to wander down the streets, and if someone else asks why they're not wearing a mask, well, they can show their card or letter or an app. Here's my papers. Stop bothering me. But don't think about the fact that people already have medical exemptions and people don't care. Why aren't you wearing a mask? And they freak out, and it doesn't matter that you have a medical exemption. We've seen all those images of people on trains that are screaming about people saying, I have a disease now, I have a medical exemption. And they go, no, you're lying. Same thing here. Somebody won't wear a mask and they're immediately going to get upset because the media has already charged them up to embrace and attack those people, even though there's medical exemptions, and they don't know that they're going to go to these people and say, why aren't you doing it? And they're going to say, I have an exemption. Here's my paper. And they go, it's fake. Same thing. It's going to be the exact same scenario. Of course, not unless the media leans into this, which is what they'll probably do, which will make it then acceptable. Okay. But it doesn't make sense to argue that you can get away without wearing a mask and without social distancing if we're talking about something that is not actually stopping the spread of the virus. Or the fact that aren't they arguing that you have to wear a mask anyway after the fact? That's what Fauci said. All right. This is getting you to at least hope that maybe if you do the thing that you're very afraid of, this dangerous vaccine that hasn't been tested properly, that's never been successfully done until now, and suddenly they all get 90%, and all these different things, genetically manipulating your body, and on and on and on, based on people that have done it in the past, the lack of safety testing, right? All the reasons. At the end of the day, they're going to think, well, if we scare them enough, or at least convince them that their life will go back to some semblance of normal, that maybe they'll do it anyway, which is what this is all really about. It's about convincing you to do this. It says the former health secretary has called on ministers to come up with a proper incentive for people to get tested, self-isolate, and receive a vaccine, which, of course, that makes it sound like they're going to do something for you. But truly, it's about social and financial exclusion. They're going to do something about it, right? They're going to restrict your life. They're going to have penalties, which, by the way, violates the Bioethics and Human Rights Declaration from UNESCO that the U.S. signed. And the UK signed, and they all signed it. They're violating an international treaty, which means they're violating international law by penalizing you for not doing what you should have a right to say no to. But this is the most important part that I've already actually talked about. But I hope that this needs to be reiterated now, in the moment of when we're talking about this obvious issue with the PCR test, when they're rolling out other tests that also have false positives. This is one of the most important parts of today's show, is to understand how the PCR test or other false positives can and are clearly creating an illusion of what's really going on. And if you think that doesn't sound realistic, well, meet an example of when it has already happened, or introduce yourself to, that didn't work. Faith in quick test leads to epidemic that wasn't. Now, if you've watched this show religiously, you've already seen this because we talked about it. I'm only going to go over a couple of the parts in the article, but this is really important. This is about an example of exactly what we're dealing with today, where PCR tests were used based on the assumption something was happening, and the false positives led them to believe that it was happening. It went on for months until they found out that it wasn't actually happening. Now, ask yourself if this was a global or even nationwide kind of thing, and they secretly found out that there was a problem, would they admit that? Especially if they've got billions of trillions of dollars flying around about the thing they're saying is happening? Maybe not. But take a listen. Before long, Dr. Catherine Kirkland, an infectious disease specialist at Dartmouth, had a chilling thought after people had started coughing and stuff around their office. Could she be seeing the start of a whooping cough epidemic? By late April, other healthcare workers at that hospital were coughing, and severe intractable coughing is a whooping cough hallmark. Yeah, whooping cough, right? Coughing does seem to sound like that might be the thing. Sort of how, you've got respiratory issues and whatever other things they say are COVID, but also relate to like 1,000 other issues. Well, these days you have those things and they go, oh, it's probably COVID. Same thing. And if it was whooping cough, it says, the epidemic had to be contained immediately because the disease could be could be deadly to babies in the hospital and could lead to pneumonia in the frail and vulnerable adult patients there. So the point being is that, well, because of our concern that it might be, we have to jump forward under these assumptions. Now, you could make sense of that argument, right? But the point is about at a point when you realize there's an issue and whether or not you address that issue, or you keep going forward on the assumption. Now, it says it was the start of a bizarre episode at the medical center, the story of the epidemic that wasn't. Nearly 1,000 healthcare workers at the hospital in Lebanon, I think New Hampshire, were given a preliminary test and furloughed from work until their results were in. 142 people, including Dr. Herndon, were told they appeared to have the disease. And thousands were given antibiotics and a vaccine for protection, which of course cost money and of course was a boon for the big pharma industry in a small, corner of the world, as well as whoever was selling them and so on and so on. Right. So these things were antibiotics and vaccines was being pumped out before they were even sure about what was going on. Now think about that on a worldwide scale. That's a lot of money. Hospital beds were taken out of commission, including some in intensive care. Then about 8 months later, 8 months later, think about how relevant that is to where we are right now. 8 months went by with these people thinking we're in the middle of a whooping cough pandemic and everyone's dying, right? 8 months later, healthcare workers were dumbfounded to receive an email message from the hospital administration informing them that the whole thing was a false alarm. Didn't really happen. Not a single case of whooping cough was confirmed with the definitive test growing the bacterium. Bordetella pertussis is in the laboratory, pertussis being the scientific name for whooping cough. Instead, it appears the healthcare workers probably were afflicted with ordinary respiratory diseases like the common cold. Now, as they look back on the episode, epidemiologists and indeed infectious disease specialists say the problem was that they placed too much faith in a quick and highly sensitive molecular test that led them astray. Now, this is what it looks like to not learn from your previous mistakes, or what it looks like when you notice something that happened in the past and go, oh, that can be used. In any case, this is something that an honest person is aware of, that these kind of tests can create the kind of illusion that happened in this case in regard to whooping cough. Now it says there are no national data on pseudo epidemics caused by an over-reliance on such molecular tests, said Dr. Trish M. Pearl, an epidemiologist at Johns Hopkins and past president of the Society of Healthcare Epidemiologists of America. Right. So here's a person at Johns Hopkins, let's say, who's aware of the scenario. Johns Hopkins is also involved with all things going forward, right? So just understand that this is something that they're aware of, the prevalence of false positives of these tests and how that they can and have been used either in a way that led to a misunderstanding of what was happening. So whether that, again, was something that was just ignored or was used needs to be asked. In any case, why is it not being considered right now? It says, but she said pseudo-epidemics happen all the time. I don't think most Americans are aware of that. The Dartmouth case may have been one of the largest for 8 months of whooping cough that turned out to be nothing but the common cold. Yeah, but it was by no means an exception. That's incredible. So apparently there's numerous examples of PCR tests specifically leading to a presence of a false pandemic. I think that's just incredible. It says it's a problem. We know it's a problem. Well, apparently they pretend that's not true today, just like they pretend that masks work. My guess is what happened at Dartmouth is going to become more common. Right. She's saying this in 2007. Well, guess what, doctor? You're completely correct. It's what we're living through today. Now, of course, I just wanted to point out that this Foundation for Innovative New Diagnostics and a nonprofit was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. But it says here at Dartmouth, the decision was to use a test, the PCR test, polymerase chain reaction. It's a molecular test that until recently was confined to molecular biology laboratories. So I wonder why it was suddenly used in regard to this scenario. But it says, yet epidemiologists say one of the most troubling aspects of the pseudo-epidemic is that all the decisions seemed so sensible at the time. Well, you don't say. Well, are we really at the point where we're going to pretend like that's not possible now? It says that was the first problem in deciding whether there was an epidemic at Dartmouth. The problem being that almost everything about the clinical presentation of, like, basically their perception, right? So we see the symptoms, we see people getting it, we see that it's spreading, right? And so they assume, they think they know what's going on based on the assessment of a doctor. Somebody says that sounds like whooping cough, right? Oh, you're right. Oh, now we see more people. Oh, and we're going off of our assumptions. But that's where the test comes in, right? But it says the second was the PCR test, the quick test to diagnose the disease. Dr. Kretzinger said, with whooping cough, she said, quote, there are probably 100 different PCR protocols and methods being used throughout the country. And it is unclear how often any of them are accurate. Quote, this is in 2007, guys. We have had a number of outbreaks where we believe that despite the presence of PCR positive results, the disease was not whooping cough. At Dartmouth, when the first suspect whooping cough cases emerged and the PCR test showed pertussis or whooping cough, doctors believed it, right? The results seem completely consistent with the patient's symptoms. Think about where we are today. This is why you can argue that not every single doctor everywhere is part of some big illusion, that these people have been convinced that the PCR test is finding what they think is there. And that's confirmed by the faulty PCR test. It's the same reason to make the analogy. It's the way that they're using PCR test to confirm this is there is the same. It's like using a pregnancy test to confirm that a pregnancy test actually works. You're not doing anything. You're testing for something and getting false positives and concluding based on your assumption of the current circumstance, and that you're being told this by other people around you that you've been told to blindly trust, who have political motives, that you just decide to believe it's really happening, and no more due diligence is needed. Let me read it again. At Dartmouth, when the first potential whooping cough cases emerged and the PCR test showed whooping cough, they simply believed it, despite a high prevalence of false positives. It says here that because we had cases we thought were whooping cough and because we had vulnerable patients at the hospital, we lowered our threshold. It's exactly what's happening today. Anyone who had a cough got a PCR test. And so did anyone with a runny nose who worked with high-risk patients, because they had already assumed that it was happening. So, right, so you lower that down. And now suddenly you're testing anybody who has a weird cough or a sniffly nose or whatever. And then you add the huge prevalence of false positives, and suddenly you get the illusion of a growing pandemic. This is not, guys, we're not even talking about COVID-19. We're talking about this in whooping cough in 2007 or before that, and it 100% happened. So for those out there shaking your head thinking, no, it's fake news, this happened. This is 100% accurate, and it did happen, and it can happen. Whether it's happening right now, well, that's something to be discussed. But then ask yourself why it's not allowed to be talked about. It says, quote, that's how we ended up with 134 suspect cases, according to Dr. Kirkland, and said that she added why 1,445 healthcare workers ended up taking antibiotics, and 4,524 healthcare workers at the hospital, or 72% of all the healthcare workers there, were immunized against whooping cough in a matter of days. Now ask yourself this, guys. You think all of those healthcare workers there, if you ask them during all of this, do you think they would attest to a growing pandemic and hospital beds filling up and all this stuff happening? Well, of course they would, because it was happening, but it wasn't happening the way they thought it was. It was an illusion, right? They're all getting fed medicine. They're all getting different things. The cold is circulating, so people are getting a little bit of coughs and whatever else, and the tests are giving more false positives. People are getting put in beds, and they're being, right? If you can see how it happens. These people were running around thinking they were dealing with a growing pandemic, and they're all worked up, and they're all scared. And that's how it happens. It wasn't real, guys. It says, if we stopped there, I think we all would have agreed that we had had an outbreak, right? What she's saying is, if it had ended right there, they had never done more research, they would have walked away thinking they dealt with a pandemic and they got away, they beat it. But it just simply didn't happen. But epidemiologists at the hospital and working for the states of New Hampshire and Vermont decided to take extra steps to confirm that what they were seeing was really whooping cough. You know, the opposite of what we're doing right now. The epidemic that wasn't. Right now, we're dealing with the pandemic that wasn't, based on the same exact test. But I'm crazy.
was that a problem we don't think about in lockdowns is that they're very nationalistic. That if we lock down our economy, then it hits our economy. But it also means we are not buying stuff. We're not trading with weaker economies. We are not just destroying our own jobs, we're destroying the jobs of all those that in the poorer parts of the world that export to us. That seemed to me to be a reasonable point.
Really important point by Professor Gupta. I want to say it again. We in the World Health Organization do not advocate lockdowns as a primary means of control of this virus.
Wall Street and biotechnology companies have been very excited about this idea. And what essentially it is trying to pack the cells in the body in order to make them into drug factories.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. November 24th, 2020. Thank you for joining me today. Going to be actually quite a short show in general, not just in compared to what we normally do, but in general. I'm going to be talking about the 2020 election discussion to begin today, but more in particular about the transition funds and what just took place. Now, this is actually one of the moments I was telling you about where this is an important discussion, regardless of the two-party illusion and the discussions around the election, because this is something that is being heatedly debated, despite being pretty clear. And not what the arguments are on either side, because those are always convoluted in the two-party illusion, but what actually just took place is very clear. And I'm going to go through exactly what it means and why it happened, and then go on either sides of the conversation. And I'm going to use that to bolster the things we're always talking about and show you that it's only the two-party illusion and people's unwillingness to consider all sides of the story within that two-party illusion that we have these kind of issues. Normally, I wouldn't even dive into these. I mean, sometimes I do. Like, this is an example where it makes sense for the larger picture. But in a general sense, we just need to see how this is. People are deceiving themselves by acting like they already know what other people think, by assuming they know what their intentions are, which is exactly what the government, the mainstream media do to us in a general sense today, which is exactly why they're doing it too, even though they don't realize they're part of that, circle of misinformation. But we're going to talk about the transition funds that were released from Trump's administration by the GSA for Biden, which seems to suggest going in the direction of Biden being president, but it's not necessarily what's happening. We're going to get into that. We're also going to talk about a couple of things after that in regard to lockdowns, a great video that James Corbett just did that you really need to watch, and a couple other points in regard to immunity passports and some other COVID-19 related issues. Because this is just an ongoing continuation on this show of just all the things that are being taken from you and all the rights that are being abused and all the things that are happening without you being aware of it. It's just an ongoing masks, vaccines, lockdowns, manipulation story. It's just what's frustrating. And I'm glad I remembered this too. Two things, actually, the intro, but also the fact that I know that I've really stopped covering a lot of the foreign policy, and that's not by choice. There's just so much happening. Now, Robert Inlakesh is doing a great job covering some of these foreign policy topics, but I don't want you to think that I'm no longer going to be covering these things. It's very, very important to me. And on that note, the reason I'm bringing this up is because whether tomorrow or the next day, I'm going to try to do an only foreign policy show. I also have a Rockfin exclusive show that's going to be once a week, kind of testing the waters in that field, starting, I believe, this week, later in this week. And it might even be that foreign policy show. We'll have to see how that plans out. But that will be coming. Now, I again used that intro that I didn't mean to use, and I'm not sure why I keep accidentally using that. But it just reminded me to note it, to point out that the reason I made that clip for the intro was because Whitney Webb was working on something that we were going to be doing. Now she is taking a little bit of time off. She's doing okay. There's just personal reasons. She's going to be taking some time to herself, which she obviously deserves. Just knocking it out of the park with all the work she's doing. So she deserves that time definitely. But I want to let you know that stuff isn't just put away. We will be getting to it as with so many other topics. Now let's jump right in to the important discussion that is OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma pleads guilty in criminal case. No, I'm not starting right away with that, but this is important for you to see, to set the tone for not just where this administration is, or the next one will be, or the one before that was, or the reality that this is an ongoing corruption issue that's always here, regardless of Democrat or Republican or whatever else you want to talk about. Now, this is important because it shows you that, again, across multiple administrations, that these same people have gotten away with one of the most flagrant, and I mean, like, on its face, obvious corruption. I mean, you could call this corruption, but you could almost call this organized crime. I mean, this is a really incredible story that, I mean, more people die from opioid abuse and specifically because of this scenario that was created by them than most other things we deal with in this country. But what I want you to understand more than anything is that this is the conclusion to this story. And what it shows you, one, is that they were guilty, except that was something that was fake news that we weren't supposed to talk. Remember, we were covering the story for years. And it was always, no, it's not that company, or it's not this group, or it's not the government, it's MS-13, or it's this or that, or it's some other story, not the government's fault, or not the companies that they work with or lobby them on behalf of their pharmaceutical companies, or so on. Except now we're saying that that was all a lie. All this time trying to sidestep into some other responsibility. This is just one of them. But this shows you that they are admitting not only that they made this worse, that they benefited, wildly profited off the death of your family members and whatever else happened as a regard to their knowing this was happening, willing to go forward with these policies. But on top of all of that, it just shows you that the government was allowing it to continue, because this is something that they were involved in. You have to understand how many people have lobbying ties or tie direct on the board of directors, or the revolving door of our political process. Big Pharma is the largest advertiser for all of mainstream media. Do we not realize why this never got caught? I argue the only reason right now this is coming out is because they argue that nobody will talk about it. Probably that nobody will even see it, because we're consumed with all the other things, not only COVID-19, but the election. And then it gets even worse when you find out that they are not actually being held legally accountable. And they're getting, just a slap on the wrist, a few $1 million. No big deal. What do they make? Billions of dollars a year? But sure, let's billions of dollars a year, but sure, let's give them, a couple $100 million fine. Maybe that'll teach them. It's just like Wells Fargo, the same thing we're always pointing out, that this is a slap on the wrist. And these companies include this, as I believe Caitlin Johnstone first pointed out, as a cost of doing business. They know that they could have to pay these fines to make it look like they're being held accountable, so they factor that in. They make billions of dollars and they pay $200 million. And they go, we got caught. We'll never do that again. And then they just keep doing it because that's part of the business. Now, that's not because yes, I believe this makes them bad people. I believe this makes them criminals. But that's not, you have to understand that within a system, a process that's been built by corrupt governments that allow companies, which they dance in and out of, to continue to break the rules as they see fit. Is it necessarily wrong for a company to take advantage of all the rules that were set so they could cheat? I mean, yes, it is, but you can understand that there's a line there where it's not the company necessarily, but the government and the practices and the laws that have been created to allow the situation to continue. This is why the point about Trump using the tax laws because they were there, it's not necessarily his fault, and you understand why they would be used from a business perspective, but it also doesn't make him a good person in that one regard. My opinions about all this. I don't always need to equivocate and give you guys all the sides, because there's always somebody out there that just can't stand what I'm saying. But this getting into the point shows you all the things we're talking about, and it's going to bother you. Oxycontin maker Purdue Pharma pleads guilty in criminal case. Guilty. Purdue Pharma says its guilty plea over its role in the opioid crisis is, quote, an essential step to preserve billions of dollars. Right. So it's about saving their money. Doesn't that just make perfect sense? And I'll show you what they mean. Purdue Pharma pleaded guilty Tuesday to 3 criminal charges. Formally taking responsibility for its part in the opioid epidemic. That it has contributed to hundreds of thousands of deaths, but also angering critics who want to see individuals held accountable. Yeah, why would they, what's up with that? Why are you upset? Why would you ever want a company that created this much death and suffering to be held accountable? Whoever wants something like that? The fact that this can even be taking place, or the examples we pointed out, whether it's big Wells Fargo or in the military, or look at 2008 as a grand example of multiple companies. What did one person go to jail? Are we going to put? And there's so many people that were so obviously involved who shorted things they were involved with taking care of, or obviously chose to play it in the way that benefited them and allowed people to suffer. Nobody got held accountable for that. It just happened again because of COVID. What's $6+ trillion bailout? That's way bigger than 2008. But sure, who cares because COVID? It's the same thing here. These people are walking away with, I would even call it a slap on the wrist. In a virtual hearing with a federal judge in Newark, New Jersey, they didn't even have to go to court. There's not even a press gaggle out there going, look at them, let's take pic. Nothing. This is almost like it didn't happen other than them reporting on it. The OxyContin maker admitted impeding the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration's efforts to combat the addiction crisis. So understand, even that alone, the fact that they admitted that they took action to stop that investigation, that's a crime. That's not a fine slap on the wrist. That's a crime. You go to jail. Right? If you try to impede a federal investigation, do you think they'll come and give you a $100 fine? No. As an average Joe, you'll go to jail. But see, when you're in the elitist circles and make a lot of money for the government, well, we just put that aside and we act like you're doing good and this is just a one bad step, so we're going to make sure you can continue. It's like the pharma version of too big to fail. Purdue acknowledged that it had not maintained an effective program to prevent prescription drugs from being diverted to the black market, even though it had told the DEA it had such a program. So now it impeded the investigation. It also lied to the DEA about a program that it told them it had so it would stop the problem. But you know why they didn't want to stop the problem? And this is on record, because they were making money. They openly said on record, caught more than once, saying that this is a boon. Not only do we need to keep this going, we need to take advantage of it. And that's why Narcan got involved and all these different products that were about not stopping the problem, but making money in different ways off the problem. And we're still there, by the way. That never went away. And this is what's happening. This is how much they care about your health. And that it provided misleading information to the agency as a way to boost company manufacturing quotas. So they not only lied about the program, but they made the fake program and the misleading information in a way that it boosted their own. It's what would you call it? The profiteering is just sickening. It says it also admitted paying doctors through a speaking program to induce them to write more prescriptions for its painkillers. Most of this is not new, actually. I reported on almost all of this stuff back when it was like fake news. We're not going to talk about that. Remember what do they call it? The quiet epidemic after like 8 years of this ongoing and all the independent media screaming about it happening. Oh, now we're going to act like it only just came into our view. They were writing prescriptions and paying doctors to increase those, which means that plenty of doctors were, dare I say it, breaking the law. Can you believe that? There were doctors that were willing to take money in order to do something that went against their Hippocratic oath. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let's reflect on what an important thing that is. Because I thought, according to the current status today, that if you're a doctor or a scientist, that you're beyond reproach, especially if you go on the mainstream media. But being facetious aside, guys, the reality is that doctors are people. Scientists are people. Whether you're an expert, a Nobel laureate, whatever you want to, it doesn't matter. People are people. And they, for whatever reasons, whether through pressure, through being threatened, or if it's because they want to make money, or just because they feel like lying that day, can be dishonest. So when we're in this position where you have doctors being trotted out who say this or that about masks or lockdowns or whatever, and people are blindly taking it at face value because that aligns with what the narrative is, and then we go, well, here's reasons why they shouldn't, this and that, questionable, that's, you can't even think about that today. Beyond reproach. How dare you suggest that they would do something that would violate it's people. Just like we're seeing here, these doctors did this to make money, knowing that they were hurting people. At the very least, potentially causing people harm. It says, and it admitted paying an electronic medical record company to send doctors information on patients that encouraged them to prescribe opioids. This is in the midst of a huge epidemic that they were actually not only paying people to prescribe it, but then getting inside the records and paying electronic medical records companies to push that even further. That is sinister. It says the deal includes $8.3 billion in penalties and forfeitures. Oh, well, first, that sounds like a lot of money. But understand, $8.3 billion, first of all, even that is not enough. Second of all, it should be criminal charges. But even then, 8.3 is still not enough. But then it gets better. It says, but the company is on the hook for a direct payment to the federal government of only a fraction of that. So on the surface, if and when anybody actually pays attention to this story, because you won't hear this on the mainstream channels that are babbling about COVID-19 and whatever else, you'll hear 8.3 billion, but you won't find out that it's only $225 million. That's it. So Purdue Pharma can lie to the FDA, lie to the DEA, manipulate government tracking information on pharmaceuticals, can actually pay doctors to lie to their patients, can go on year after year after year, knowing they're hurting people, acting like they don't know what's going on as the government talks about the opioid crisis, and they go, oh, we don't know, it wasn't us. And they lie and they lie and they continue to kill people, 70, 80, 100,000 people a year. And they give them a $225 fine. $1 million fine. Might as well be $225 in regard to their wealth. Members of the wealthy Sackler family who own the company have also agreed to pay $225 million to the federal government to settle claims. No criminal charges have been filed. That is the most important part. It says that though the deal leaves open the possibility. You know why that will never happen unless we make it happen? Is because of this. Paying money to the government. Well, of course, we'll see the problem is the government is the reason this is happening. So they're making money because they allow the problem. And we're pretending like giving money to the government is a solution. Like we're going to pretend that money's that's just going to immediately go to the people that need it. That's the most ridiculously naive thing I've ever heard. How's all that money going for people for COVID? My family still hasn't gotten their COVID check. It's ridiculous. We're in a position where people are right now, $6 trillion have gone out to businesses that are already laying people off and have been throughout the whole process. So that didn't work. All you did was save their company and not the people that they employ, which was the whole point of doing it, as opposed to helping the individual small businesses, which are all shut down now. Right? This is ridiculous. You're going to give money to the government and act like that is a win. You're paying the criminals. You're basically just having partners change hands of the money. That's an analogy. It's not exactly apt, but that's what we're talking about here. No criminal charges have been filed. The people are not going to jail. They're not even being charged with a crime. $225 million is the only thing changing hands. But it says, having our plea accepted in federal court and taking responsibility for past misconduct is an essential step to preserve billions of dollars in value for the settlement it is pursuing through bankruptcy court. Right. So we're concerned about their bankruptcy settlement money? After they just admitted to killing hundreds of thousands of people over multiple years? Are you serious? I mean, this is absolutely disgusting. And that's not even balked at by the author. Look, this is in 2018, 67,367 people died, according to this. Which, I don't trust government stats these days as far as I can throw them, or ever, really. But from 1999 to 2018, almost close to 500,000 people died from this. Right. So, but we're okay with, whoa, hold on, right? We got to make sure that we can preserve their money from their bankruptcy off of a company that made all that money from robbing families of their lives. That's incredible. It says, we continue to work tirelessly to build additional support. Understand the underlying point here is that the company's more important. These people may have done bad things, but the company is about helping people with, medicine. It's not medicine. These are drugs that have more side effects than they do benefits. It says, we continue to work tirelessly to build additional support for a proposed bankruptcy settlement, which would direct the overwhelming majority of the settlement funds to state, local, and tribal governments for the purpose of abating the opioid crisis. And again, so the money will end up going into the hands of the government. Why doesn't that money directly, instantly go right down to all the people that were suffering? Why does it need to go through the government? Well, I'll tell you why, because they will abuse the money just like they did here. It will not just trickle down to the people who need it. Even if it was $8 billion, even if it was just $200 million, you know how much that could do to help these families? Sure, some of it will probably be, virtue signaled and put out there with a couple of families that get put on a news show one day and make it look like things are changing. But that's not what ultimately happens. That's not what ever happens. The government is just as guilty in this than the Sackler family and everybody else involved with the pharma companies. And yet they're benefiting wildly from this situation. It's sort of how we all get locked down and our business is destroyed and they ruin your lives and then just take all your money and give it to their own companies, their own people. And that's what just happened. Purdue's plea to federal crimes provides only minor comfort for advocates who want to see harsher penalties. Right, you mean like actual criminal action against people who committed, this is at the very least manslaughter. Right, I mean, you didn't, arguably didn't intend, that's a whole other conversation, but even if you didn't, you continued on doing it. It's negligence, manslaughter. Purdue's plea to federal crimes provides only minor comfort to the people that lost family members. The ongoing drug overdose crisis, which appears to be worsening during the coronavirus pandemic, again, so it's actually just getting worse. It's one of the many things, pretty much every problem we have is being exacerbated by the unjust lockdowns that are based on something that's not actually as dangerous as the lockdowns. Isn't that perfect? Which appears to be worsening during the coronavirus pandemic, has contributed to the deaths of more than 470,000 Americans over the past 2 decades, most of those from opioids, both legal and illicit. Because understand that this transferred over to heroin after this, after things started changing and suddenly people started getting held accountable, at least at the pharmacy level, which is the stupidest thing possible, seeing as how they're not the one. We're talking about the companies, the ones pushing all of this. But then suddenly people were addicted to something and they didn't even realize it. Suddenly they're on the streets going after heroin and it's not, and they were prescribed it for a toothache or for back problems. Kids in high school. Cynthia Munger, whose son is in recovery from opioid addiction after being prescribed Oxycontin more than a decade ago, as a high school baseball player with a shoulder injury, is among the activists pushing for Purdue owners and company officials to be charged with crimes. I wonder why. But no, nothing, but apparently not. Just a few, and it doesn't seem like she's going to get any money for this. The document also described the company trying to supercharge opioid sales in 2013. I talked about that exact thing. As reaction to the overdose crisis was taking over. So they heard that the overdose crisis was getting out of control, and they wrote to their inner company circles. This is documents that were leaked or discovered. I forget which way, but we covered it on the show. And inside their inner circles, they wrote to the individuals within their company that they need to, quote, supercharge opioid sales. After finding out that there was an overdose crisis, that was like, oh, great. We're doing well. Let's keep pushing it. Let's supercharge. And no one's going to jail. And they're getting $213 million in fines. That goes to the government that then gets used for more war and suppressive actions against you. Freedom. It's incredible. Now, I also want to point out that I did this great show on the great mask deception. I actually meant to say the great mask deception. It was a good show. How PCR tests create a COVID illusion and thinking for yourself as a threat. Now, it's 3 hours. I broke it up and I played the mask deception alone today. I'm going to play the PCR probably tomorrow for lack of time today. Interesting to see that even this show is on YouTube. It's almost 8,000 views. I can almost promise this will go away in some near future. 8,000, see? But the interesting point that I'm showing you this is for this is just Facebook Live. 7.4 thousand views. This is why we need to realize that one outlet these days is not how this is going to continue. YouTube, the idea of YouTube as it was, is dead. Frankly, I think YouTube is dead as an entity. But regardless, the point is that we're broadening out into more things, more platforms. And I don't even think Facebook and Twitter are the one. The point is that this is getting even larger than they realize. There's so many people so thirsty for truth and information. They're going to keep trying to suppress it. But just realize that we are reaching people, and it is very much making a difference. Now, to get to the Biden transition discussion, this is what was announced by the mainstream media. Trump administration officially authorizes Biden transition. And effectively, people lost their minds. Right? All the people on one side immediately said, hey, Trump's out, Biden's in, it's over. Which, by the way, this is how this reports, but that's of course the mainstream media obviously having their lean to it. Not that the headline is in any way incorrect. That's the interesting part about all this. It's absolutely correct. But it does not mean that Trump is over, that he's conceded, or that he stops fighting, or that necessarily he can't pull something off and have this change. But it very clearly suggests that he's loosening